Why? Hello there. My name is American Jedi. I play video games. And this is a game that sadly I'm going to have to restart. I I played it a little bit on stream, and now that has sadly been lost to the sands of time. I really enjoyed the game and what I played of it initially, and I kind of went on a hiatus of it because I was playing a really nice game known as Lost Judgment and other things along the way, and this kind of got lost in the hubbub of me trying to play some more new games, which is sad because I really enjoyed the first game, and I'm 100% enjoying this one. So let's start again. I'm sorry, my old save. We shall have to restart now. Let's do risky. We're not going to go crazy with it. Let's confirm that difficulty. For those that don't know anything about Citizen Sleeper and you for some reason clicked on this video, why, it's a great game. I'd highly recommend you check out the first one, but this is not required to be able to enjoy this one because this is a completely separate story. You're not playing as like the main character of the first game. You're playing as a different sleeper. So what sleepers are they are robots that have been given not an artificial intelligence. AI has been banned within this world. At least hyper intelligent AI. It was deemed as too dangerous, and thus it got put a damper on. You cannot make self-controlling AI robots within this world. So, as a loophole to get around this and to get much needed labor, what people would do is they would sign contracts, or if they were in debt, they would sign a contract to basically go into a cryostasis, put their bodies on hold, and they would then have their minds uploaded onto a robot. And they'd have a copy of themselves built into a robot that would then do manual labor for them while they sit around in cryostasis. So then you would come out of cryostasis, debt already paid off because your robot did it for you. It's an interesting concept, I'd say, and yeah, that's what sleepers are. They're still technically, in a sense, human beings. I guess that just all depends on how you see it. You know, that's the beauty of this game, is it kind of goes into the idea of what can be considered human life and humanity, things like that. And I found that kind of concept to be extremely interesting to me. Honestly, let's keep doing Extractor because we already had a good feel for it. We're not good at Intuit, but we're good at enduring, decent and engaging, engineer, things like that. I think we confirmed this class. Let's go back into what we were doing before. In the moment before waking, the dark space before conscious thought, you struggle to find pieces of yourself. Usually, these pieces come with a particular cadence, each appearing sequentially, like the boot process of an old terminal. First, your body, artificial, compromised, but relaying sense data, all the same. Then it's context, the breeze of air filtration, the soft contact of your birth in zero-G. Then, emotion, coming into focus, coming into your body, bringing with it that first instinct, the one that has framed your past 100 cycles, fear. But that familiar sequence does not arrive. Instead, you are unmoored in space, your body distant, your context silent, even your emotions somehow obscured and scattered. Among all that disarray, only one familiar thing arrives: the fear. It is a scrambled, panicked fear, the drowning fear, the falling fear, the fear that makes you reach desperately for any stable point. It is a fear that tells you that something is wrong, something is very wrong with you. Wake up, sleeper. The voice is whispered in your ear, an act that makes you suddenly aware of your head, pulsing in pain, your body rigid with tension. Sleeper. A familiar name. A mind copied, emulated. A body built, implanted. One person sleeping until their debt is worked away. Their double being made to work, to be consumed. and eventually to be destroyed. A proxy, an emulation, a sleeper. That is what you are. But you escaped. You remember that now. Broken free of your corporate creators, Essence ARP, in search of a future. You cannot remember the details of your escape, but you know the fear has been with you ever since. All of a sudden, you remember you have eyes, and your eyes flicker open. Pale eyes and a pale face. Lane. The name comes with its own specific sensation of fear, one you recall from instinct. Sorry to interrupt, a sharp smirk, but this ends here. You search your mind for more than a name. Is this how you reward me for my generosity? Lane is leaning over your horizontal floating body, looking down into your eyes. I took you in, protected you, gave you a purpose. Try to look away, to the corners of your vision, to find something you understand. Your body does not respond. But I suppose that wasn't enough. He reaches into the pocket of his jacket and retrieves a small vial. This wasn't enough. The vial glitters. This object you know and have known for a long time. Stabilizer. The drug that keeps your artificial body, your emulated mind from inevitable decay. The only balm for your planned obsolescence. The liquid rolling in the vial fills you with disgust. Lane pockets the vial. But it would be wasted on you now. For what you've done to this body of yours. He looks at you with a palpable disgust. Lane's eyes scan your body, and as they do, you become aware of the wires and tubes attached to you. Those that were meant to free you from your dependence. From the stabilizer and the control it grants Lane. They are free, you piece of shit. They don't need you anymore. The voice comes from somewhere behind Lane's head. It's a voice you know, but when you search your mind to try to understand why, you find only dizzying darkness. Cut him up. Lane barks the command, and you hear the sound of impact, pain, from elsewhere in the room. You try to move your limbs again, and this time you feel a flicker, the twitch of a finger. You feel extension and compression of synthetic muscle. Free, are you? You were free when I disabled your tracker, when I gave you the stabilizer you needed. He scans your body with angry eyes. Now, you aren't free. You're just broken. I had such big plans for you, Sleeper. I invested in you. Lane grips your arm hard, and you feel a jolt of reaction. You will the arm to move, but you have ruined all that. Lane speaks louder, over the sound of the struggle behind him. I'll try to preserve your body, of course. I have my own uses for it. But your emulation... You feel one of his hands searching behind your head. He finds and grips the thick cable running into the point at the base of your skull. I will burn that out. Lane jerks forward, slamming across your body, then spinning away out of sight. You feel yourself rolling, the cables plugged into you, looping and wrapping around your limbs. Then you feel hands steadying you. Pulling cables, you glance around wildly and see someone diligently unplugging you. You meet his eyes. Hey. He waves a hand in your dazed face. We need to move. Lane won't be out for long. And loops a cable around your wrist. Sleeper, help me out here. You blink slowly. Do you know this person? He leans over you and you feel his hands on the connector, flicking switches, releasing locks. Come on, come on, come on! He tugs the connector clear and pulls you up. You see the room you are in for the first time, filled with tech and terminals, wires waving everywhere, all lit by big windows looking out on an impossibly bright, screen-filled street beyond. In the corner, you see the dark shape of a floating body surrounded by a glittering constellation of crimson baubles. Is that blood? Move! You're wrestled and shoved towards the door, which slides open in front of you, and then you're out in all that brightness, all that movement, gliding hard towards some unknown destination. You come to a stop in a dark alley, the one who guided you here pausing to catch his breath. He doubles over and beside a massive life support unit that sends a lukewarm breeze across your skin. You stare at him, trying to recall anything about him. You notice his tattered jacket, his lightweight clothes. You remember the station runs hot. Something about the power that flows through the place. He looks up and meets your eye. What's going on, sleeper? He wipes sweat from his forehead, and it floats away in a swarm of spheres. Talk to me. Who are you? You see a concerned frown across his face. Don't mess with me, sleeper. That's not funny. He comes closer, eyeing you carefully. What station are we on? He narrows his eyes, waiting for his answer. You close your eyes, trying to recall. You force your way through the dark to the image of a station. A city growing on the back of a vast set of hexagonal solar cells. Jesus. Shadowed by them, you open your eyes. Dark side. The word leaves your mouth like an exhale, an instinct. Before you heard yourself sounded out, you didn't know it was there. He sighs. And me? Who am I? You see something like fear in his eyes. Panic, perhaps. You stare hard at his face, the slight upturn of his mouth, the intensity of his stare. Nothing comes. He closes his eyes and drops his head, putting a hand to his temple. The reboot. He's speaking quietly to himself. Lane interrupted the process and lifts his head and stares at you. We need to keep going. We need to leave. He turns and kicks off down the alley. Come on. The rig can't be far. As you're led through the passages and serviceways of the station, you try to recall your life here. The texture, the temperature of Darkside feels familiar, but you struggle to pin specific memories to it. Focusing hard, you recall waking up in these passages cycle after cycle, the rhythms of the station flowing over you along with the crowds. You recall desperation and the slow decay of your body that caused it. Then, Lane. Those pale eyes, offering you a glittering vial. Stabilizer. The promise of supplying more for your work. A deal he locked you into like a cage. There your memory fails you, but in the dark beyond that moment, the residue of panic, of fear, remains. You were Lane's prisoner, Lane's plaything. You shudder in a cold passage. Wait. Your guide holds up a hand and you stop your glide using the wall. And you see the tunnel opens up into a wide open bay with a few doors leading to cylindrical tunnels, the docks. They're watching the rig. He nods towards the docks and you see one of the doors has a couple of figures flanking it, one covered in ornate tattoos, the other with bright silver implants along their cheekbones. What's Subo? Lane's guys. He looks at you and shakes his head in frustration. All this. It's not coming back to you, is it? Something catches your eye and you see he's playing with a coin, nervously turning it over and over in his fingers. He sees you looking and slips it away. He places a hand on his chest. I'm Seraphine, all right. He looks pained when he speaks. Lane? He was our captor, both of us. We did this so we could escape. We need to reboot you to break your dependence on Stabilizer. You know what that is, right? You nod meekly. But Lane interrupted me back there. The reboot didn't complete and... He sighs and shakes his head. We can still make this work. He looks back at the docks. I'll lead them away. You get the docking bridge open. If we make it to the rig, I know how to get us in. Do you got that? He searches your face for a sign of recognition. I've got it. Get that door open. He pats you on the shoulder. I know you know. I know you know you can do this. Seraphine kicks off the Seraphim kicks off hard and glides into the docks. "Over here, shitheads!" He bellows to the guards as he barrels through. They immediately push off from the wall, giving chase. You wait a breath, then glide across the door they were guarding. You look around panicked at the tightly sealed door. As the control panel is locked out, you hear a shout from somewhere nearby. You need to get it open. Alright, well, we're not really good at that, but we're decent at breaking the seal with engineering. So we try, and mutual outcome. Nicely done. You shift to the central access panel and wrench it open. You scan over the mechanism, looking for a weakness. Somewhere nearby, you hear more shouting. You reach in and grab the main latch, straining as you bend it outward. The seal releases, and you drag the door halfway open. It screeches in its metal frame as you pull. Go! Go! Seraphim flies past you through the doorway into the docking tunnel. You turn to see the two guards approaching fast across the docks and quickly glide after Seraphim. Seraphim is already at the rig's door, inputting an entry code. The rig door scissors open and you both rush inside. Quickly! Seraphim grabs you by the arm and drags you to the cockpit. The ship's layout hazy in your mind. He dumps you in a flight seat and straps himself into his own. You see him tap a series of buttons as he does, talking to himself. Come on, come on. The rig's drive rumbles into life, and Seraphim slams a button on the console. You feel the force of the ship's acceleration as it pulls away. As the ship glides into place on the connecting bridge, its automatic systems nudged it there by the port's docking protocols. You feel a sense of relief. Seraphim burned hard out of dockside, and you dropped in and out of consciousness in your seat as the rig made its way across the belt. But now, with open air between you and Lane, you feel fresher, more awake. Seraphim breaks the silence. "We're good, sleeper." His eyes don't leave the monitor. You realize this part of your escape is routine for him. You and him must have docked this ship countless times in your work for Lane. The problem is, you don't remember any of them. We made it. Closing his eyes, he lets out a sigh. You certainly did. He turns and you see a pained look on his face, as if remembering something difficult. Have you said this exact thing to him before? In this same situation? Are you okay? He looks at you, chewing one side of his lip, searching your face. Not really. He puffs. Seraphim reaches up, flicking through a set of switches in a practiced fashion, completing the shutdown. You watch, a little frustrated, with your own uselessness. Running the rig, you realize, is just another thing you've forgotten. The clunk that runs through the walls of the ship is followed by a short percussive alarm tone from the pilot's console. Docking complete. Seraphim kicks off from his seat, twisting as he glides past you towards the back of the cockpit. His hands find the rail on the other side of the door and he pauses, facing into the corridor beyond. He turns back to you, backlit in cold cyan. We need a plan. He glances around. Lane's not going to let us slip away quietly. We gotta keep running. Seraphim nods. That's what it feels like, right? We can never get far enough away from that shithead. You see a shiver run through him, and you know that he suffered as much as you did under Lane. We bought ourselves some time. He glances through the cockpit window at the blinking lights of the station. You may not remember Hexport, but I do. There are plenty of opportunities here for us, if we can keep our heads down. He turns back to the corridor. That's what we'll do. He pushes off and glides towards the main lock, and you follow, pulling yourself along hand over hand in 0G. We already emptied the tank on this thing. He slapped a hand against the ship's insides, so we need a refuel, and that won't be cheap. But if you and I know one thing, Sleeper, it's how to work. I'm gonna get myself reacquainted, see if I can turn up any old connections, people that might throw us an easy contract. You, he glances back over his shoulder, you keep out of trouble. I'm going too. Seraphim stops at the airlock. Not with me, you aren't. You bring a lot of attention to us, Sleeper. People don't forget your face. Stopping the reboot halfway, though. He pulls a worn crew jacket from a locker and starts pulling it on. We don't know what that did to you. He jams an arm into his sleeve. I don't want you passing out in. It'll tank both of us. I hate it when you're right. He grabs another crew jacket and thrusts it at you. Just put the damn hood up, will you? You take it and slip it on. Thank you. Zerfian nods. He stabs at the button to open the lock. The inner door hisses open as Zerfian glides through. Wait for a little bit, then leave. Anyone looking for us will be looking for two people traveling together. He looks at you in your worn crew jacket, a limited disguise for what is clearly a sleeper. We meet back here later. Any trouble? Same thing. Meet here. He surveys your disguise again and shakes his head. This is a shitty idea. He gives you one last look. Maybe find yourself something to eat. Suddenly, you recognize Seraphim's instinct to look after you. A flash of a relationship now lost to the reboot. Catch! Seraphim throws a handful of something towards you. You manage to grab the projectiles, and when you open your hand, you see a stack of cryo chits. He should get you some food. We'll need some more for fuel and supplies. That means our job's on the station, for both of us. Seraphim kicks off and glides down the docking bridge. Don't go too far, alright? He shouts as he leaves. Take it slow. And with that, he's gone, leaving the connecting bridge and heading into Hexport's docking concourse. Wait for a moment in silence. We really don't remember anything about it? It's hard to know what's going on inside Seraphian's head. Here he is on some hapless escape plan with a friend who can't remember a thing about him. We try to imagine how close you both must have been for him to agree to this thing. But it is a painful thing to think about. That's all gone now. Anyway, all you can do is move on. You shake the thoughts from your head and pull the jacket tight. Let's see what Hexport has to offer. You kick off and glide into port. And that's the intro. And for those that don't know what you do with this, basically we roll dice at the start of the day and we use these die here for the things that we need to do throughout the day as well. So, we run in cycles during which you can perform actions with your dice, use cryo to buy food, fuel, supplies, items, and progress clocks towards new scenes and events. You can review tutorials at any time in the guide section of the pause menu. Yeah boy, alrighty. So we can scroll up and down to look at some different things we can do. We only have a few amount of days before major events happen. Tutorial. Is in Sleeper 2, you perform actions by assigning action dice to them. The higher the dice you assign, the more likely you will succeed at an action. But your dice will be modified by your skill. Your skill modifier for the action is displayed on the right. You'll reduce or increase the value of the dice assigned to that action. Like skill, checks, dice actions have 3 outcomes: positive, negative, and neutral. Each action is also rated as safe, risky, or dangerous, based on the outcome it has. The more dangerous an action is, the more significant both its rewards and consequences are. For more information on dice actions, check the guide section of the pause menu. We can chat with crews, or we can do something dangerous, which is exploring the docks. Thing is, we don't have intuition, so if we were even to use the big dice right here, one second, I don't think it automatically uses it. Let me just make sure. It's over here, the Hexport Exchange. I'm trying to scrap with my engineering, also trying to barter with the brokers. We're not good with that. Here's some positive. Yeah, see. Since this is not something we're good with interfacing, it actually gets reduced by how effective it is. It went down by 2 when I put it in there. But when I'm good at stuff, it becomes a little bit easier. But yeah, intuition and what was it? Interfacing? There's stuff I'm not good at. Thing is, I'll never be good at intuition, I believe, if I remember correctly. Can we check my character sheet? I think it's up here. Yeah. Intuition is something I will never be good at. No matter. But these things are things that I can level up as we get some more points. Thing is, it kind of cost a decent bit. Kind of cost a pretty penny to get decent at these things. Yeah. Costs 4 for this, which means that sometimes the rally might be a little bit better to use. because it can increase your cruise dice, which we'll go into later whenever we get to that kind of situation. So, first thing is that extractor, not very good at some of this stuff. We can trade scrap for the rules of exchange. We can try to impress the brokers. I think we do, since this is dangerous, let's do the super positive action. Trade scrap. A little bit of cryo from that. I think we do the dangerous actions where it's positive or at least neutral. Ooh. Got at least +1 cryo from all this. And we learned the rules of the exchange. Now we've opened up even more stuff. We got ourselves a canteen over here that we can now go to and eat at if we want to. Not too great. But if we need the energy, which we probably will, because it's going to go down no matter what. It could be bad if we don't fill up on that. Got supplies, fuel we can use. We're going to need as much as we can and then try to go on some big missions when we can. Alrighty, so... This is a little bit bad. I guess we do the 50% positive neutral statement right here. Neutral outcome, just a little bit of stuff. Could be negative. I think we risk it. Hey, positive outcome. New location already unlocked. Really? Oh, the Benz. Buy some Ben fries. Play Star and Stoker. I'm not good at intuition, so I'm actually really bad at this. I think the Ben's fries only gives me 1, so it's technically better to use this Hexport canteen than to do any of the other ones. I think I will use this. It's a risky thing. We might have a negative action come from it. I can't remember if it's really, really bad or what happens when we do this. Neutral. Okay. Good. Use up all your dice. You need to end the cycle of the ship. Go to the rig to reroll it. We did get to the warehouse now. And looks like we can do some freight loading to probably earn some money. Not super necessary. I think we need to try and do all the major stuff first and foremost. Right, this is the ring. This is where we stay here. Monks use dice to reduce stress. Use supplies to regain energy. Other locations will unlock as you play. While the rig is in dock at a hub, your crew will also help you gather resources to contribute to the upkeep of the ship. You can choose which resources they should focus on in the crew task menu on the left. They have a random chance of acquiring it at the beginning of the following cycle. Which, cryo's alright. Getting more fuel and things like that would be pretty important. Supplies most of all. It's just that these are less likely to get it compared to anything else. We can go over here and eat, but we'd have to waste our supplies, which is better just to keep. And if we have stress on our dice, we can try to rest or recover some. Alright, I think we end the cycle then. Nothing else we can do. Gadoosh. There's one right there. We're in trouble, Sleeper. Seraphine leans into the bunks as you are getting up. Without further explanation, he disappears down the corridor towards the rear of the ship. You drift out into the passage, pulling on your clothes and glide down the length of the rig, the cool air making you shiver. Seraphine is a silhouette silently leading the way. He stops at the far end, diverting through a side door, shooting you a glance as he does. You find Seraphine inside, holding one of a tangle of arm-thick tubes that are waving in the zero-G engine room. You know what these are? No, tell me. These are the engine's feed lines. He waves one in the air. And before you ask, no, they weren't supposed to be waggling loose. What happened? They must have broken loose when we pushed the ship hard on our way to Darkside. He looks at the mess. We're lucky the reserve tank is empty, otherwise it would have been bad. But no feed from the reserve tank means that the rig's range is limited to the local region only. He thumps a large lump in housing of the engine. This thing can't take us anywhere far. So we fix it. That's the short of it. Seraphine wags the engine housing again, harder this time. Just not been our run of luck, eh? He turns and starts gathering the tangled feed lines, his frustration evident in the violence of his movements. We'll need a new set of these, that's for sure. He starts forcing them into a crate. So, how about you try to track them down? I'll take a look at things here and see if I can figure out another fix for the reserve tank. He glances up from his work. From what I've heard on Hexport, Factory Row is a place to find shipfitters. Maybe you can do some recon while I sort this place out. It's on the other end of the... It's on the other end of the station. Okay, I'll take a look. Seraphin keeps working. Wait! Seraphin pauses, seemingly unsure. There's something else. He drops the felines and they float, waving in the air like tubular seaweed. I've heard word that Lane's on the hunt. A message went out to everywhere in the local radius of Darkside. He's looking for us. And we can't leave. Exactly. Which is why we need those feed lines. I'm going to try to work something out. Maybe I can improvise a solution. I don't know. I'm no ship fitter. But what I do, you go hunting. See what you can turn up, okay? He smiles a weak smile. Get going. You leave the engine room, the clinking sound of Seraphin's clean-up efforts echoing through the ship. Fuel, feed lines. That's the next step. Let's head out. New drive available, which is basically our main missions. We have major missions, which gives us 2, and minor missions sometimes that give us 1 extra point towards upgrading our character. So, that's how we go about doing that stuff. Right click to kind of move out. We've unlocked a new area, Factory Row, to go around and look through. While Endure is a scary thing, we are good at it, meaning that if we get this kind, we can start this action and try and find it. A little bit better. Let's see how we roll with this one real fast. Ooh, worse energy. And a little bit better. That was a negative outcome? Ugh. Alright, first and foremost, let's take our currency. Let's go make a purchase, eat at the canteen. Oh, that's 4 fucking energy? Oh my god, I wasted a little bit of cryo. Damn it. Hey, yeah. Let's just waste our shit ones right here on this dangerous stuff. Because negative was just a little bit of lost energy. Nice, we get some extra cryo from a positive outcome. And we have a +6 for our stuff that we're not good at. Factory Row howls as you glide through its grand passages. Whatever its many bays and rooms once were, they now serve as containers for industry of every kind. Whirring manufactories precisely engineer components with rapidly shifting arms, while scrappers hammer incessantly at bent ship plates. Everywhere you look, there is energy and activity, and for good reason. Export itself is built on the derelict fragments of a solar reflector. Even the small amount of energy generated by its remaining mirrors is enough to power a city of machines. It is familiar to you, of course, in a strange, far-off way, because of Darkside. That place and your memories of it are a muddy haze. It's hard to forget the glint of its hexagonal reflectors, 10 or 20 times more in the number than Hexport's, and that's wild. And that wild flickering city growing on their back like a tumor. In comparison, Hexport feels provincial. But deep in Factory Row, you could almost be back in Darkside. And then you see them. Tubes just like those Seraphin had waved in your face. The feed lines. You push over to the display window of the unit, marked Karsten's Supply, and block capitals cut from hull plates. There, amongst an angled shelf of oversized ship components, sit the feed lines, like some large biomechanical tangle of snakes. You slip inside where the sound of Factory Row was a little screened, and spot a large figure working at a bench, hunched over, concentrating. Seems like he doesn't notice you yet. Hello? A sharp eye glints as the figure looks over his shoulder. Can I help you? His accent is heavy, but unknown to you. Those feed lines. How much? There's a sharp clink as Karsten places his tools and the components against a magnetic plate on the wall. He turns with a surprising grace and begins cleaning his hands on a cloth. Those sharp eyes scan you, but Karsten's thick-set features do not betray the results of his assessment. Custom built those, for a client that never collected. He looked at his hands while he speaks, checking for stray oil stains. You have one of those old MEVs then? He sounds out the letters in a way you don't recognize as he speaks. You try to recall anything you know about your ship, but the memories elude you. Perhaps Seraphine should have come along. That's right. Karsten nods. Always good to see one of those still running. Look. Karsten drifts over to where you are standing, his imposing height evident. For a fellow enthusiast like you, he continues in a distinctive monotone. Let's say a few hundred cryo and clean chits. He shoots a glance at the feed lines. 400, let's say, to be precise. 400? 400, Karsten says back, repeating her question without the emphasis. It's expensive, I know. It's a shame, but it's just what they're worth. He screws up his mouth a little into something that might be a smile. However, I'm more of a bartering type myself anyway. Barter sounds good. Karsten nods sagely. There's a little favor I need a crew for, as well. You look like you might be a good fit. He tucks the cloth away in a pocket and clasps his hands. I know of an old Solheim wreck out there. Very old. Pre-collapse. Tucked away in a dead zone, so no one has ever cut it. He shrugs. Not only that, but Solheim derelicts have a habit of triggering nasty security protocols when approached by an unfamiliar ship. So, it's been left well alone. But a salvager like you, with an old Solheim rig, but it wouldn't even flinch if it saw you coming. He smiles. I have a special interest and need for that old tech. All those Solheim ships have a data core. While I don't care about accounting reports or material ledgers or whatever they kept on the damn thing, I do care about the hardware. So, if I was to find you back here, that data core in your cargo hold, clean cut and complete, well, I could see my way to doing a straight barter for those feed lines of yours. Karsten pauses, sniffs at the air again. You just need the coordinates. Simple as that? Simple as that, he repeats in his monotone way. So, you interested? He glances back at his workbench, because I'm a busy man. I'll do it. Alright then. He holds out a heavy hand for you to shake. As you automatically reach out, he grabs your forearm instead. Karsten pulls you closer, squeezing your arm. Let's keep this one between us, alright? He half smiles, his face huge and close. It's our deal. Before you can respond, he thumbs a little drive into your palm. Those coordinates. He then lets go of your arm with what you swear is a wink. You take a moment to gather yourself, and by the time you're due, a whirring fills the air, Karsten having returned to his bench. You turn and glide out of Karsten's supply with a growing mix of anxiety and excitement in the pit of your stomach and the cacophony of Factory Row in your ears. A contract? Seraphine might even be impressed. You look at the drive in your palm and smile. This could be a route out. You think of leaving this place behind, in possession of an improved ship too. Suddenly, a small but firm hand falls on your back, an equally small voice coming with it. Hey, wait up! You turn to the patch to see a young woman, her hair waving with the rapid glide she clearly just came out to catch you. She steadies herself using her shoulder. Sorry. She smiles a quick and flat smile. I wanted to catch you. I'm Junie. Her dark eyes flicker around nervously. You notice the portable terminal she carries, something data scrapers call a deck, and her backpack full of components and trailing wires. Do I know you? No. She pauses again. Karsten! She starts, still catching her breath. He sent me to grab you. She smiles that flat smile again. Wants me to come with you on that job. Her eyes shoot down to the drive in the palm of your hand. She smiles again. Why didn't he tell me? She glances back towards Karsten's. I guess he forgot. He does that sometimes. She looks sheepishly at you. He just grabbed me after you two were done talking, so... Karsten always sends me on things like this. Guess he wants me to help you out. Keep an eye on things. I can be pretty helpful. So, should I meet you at your ship and you can tell me when you're ready to go? I'm not sure on this. He looks nervous. Sure, I mean, you aren't sure when you're leaving. Yeah. Oh, that's okay. I can wait. It's okay. Junie pushes off and waves. Look forward to working with you, she calls back as an afterthought. What about the ship? Oh, I'll find it, she calls back and then disappears down the passage. You watch her go, glad of the contact, but nervous too. Will Karstein keep up his side of the bargain if you deliver? Oh, I made that kind of word choice, because I was being kind of sarcastic about it. I mean, I know how it goes down, but I mean, still. I don't know about this sleeper. Zafin looks nervously out of the rig's window as he finishes explaining Karstein's deal, as well as Junie's offer of help. This job was easy. Karstein would have done it himself already. That means there's a catch. He frowns at the stars. There's definitely something going on with this Junie girl. He shakes his head. What choice do we have? What if... Zafin narrows his eyes. We could get the crowd together to buy the feed lines. Why? Karstein wants to barter. You're right. I just can't shake the feeling that we're wandering in blind. Plus, I did manage to turn something up in my station wandering. I found a contract board at the exchange further in the station. We take on a job and might get a sum of the way towards buying those feed lines. Plus, if we do want to take Karstein's job, a bit of money to get ourselves prepared wouldn't be a bad idea. Fill up on fuel, supplies, be ready for whatever comes. Do we have the time? Probably not, but without crying for fuel and supplies, we aren't going anywhere. Just take a look at the contract board, see what you think. While you're at it, you might want to see if you can scare up some freelance crew too. Many hands make light work and all that. Or, you stop messing around. We take Karstein's job right now and get it done before you can think twice. Seems like a whole set of bad options to me. Either way, I've still got work to do on the drive. Therapy nods a farewell, heading back to the engine room. Let me know what you decide upon. For a moment, you pause, letting the haze of plans and ideas settle in your mind. Suddenly, you curl up, pain shooting along your spine. You grit your teeth, your muscles locked tight. Your vision narrows as you squeeze your eyes shut. You feel a shift, as if some connection is broken. It's almost impossible to describe, like you're floating away from your body, dispersing, dissolving. There's nothing familiar in the pain, nothing to hold on to. You grit your teeth, and then another shift comes. You're back in your body, trembling against the metal wall of the passage. The pain slowly fades, becoming a pulsing throb, then a residual flicker. You flex in 0G, stretching out the tension. There's a strange sensation of distance that persists beyond the pain. A disconnection between your body and yourself. A flickering numbness that refuses to recede. You wonder if the reboot has done something to your body, or if this is some new sensation you will have to live with indefinitely. It strikes you that you know so little about the body that houses you. It could be moments away from collapse, or it might preserve for countless cycles like this. You try to shake off the feeling, pushing your hands against each other until they feel like they're yours again. It's the only thing you need, and right now it feels like it's running out fast. You're headed for the airlock. You have work to do. Let's go. New contract, new stuff. Swift scrap something. So we got new stuff over here. Complete a contract board. Escape from Hexport as a drive. Recruit some local crew as another drive. Alrighty, we have that. There's Karsten's supply, which means we can either buy the feed lines or give them the data core to get that feed line. We also have the contract board here. Conway Signal. Station management has located a Conway Signal. They're concerned to see one so close and are looking for someone to disable it. Yep. Risky little contract business. Well, there's only a few things left to do. We can explore more of the Hexport docks. Get this done. It's risky, but it doesn't do anything terrible, right? Neutral outcome. I think we finish that up tomorrow. We got ourselves something nice right here. Let's use it. Make just a little bit of money off of doing something dangerous with a guaranteed good outcome. 100% positive. Make a little bit of cryo back. Here. I don't remember how much this makes me, but let's just do it real quick. I got 12 cryo, which pretty good. Almost gives me 4 energy back. Gives me a little bit of fuel. And helps pay for that contract, which I think we'd take no matter what, right? Buy the signal contract, sure. You contract on map. So if we go back in this map, we can see the different contracts we can do. Contracts are high-risk, high-reward jobs that you and your crew can take on. Contracts require preparation and care to succeed. You'll need to gather enough fuel to travel to the contract, gather as many supplies as you can afford to keep you and your crew going, look for opportunities to recruit crew, temporary or permanently, to help you on your contract. Consider what crew to take carefully. They have different skills and stress resistances, and who you choose can affect the story. Once you're ready, you can select the contract from the map, and then your crew to proceed. 2 fuel to get there. 3 fuel to get here. That's assumedly there and back. If I remember correctly, I don't have to worry about getting back there. So, we used up all that. So, to do that mission, we're going to need to buy 2 more things of fuel. And we'd love to have as much supplies as possible. So maybe we can get as much stuff done and such. So, hopefully, spending one more day will help us out a little bit. Rig engine over here. We just got to put the feed lines in there. Alright, well, we got no more dice to roll, so let's end the cycle. Skadoosh. Not too shabby. On the run again. Oh my god, what a fucking play. Well, let's just go chat with the crews real quick. We'll use our worst dice possible. Well, big play with this one. And we got all of the Hexport connections done, though. Meaning, a little cutscene. As you're gliding across the docking concourse, you hear a scuffle. Noise of raised voices cuts through the conversation drifting out of the dockside shops. Glancing down an alley, you see a huddle of figures shouting back and forth. You spot one man in the middle of the group surrounded, pushing the others back as they grab at the bag slung over his shoulder. You don't like the way this looks, but then again, Seraphine told you to keep your head down. Bro, we rush in, that's what we do, baby! Positive outcome, less stress. Booyah. Without thinking, you kick off and glide down the alley, nudging the parabola of your drift so you slam directly in the back of the most aggressive assailant. The impact sends them into the steel wall, and as if on cue, the figure under attack lashes out at the nearest body. He swings his bags in a crunching arc that sends his target tumbling head over heels back down the alley. The next moments are a blur of impacts as you grapple in the alley. Kicking off from pipes and panels. A few seconds later, a call signals the assailants retreat, and they flee, shouting curses at you and the figure. You steady yourself, and a heavy hand falls on your shoulder. Am I supposed to be impressed? The man gives you a skeptical look. You look to throw yourself into fights you have no stake in. Mel's gonna eat you up. I was helping. Well, thanks, I guess. He kicks off and drifts past you. You watch the man go, and then, after a moment, he stops and turns back. He rubs his forehead, looking down as he does. What is your deal anyway? Maybe you're new here, but Hexport is no place for do-gooders. I know what it's like. To get beat up, Hexport's got real rough. Look, let's not hang around, alright? Man pats his chest. I'm Femi. He shoulders one of his bags and pushes it towards you. Make yourself useful. Let's head. You get the strap of the bag over your shoulder and follow him through the docks, gliding past the concourse towards the connecting bridges. He cuts down a side passage, looking back to check you're following. Then he stops at a docking bridge connecting to a dull green ship with yellow markings. You look out the viewing window at its odd catamaran-like shape, seemingly built from two separate holes welded together. Symbol Crash, he says. You assume that's the ship's name. Femi, bringing in strays. The young woman, brightly dressed and stretching as she glides, drifts into the passage. She glances at you. No offense. Nia, this one helped me fend off some Hexport scum while you were busy sunning yourself. Nia raises her eyebrow. I'm sure you could handle them, big brother. Her glib response hides a flash of concern that passes across her face. You can't tell if Femi noticed. Nia turns to you. Thanks. And I'm sorry for my brother. Just in general. Nia, enough now. Reaches over and takes the bag you were carrying. Nia rolls her eyes at you, but stays silent. Factory Row wouldn't take these. Let me hefts the bags. I'm gonna load them back up, and we'll find a use for them later. Turns back to you. Thanks for the assist, sleeper. Not what I expected. He slaps a button for the bridge door and kicks off along the docking bridge on his way to the symbol Crash. Nia looks at you with raised eyebrows. I hope my brother was joking. Or did you really help him? I tried. Thank you. He looks back at the ship. My brother needs help more than he admits. What do you mean? He tenses. I don't know if... I shouldn't have said that. I want to ask you something. Takes a deep breath and gives you a direct look. What is she building up to? Are you looking for crew? She looks away. Sorry to be direct, but you seem like, well, if you're on Hexport, maybe you were with a crew. I mean, maybe your crew needs crew. Maybe you're looking? Why do you ask? He looks back at the ship, then at you. Look, I'll be honest. Being on a crew with my brother is nice, but he is suffocating me. He frowns at her own bluntness. I'm not a kid anymore, you know, but he still sees me like one. I'm gonna show him I can handle myself. I need experience. I need to run some contracts. She gives you a determined look. What do you say? I can't remember what I even chose last time. No, I like her anyway, so I'll think about it. I'm a good salvager, alright? You can use me. I can spot things, find gaps, ways in. She folds her arms across her chest. I know what I'm doing. Femi taught me well. She glances back at the ship. Just consider it, alright. Let me prove myself. Suddenly, a shout comes across from the ship, echoing down the passage. Femi. It makes both of you nervous. Nia looks in his direction. I should go. He pushes off towards the docking bridge. I'll be waiting. Nia gives you one last glance as she departs, then disappears into the docking bridge, leaving you alone in the passage. New local crew available. Minor drive complete plus 1 upgrade point. Not that we can do much with just 1. We need at least 2 or 4, things like that. So anything else we can complete before we have to take? I think we complete the board contract first and foremost. Get our feet wet, you know? So I think what we need to do right now is we need to build up enough money. right? Nothing else we can really do. Because that's just to eat or to gamble. I'm not good with the gambling. That's just to make some more work and stuff. That's just a trade hall. Nothing crazy there. That's a contract board, which we already took, the only contract they have there. Carson's for that, so this is another way we can make a little bit of money. Data diffusal ship. We can use the NG thing right here. Make some moolah. Is it always gonna be 12? Plus 12 cryo. Yeah, 52. We definitely have enough money now. I think, right? We just buy all the fuel real quick? I don't see why not. Right, the one extra of this. Then we have full fuel, full supplies. Swift scrap soul. Use this one right here. Kind of curious on how much I'd make from doing the warehouse one right here. Made 12 cry from that one. 11. Wow. Cheapos. Well, that's not too shabby. I wonder if we can go right now then. Because, I mean, no reason to even, like, go to sleep, right? We just make our way to the Conway signal and let's just do this right here. We got all the supplies we need. Buy fuel. Last time I did this, I didn't get all the supplies because I didn't know what they were for. I will show you guys right now what they're for. Remember, we gotta take that. You're not available for it, but we can go ahead and take Nia with us. And now we have these two available for this contract. Alright, let's get to the travel then. Whew. A little bit nervous, but I think we're good. Right. You two are here with me. Let's go. It's a drone. Safin spots the signal source first, the light barely shimmering off its dark hole plating, a design trait that betrays its covert use. A flash catches your attention. You see a rent in the hole, through which red lights pulse. Wounded. Safin shakes his head. Wish they'd finished the job. You've seen one before? Safin looks back over his shoulder towards you. We've seen one before. Don't you? Sorry. I know it's not your fault. It looks at the drone. Lane had us work on one of these in the Dockside Bay. It was barely a shell, disarmed and deactivated. He had us search through its guts for salvage. Even that one gave me the creeps. It had its core ripped out. He pushed the ship closer. This one is still alive. Conway. Corporate scum. You glance over at her and see the fire in her bright eyes. They don't even dare to come here and force us out themselves. It's all proxies and drones. Typical cornbread cowards. Run into them before? She glances at you. You might say that. She looks at the drone. You won't see me take my eyes off that thing for a second. Safin carefully guides his ship closer. You watch the drone. System is full of these things now. Running missions for the operators. Rare to see one out in the belt, though. Maybe got hit during a run-in with Senate Stats Mercs. Looks like it's drifting. Most of the system's blown out, but look there. He jabs a finger towards a red line on the far side of the drone. Still broadcasting. Maybe even receiving. How do we shut it off? Safin brings you ever closer. What I remember from the Darkside job is that the central core and the broadcast array need to be shut off to kill these things. Core will turn off the local systems, and the broadcast array will sever the link with the Conway operators. But you can bet those systems are protected. Your attention is suddenly drawn by a shudder from the drone, like a tremor running along its length. This thing is rigged to blow, Sleeper. He frowns. We go slow and careful, and we don't touch anything we don't know about. He turns back to Nia. You hear that? I got you. She looks sincere. Saffron brings a rig to a stop, close enough for you to cross through open space to reach the drone's hull. Let's suit up. You head down to the airlock to prepare. As you get suited up, you think of the corporate war taking place in the inner system. The war that this drone was driven from. Out here, on the shore of the conflict, the biggest danger is that this flotsam and jetsam drifting in with the tides and orbits of the system might, one cycle, bring the war with it. For now, the belt is outside of its reach. Looking out at that red pulsing drone, that doesn't give you much comfort. Welcome to your first contract. While contract, your energy bar will automatically be supplied for each cycle that you have available supplies. When your supply is depleted, both you and your crew will take 1 stress per cycle. Contracts also have their own contract stress. When this bar is filled, the contract will fail. Good luck. Have fun. Here's the rig. So we need to do 2 different things right now. We need to get into the access hatch, release that bad boy, and we have you, who is really good with intuiting stuff. And we have Seraphim, who rolled 2 fucking 1s. God damn. I didn't do much better, I'll be honest, from the looks of it. +1 stress, +2 to lowest crew dice. Sadly, that doesn't help me much in this situation, I'd say. Identifying the route? Okay, well this is what you're good at, and this is the only thing that we have available to us, right? Engineering and interfacing. You're probably alright at interfacing. But yeah. Release the hatch. +3 to that. You're not getting pluses at this. You're just good at endure and initiating, I think is what that is. That's intuit. You get a bonus to this. So let's try to do as much of the dangerous work as possible. Broadcast +2. The action. I'd be careful giving myself any sort of stress. We just Gamba again? We just don't use Seraphines at all. Or Seraphines. Getting the positive will probably just give us 2 anyways. Let's just see. Is it always good to do the dangerous one, or is the risky one still fine? Still gives us +2, which is fine. Probably is less dangerous to do. I'll risk this one. Neutral, okay. 50% neutral, 50% negative. I don't think we try to do these ones. These are just too dangerous. We just had to sleep, right? Can't really do any sleeping and recovering. What do we do here? We just rest? Not using the dice kind of sucks, but I mean, they're really they're just bad dice. They are bad dice in the cycle. Oh my god, Nia, you are coming in clutch, girl. Okay, 1 second, pause. You're doing the interfacing. Okay, yeah. It literally it shows everything that you're good at, or at least neutral with. You're not good at all with anything outside of intuition. Alright, well, coming in clutch here. Thank you very much. Do I risk this? I think I do. Okay, it's risky, but I'd rather start it up. Nice! Good job. Here we go. You hear the beep bleeping immediately. Among the chambers and cabling of the drone's interior, something started counting down. Guys? Nia's voice comes hissing through the suit's comm channel. Does anyone else hear that? Because I'm getting nervous. Shit. Seraphine's voice joins her. This is what I was worried about. Are we screwed? I can't be sure. Seraphine has dropped his voice to whisper, as if that might make a difference. Either this thing is about to send out a distress call, or it's about to blow. We've got to shut this system down. Fast! He pauses. Then we move on to the other side, because I bet you there's a surprise waiting for us there, too. We good? Am I heading back to the ship, or what? Seraphine cuts in. We're good. We keep going. He shuts off the channel. You take a moment in the silence. Alright. Time to deal with this fast, and get over to the other side before something happens. Gotta do this fucking fast. Drone death. Disable the core, shut down the broadcast ray. Once both are done, this Conway drone won't bother you anymore. Okay, drone countermeasure. Disabling the array interface. Oh, the thing I'm not fucking good at? Fuck. Great. Well, shit. Balls. Great. Well, the best I can do is start on this. Is it only interface that I can do? Well, thank God I brought the Miss Hacker, Nia, man, over here. Dang. Dang. Wait, let's see what happens if I hit neutral on this. Probably not anything good. Yep. That's what I gotta worry about. During a contract, you can use your push ability once per cycle to give you an edge at a tricky situation. Pushing a cruiser when stressed will give you a key advantage based on your chosen class. You can see your current push configuration if you hold your mouse button over the button and on the character screen. Your push cannot be used at a hub, but when at a hub, it can be upgraded and configured in the character screen. Yep, I gotcha. I will not be doing that as much anymore. We will be using this to go ahead and get as much done as possible here. Did we risk it? I don't know if we want to risk it. We already get to, like, where if you roll 1, it'll hurt us. That's kind of dangerous. But it might be necessary. I think it is. We don't want to waste this 5. Fuck it. Damn it! Oh, that's bad. That's bad. New location discovered? Don't tell me that both are gonna blow up. They're both intuition? Wait, I'm so fucked. I'm actually fucked. Why is no one good with intuition except for fucking Nia? I'm literally just relying on her. Or my 6s and his 6s. Well, there's some 6s. Fuck it. Positive. Nice. Use mine now. Nice. Good. A little bit of stress off of that one. Oh, you hit a -1. Fuck. I see. Well, it's not gonna blow up the fucking ship, though. I hate this shit. I hate this shit. I do too, dude. Fucking liar. Well, I'm gonna take some stress for this, possibly. Shit, dog. Can I fucking... Damn. I'm lowballing this so hard. Thank God. Okay. Holy crap. The thrumming, pulsing interior of the drone goes still for the first time since you boarded it. Look across at Seraphine and Nia and share a smile. You all exhale so loudly it can be heard over the suit's shared comm channel. The drone is dead. One less piece of Conway shit to worry about. We killed it. Don't get too excited. It was looking pretty rough when we got there. You make your way back out of the hole, the drone now faintly rolling in one direction, stabilizers offline. Nia catches up with you as you glide towards the rig. You make a pretty good crew, Sleeper. We do. Nia grins widely. He punches you on the arm playfully. Reach the rig's airlock and take one last look at the drone's dark hole. He catches a light as it rolls in the vacuum. At some point in the near future, this drone will likely be smashed to pieces by one of the many asteroids of the belt. Spread across this place is twinkling dust. The thought pleases you, as does the thought of all that cryo Hexport now owes you. Time to go collect. Contract is concluded. You can now leave via the map. Nothing else we can do here? Ripperones, dude. I was hoping for some fucking money. But I mean, I can leave without getting too much stress on my ass, and I'll definitely fucking take it. Also, we only wasted 2 days here, which is pretty freaking good. Took a little bit of stress off it, but I mean, hey. No reason to end the cycle here. Freaking get the map. Now travel back. You will not be able to return. Leave. Nice 5 stress during travel. 1 second. Back. I double check. Oh, if you right click, you always go back to the ship. Oh. Did not know that. Well, nothing else to do here, so yeah, let's just leave. Leave. Give me back my stress, bro. I don't need that anymore. Alright, get rid of my stress. Either way, I don't want it. After docking into Hexport, Seraphine lets go of the controls and leans back in his chair. He leans over to you. Thank you, Sleeper. She stretches. I know he took a chance on me. Glad to have you. He smiles an infectious smile. Feels good to make a contract work. Seraphine smiles. No matter how we pull it off. It's hard not to agree, and it feels better when the Hexport courier comes with a lockbox full of chits. Lane may still be hunting you, but this should help the effort to slip his net. Suddenly you hear a familiar voice. Nia! Femi glides into view, approaching from the docks. He fixes you with a stare. What are you playing at, Sleeper? Nia wanted to come. You go to speak, but Nia drifts forward, cutting you off. Don't come throwing your weight around, Femi. I can make my own decisions. He glances back at you. Sleeper took me at my word, and I'm grateful. Femi is fuming. Did they know? He turns to you. Well, if you're working for Sleeper, hope they paid you well. Nia looks away. Well, I asked, so... Femi smiles. Oh, so they aren't paying you. Seraphine crosses his arms. Let's keep this civil. Realize this is the first time he's meeting Femi. For being civil, seems like Nia's owed her share. Femi fixes you with a severe look. Pay Nia share. Grab around a quarter of the chits from the lockbox and hold them out to Nia. She takes them sheepishly. Honestly, she clutched that for us. She deserves that. Alright then. We're good here. He turns to leave. Nia mouses sorry and follows Femi across the docks. Seraphine watches them go. You sure know how to pick 'em, Sleeper. He shakes his head. He turns away and heads back along the docking bridge. I just hope we aren't going to end up a stack of cryos short when we need to get out of here. Hey, I'm just glad we just made a buku of money, buddy. You just completed a drive and earned an upgrade point. You have push upgrades available. Go to the character screen to the right of the UI to see them, which actually are pretty dang useful. I really like this one. -1 crew stress unless full, +1 to the affected crew dice, which is great. The thing I really need to gun for is push affects both crew dice. It's extremely useful. So you kind of go for this one, then you go for this one, and then you go for that one. And dang. Having it affect 2 crew dice, and it makes the worst one better. So it affects 2 dice, gives them +2, also reduces the crew stress, so you can use them more risky, like, if you can. It becomes much, much better. Thing is that you have to figure out which ones you kind of want to go for. It's a little bit weird, but I think honestly, normally it's this one, this, and this. These 3 are really great. I think I should choose one because the arrows can signify that. Whether we want to do this now or upgrade our own skills, it's a little bit tough. Honestly, a lot of the money, a lot of the stuff comes from being able to handle your crew well and making sure that their dice are just great or making them more useful. It's very good. The cost of stress, pretty decent, I'd say. Alrighty, well, since we're making such a good time, we're already full on supplies and whatnot. Let's go ahead and go back to the map. Go ahead and do this one. There's not much else we can do to upgrade our guy, right? We used the points to get the dice up, so there's nothing else we can do. This is it. Final countdown. Going to Solheim right now. Let's confirm. That's locked, and we'll bring in Junie. Travel to the contract. Confirm. The Solheim derelict fills the cockpit windows, all twisted plates and skeletal strutwork. You watched it in horror and fascination as Seraphine completed the approach, both of you silent in the presence of this decaying beast. Now, as you settle beside it, Seraphine is the first to break the silence. This thing is already dead. She shakes his head. He shakes his head. It's a corpse, Sleeper. He nudges the ship closer, looking for a place to dock. I touched this thing too hard. It'll crumble to dust. Let's not do that. Seraphine does a little mock salute. Aye. He rolls his eyes. Any other tips? Take us up there. That's the bridge. Junie points towards one end of the ship. Both you and Seraphine turn around, having forgotten she was even in the cockpit. She hasn't said a word since you departed. She glances at both of your bemused faces. What? Sorry, that's where we need to go. He stops pointing. Seraphine nods towards Junie. He's not wrong, Sleeper. This bridge would be a good start. Let's assess the wreck first. Junie settles silently back into her seat. She looks away, out of the cockpit, and you're unsure if she is upset or just embarrassed. Carefully, Seraphine brings the ship closer to the derelict and guides it along the hull. The rig's lights ripple over the broken surface, finding gaps and cracks everywhere. It seems remarkable that the derelict is still held together. Shit! Seraphine hisses as a huge spinning piece of debris drifts in front of the cockpit, pushes the rig down beneath it, squeezing between the debris and the hull, as he does so, an ear-splitting screech signals the rig scraping across the derelict's skin. You freeze for a moment, waiting for the breach sirens to sound. The moment passes, and you relax. You glance at Seraphine. His face betrays no emotion. This isn't safe. Seraphine shakes his head. I'm gonna find somewhere better to settle the ship. Then we need to suit up and work our way along the hull on foot. You look back at Junie and see her still in her seat, eyes wide. You okay? Junie looks at you. There's a sudden unfamiliar hardness in her eyes that surprises you. Then a moment later, it's gone. Her gaze softens. I'm okay. She smiles, a flat smile. Don't worry. Seraphine brings the ship away from the derelict's hull, an inch at a time, then slowly brings it around to settle close to a mostly intact hull plate. This section is fairly free of debris. We should be good to hold here. Seraphine unclips from his seat, and you and Junie follow suit. As you all glide down towards the airlock, Junie silently follows. You can't help but feel judged. As you reach the airlock, Seraphine begins suiting up. If we are lucky, that little collision hasn't started a cascade that'll end with this place coming apart under our feet. Seraphin violently kicks his legs into a set of EVA trousers, clearly irritated by his own carelessness. It wasn't your fault. Seraphin shoots you a look. Fault isn't going to matter when we're floating off into the black. This is a delicate job, he says quietly, almost to herself. The data core will be fragile. He cast a furtive glance in the direction of you and Seraphine. Very fragile. Understood. Judy nods appreciatively. The rest of the preparation process takes place in tense silence, each of you considering the delicate job ahead. You suit up too. You don't need a helmet to breathe. You slide one on and lock the seals for protection. This wreck isn't going to give up its salvage easily. The core should be near the bridge, maybe even inside it. There's a lot of wreck here. There might be a good salvage tucked away in the cargo hold. Once the suits are on and the seals are checked, you cycle the lock and stare out at the vast expanse of the twisted hulk before you. Time to go to work. Alright, so we need to get into the bridge lock. This is the cargo entry. Junie, with some great rolls on her interface. Not much of a thing that we can do with you there. What about over here, though? Intuit enduring. Ooh. Derelict stress is already building up. Yep. Okay, well. Good for engage. Anything that starts up the stress is gonna be bad. Wait, am I bad with engage? Oh, I'm not bad with engage. Okay, let's just do that then. Force the lock open. It's dangerous. With 100% positivity, is it gonna be fine? Gives me 2. Will this also give me 2? Probably. Yep. Normally, risk is all just about the negative outcomes being worse. Down to risk the neutral outcome. Yep, okay. Risky doesn't mean it'll go bad. Pressure is big. Dang girl, I thought you'd be better with at least something that I could use here. Do we risk it to try and get some more shit done? Yeah. If I mess this up, we could have a cascading bullshit effect that will really start to mess with us. I'll fucking try it. Woo! Okay. Not too shabby. Thing else is kind of shabby, though. Best not to fuck with it. God, you had such good rolls, but we have no interface things for you to work with. And I do not want to have to push and use stress right yet. Let's just... Damn, getting rid of 5 rolls. 2 of them being really good. It's kind of fucking sad. Risk is there. I don't want to risk the cargo entry just yet. We can worry about cargo, getting the cargo later. Let's just worry about getting in first, and then we can worry about everything else after the fact. Oh, big rolls. Big rolls. For some of us, not for others. The neutral is normally not good. Neutral is normally not good. Enough of that. I waste one of my alright rolls? My good rolls here? I'll waste my good roll right here. Yeah, let's start. Let's get the lock undone. Boom, we're in. The bridge of the derrick lies silent. The pale beams of your suit lamps catch rows of terminals and clouds of glittering dust. Wires wave like seaweed. The whole scene appears as if underwater. Chaotic, but still. Junie glides past you, disturbing the dust and taking you by surprise as she does. She's been a stoic presence so far, but in this moment, she seems drawn forward by some force of curiosity. You watch as she bats away debris and begins checking terminals. Let her work real quick. She's already prying an access panel off of one of the more intact looking terminals. As she does, puffs of rust color the vacuum around her. Let's see what she's up to. She turns back to the terminal and finishes prying off the plate. Then quickly, she reaches inside, fishing around for something. Her hand comes back out with a waving cable topped with a thick connector. As soon as she sees it, she slips a keyboard-sized deck out from somewhere in her person. She runs her hand across the back until she finds the right port and slots in the connector. All this happens in a few seconds, routine practiced and precise. It's hard not to be impressed. Not your first Solheim ship? She glances at you, a nervous look on her face. Does she think you're accusing her of something? She shakes her head and goes back to her work. Junie's fingers dance across the deck's keyboard, and a burst of static lights up the Solheim terminal screen. The sudden burst of light and the color takes you by surprise. Junie's fingers tap away, the terminal screen flashing with blocks of color and lines of code. It buzzes and vibrates, its long-dead systems force back into chaotic life. Then, all at once, it goes dark. The terminal's dead. Shit. Junie hisses beneath her breath. Useless. Can't tell if the insult is directed at the terminal or herself. Find anything then? She looks up at you, as if she was just waking from a dream. No. Nothing useful. She protectively slides her deck away. The cradle with the data core can't be far. She pushes off from the terminal, gliding away from you. I'll start looking, she calls back, heads to the other side of the bridge. Zephyr lines up to you. Everything all right? Yeah, what do you think of Junie? The kid? You know better than me. Keeps to herself. He squints at her, retreating form. Zephyr stretches in his suit. I have to admit, though, it's nice to be back working, especially now that we are the ones who reap the benefits. He claps you on the shoulder. Feels good to be taking our fate into our own hands. I know it's pretty rough there, back on Hexport, and out here we're just as likely to get shredded by debris as find the damn data core. Aren't you glad we made a break for it? He pauses and looks down, having asked the question almost by accident. I mean, I am. I just don't want to speak for you. We'll see. That's true. This thing is gonna catch up with us one day. Ugh. Look, Zevrin checks his suit's wrist seals. Once we've got a bit of space behind us, once we've gone the distance, if we even manage to get that far, don't feel you owe me. I'm no charity case. You want us to go our separate ways? Fine by me. Just do me a favor of telling me to my face. That won't happen. Zephyr nods, but doesn't respond. After a moment, he shines his torch into the dark, checking the rows of terminals all across the bridge. He watches the glittering dust as it eddies in the beam. Let's get to it. You watch as he crosses the bridge, his torch probing the dark corners. You feel a chill run through your body as you imagine the people that once ran the ship, the Solheim crew, really long dead. What was it like here, before the collapse, when the system was the jewel in Solheim's crown? It's impossible to know. That history is lost to you now. All you can do is pick up what you can from the ruins. Your location, the derelict bridge. You can track the pathway here. We can also interface through it. Sadly, our interface is shitty. But we can definitely use our nice doers to kind of start it up right now. Let's track the pathway to the core. I think I'm down to risk it for the biscuit now. We got to try to. We have 4 supplies. We got 4 days. Fuck it, we ball. I just feel like, yeah, if it hits neutral, it might be bad. Okay. Didn't hit the neutral. Oh, God. We are so screwed. I could take 1 stress right now. Oh, +3 to the lowest dice. It makes it risky, not so risky anymore. Didn't know it was that much. Okay. I said let's push it. Oh, it did both of them. Wait, hold up. I thought it only did 1. Hold on. This does change things. What the heck? 50 positive, 50% neutral. Oh, you got the neutral outcome. Well, we'll be able to get it done next round then. This one on the data core, not too bad. So wait, I totally forgot. It actually already affects both of their crew dice. I guess the upgrade that's at the bottom of the tree, it affects all of the dice. So it's 4 dice in total effect. Which is honestly kind of disgusting. That's a fact. If push affects both crew dice. That meant like both crew dice and... Okay, you know what? I'm just dumb. Don't worry about it. This thing is OP. The rally is really, really strong. Although, building up stress, not good for yourself. But, that'll be pretty decent. Whew. Okay. What do we do in this situation here? I don't want to risk these knives, so we're just going to go ahead and get ourselves an end cycle going. Oop. What do we get? Decent. I think we do push ourselves here. Because that's gets a 6 and a 6 for Seraphine as well. We can use Seraphine's really nicely in this situation here. And we save the interface for later, because I also have myself who's good with newer stuff, so I think I do risk it here. So we're not going to stay here long enough to actually get a lot of damage from stress, I think. Go ahead and use Seraphine's right here. Wait. Pause. Do we risk the shit roll in this situation? It could start some shit, but we're getting close to the end, I think. We get in here, we get to the data core, we locate the data core, then we probably need to get the data core out. Can't remember if there was anything else after that. I don't think there was. We gotta take some risks. Gamba. Fuck. Contract stress has triggered a crisis. Crisis will add 1 contract stress per cycle unless resolved at the crisis location. Great. So much fun. This is what I get for gambling. You also get stressed if you fail this too. Shit. Pause. What do we need to do here? What is it we have to get done? Reaching the seal? It's risky, but it's not bad. It gives a +1, so it goes up 1 more per cycle. Seraphine, just get this done here. I should have risked it. That was dumb of me. We found the data core. Please tell me we can use the interface. Yes, we can interface this. Nice. Oh, missing these isn't bad, actually. Didn't think about it. Well, it's bad, but it's not like, oh, everything will be lost if we damage it. Let's try once, see what happens. Neutral outcome does hurt it a little bit. We'll risk it again. Nice, nice. And then we go ahead and just do this one. Finish it off. Yeah, I think we do. Boom. It's done. You watch nervously as Junie guides the core out of the cradle. A large ball, almost half your height in diameter. It glides up out of the framework that held it, connections waving loose and cut. Your breathing comes through the suit's comms, loud enough to be picked up, and it fills you with tense energy as you watch. Over the course of this job, you've seen Junie both focused and distracted, nervous and precise, but you have not seen her any more confident than in this moment right now. She floats beside the data core, handling it with care and skill, as if it was the vast egg of some endangered bird. She glances up and sees you watching her. You know something unfamiliar in her eyes, something that you have perhaps seen in a passing moment before, only now it is no momentary lapse or change. It is set in place. You see determination. She guides the core a little away from you with one hand, and at the same time comes forward, almost placing herself between you and her prize. And it does seem to be hers, and the way she handles it, besides the way she screens it with her body. We need to talk. The statement comes flat and deadpan, any nervous tremble gone. Right now. Okay. Sleeper. I want to be honest with you. I need to know you won't take this from me. Junie glances around the cradle defensively, but Seraphine is already heading back to the ship to prepare the cargo bay for the core storage. You two are alone. Tell me, and we'll see. Fine. You fold her arms, but it's staying with me. Carson doesn't deserve this treasure, Sleeper. She glances over her shoulder at the core. Do you know how many of these are left intact? And all he wants to do is wipe it clean so he can use it to interface with Hexport. All that data gone. The contract is the contract. Really? That's the best you can offer. I want to extract the data, to make use of it. You see some genuine emotion flicker in her eyes. I could have taken the data already, Sleeper, stripped it out and told you I was running diagnostics. Why didn't you? She pauses, clearly unsure. After extracting the data, the core will be unusable. There's a security system that will fry it if data duplication is attempted. I can delay the security response long enough to copy the data, but after that... You've done this before, then? Yes. This is why I came. Look at this place, Sleeper. She gestures to the cradle room, a dark and twisted cavern of long-dead tech. How many of these places are left? How many chances do we have to recover anything this old, this fragile? Like it or not, we live in Solheim Shadow, in their ruins, and yet we know almost nothing. What chance do we have of understanding how we got here when others like them, like Senatstad and Conway, are descending on this system? Like it or not, we live in Solheim Shadow, in their ruins, and yet we know almost nothing. What chance do we have of understanding how we got here when others like them, like Senatstad and Conway, are descending on this system? What can we learn from the core, then? I don't know, Sleeper. That is the point. She gestures around herself. We could learn our history and how the system was settled. We could better learn the technology we built our lives on. We could uncover Solheim's crimes and seek to make amends. We could see beyond survival towards something else. You've never heard Junie speak like this before, and you realize what you've taken for nervousness was actually control. This is the person in front of you, defending a decaying data core with their life, is the real Junie. Then you think of Lane. The price you likely put on your heads and Seraphine's head, and with the field lines, without which leaving Hexport would be almost impossible. Is this even a choice? Explain about the feed lines. Junie listens carefully as you tell her about the deal with Karstein, the feed lines he offered you, and that both you and Seraphine are on the run. Then I'll help you. We find another way to get those feed lines. Karstein is an idiot. I can hack a system, and you can pull them out of there. Or Seraphine looks tough. Maybe you can grab them. We can do it. We can do something. Don't you work for him? Look, I knew you wouldn't take me. I might have misled you there. I knew he knew where the derelict was, and I heard your conversation. I've been keeping an eye on him. I know I lied, but I can help you. Let me strip the data from the core, and I promise to help you get the feed lines. It's a lot of information you take in at once. You need a second to think. Let's do it. Thank you. It's a gift to all of us, Sleeper. And I hope you will see it like that. Junie turns to the data core, quickly gathering one of its loose connections. She takes out her deck and plugs it in, then crosses her legs and places it across them, floating tethered beside the core. Her fingers begin tapping at the keyboard, teasing out the core's data, whatever Solheim's secrets it might contain. As she does, Seraphine enters. He braces himself in the entryway. What is she doing? Junie doesn't seem to notice. Emptying the data. She's doing what? Seraphine jumps to attention, but you put a hand on his shoulder. He eyes you suspiciously. I hope you know what you're doing, Sleeper. He nods towards the core. That's our ticket out of Hexport. Junie will help us. If you say so. You both turn to watch Junie stripping the core of its secrets. A little while later, once the core has been emptied out and its defense mechanism has scorched its seams black, you watch the metallic sphere spinning gently in the room. One of you have just made a terrible, terrible mistake. Contract failed. But we can possibly still make some money off of this bad boy. How risky is this? It's dangerous. I think we don't use it right here. What is it also this here? Yes, the Intuit, which we have not good versions of. So let's go ahead and end the cycle. It's going to start ticking up the stress, but if we brute force fast enough, that's not going to fucking matter. Use my 5. Got the action. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Sweet heavens. Let's go. Alright. Cargo door is open. We got storage over here. Map the bays. Interfacing. Well, that's what you're good at. Only one that is good at it, actually. Boosh. I think we push ourselves again. Our stress is already high. It's going to increase your interface so I can do this again. We can scrap survey. And we're done. Now we can find where all the scrap is. All the way over here, the deep bays. And luckily, this is what we have Endure for. Got the action. Some raw scrap off of this. It's going up 2 per cycle. Positive outcome. Okay. Assumedly, doing one more end cycle will be fine. We waste $15 to hopefully get a good bit of Endure stuff. Yeah, crisis locations, it's fine. We're getting as much as we can from this ship before we have to, like, get GTFO. So probably just this. Those of the stress. Then we do one more. And then we're gonna get the heck out of here. No reason to stay here any longer. Everything else is just these stress points, which we do not need to worry about. We're just gonna leave now. Let's go. That was a great run. Good job, everybody. Somehow I've been high rolling this. So for those that haven't been paying attention at all, if I was to roll a 1 on these dice, it would take stress, which would then knock these dice out of commission or make them weird. I can't remember what it does again, per se. But yeah, it would hurt us a bit. But we've been high rolling the fuck out of this. Quite well, I gotta say. Good job, me. Alright, let's leave the contract then. No reason to stay. As you arrive at Hexport, Junie speaks up from the back of the cockpit. We're going to have to act fast if you want to take those feed lines. You and Seraphine exchange glances. You're both still getting used to this new Junie. We? Only one of us fried the core and stole all of its data. He shoots a look at you. And for some reason, we let you. It was the right call. Was it? Well, I'm reassured. I don't think Karstein is going to take kindly to the idea that we brought someone pretending to work for him on a job and let her have his prize. He shoots Junie a look. Do you even know what she's up to? Junie looks between the two of you. Hexport hasn't exactly been kind to me. You two trusted me, even though I didn't deserve it. I'm not used to that. I want to repay it. Not to mention that Karstein is probably ripping you off. If you got enough cryo, what's to say he won't raise the price? Trust me, he's no good. I was trying to deal with Karstein to get those derelict coordinates from the moment I arrived here, and he ran me in circles. She shakes her head. Seraphine is watching her closely. Even if I do take you at your word, which, given everything, seems a little tough, how do we even do this? You're telling me we just drift in there and take the feed lines? Look, I get it. You don't trust me. What if I had a vested interest in this working out? There's nothing left for me here, and I don't feel like hanging around waiting for Karstein to figure out my involvement in all this. I need safe passage. You need the feed lines, so granted. See where I'm going with this? I don't like it. He pauses, but it makes sense. What do you think, Sleeper? I like it. Alright then, let me prepare. I'll head to Factory Row, scope the place out. Meet me there and we can work out a plan. Trust me, we can find a way. We'll keep it simple, clean. Let's get to it. Okay then, trust me, this is going to work out. I'll go scope out the bay we need in Factory Row. We should split up. Less likely for Karstein to suspect us. Meet me there in a few and we can finish setting up. Junie unclips her seat, floating. I want to show you I can be trusted. That we can do this. Believe that, please. And with that, she slips away down the passage towards the airlock and Hexport beyond. You look at Seraphine. I'm saying nothing, Sleeper. He unclips from his seat. Either this is the kind of mess you have to go through to get out the other side, or it's the kind that you never escape. Either way, we are in it now. He leaves the cockpit. You stare at the chaotic lights of Hexport and wonder if anything in the Starward belt ever runs smoothly. The answer is heck no. So, Junie's unit is over here. Ah, we gotta do all this. I see. Well. Dog it. Why do we need further stuff? Was it Swift Scrap Soul? What should I make out of this right here? 16. Hey, let's go. So I made roughly 17 cryo from staying one more day, which honestly, worth it, you know? We take those. Let's do that real quick. Nice. I don't know if maybe I should have kept some raw scrap. I forget if that's actually useful or not. Me forgot. Oh, I'm not good at in-face at all. Jesus. Gotta take the dangerous route. Which, honestly, it just takes energy, I think, if you fail it. Nice. Not too bad. The sound of fist on keyboard wakes you from the scrolling code on the terminal screen. You turn to see Junie, a rare half-smile on her face, as she floats cross-legged with her neck in her lap, the blue light on the snap-on screen making her eyes glint with a glittering excitement. Got him. Karstein's whole system is mine. You push away from your terminal to glide over to her screen. Running the mapping protocol now. I want to know about every little dusty corner of his network. Is there really that much to map? Weirdly, there is. It's coming up now. Seems Karstein's pretty paranoid. The whole system is iced over some serious security. What are all these layers of? A red pulse flashes across her face, changing her features as it does. Shit. Her fingers dance across the keyboard. Something is closing the port. We need... Another red flash and her screen goes blank. Junie's fist hits the keyboard again, harder. Been kicked out. She's rapidly shaking her head. There's no way a salvager shop should have that kind of countermeasure. She looks troubled. Maybe you peeked in the wrong corner? She looks over at you. It seems so. I think our friend Karstein is involved in some nasty stuff. She rubs her forehead in thought. Wait. Her fingers fly across the keyboard, her screen flickering with commands. A complex node graph assembles on the screen, a mess of interlocking connections. Mapping protocol did enough. She points at the screen. All the security systems are there. She indicates a dark section of broken connections. We didn't get what's here, but it seems like we found some kind of archive. Nothing we want. I wonder what's there, though. Junie shrugs. Some big data trolls. It looks like copies of old drives he found? Could just be a load of data left over from salvage jobs he thinks is worth something. He's a meathead with no eye for data. It's probably a load of debug logs he thinks are Solheim secrets. Junie pulls a thumbnail drive out of one of her many pockets and slots it into her deck. Time to train my cat. Your cat? The Katsun Jammer. A cat for short. Basically, it's like it takes a network map, finds a weakness, and when you hook it up, blasts net with so much network noise and raw data that it becomes unusable. She smiles to herself. Any tech connected gets a killer headache. I built it to take the remnants of Solheim security systems out of commission on old derelicts. I had one too many close calls. What will it do to Karstein's shop then? Pretty much fry anything on our map. Cameras, shutter controls, alarms. It will be pure chaos. She plucks the thumbnail's drive out of her deck and hands it over, the cat head sticker on it catching the light as you turn it in your fingers. We've still lost access, of course. Junie turns back to her screen, bringing up another node map, but there's still an old Solheim port from the original facility just outside Karstein's. Slot the cat in there, and it should be able to find the back door. What are we waiting for? Nothing, but... This isn't going to be quiet. His whole system is going to be... He's going to get data blasted. It's not a subtle hack. When you slot the cat in, you get in, grab the feed lines, and run. Sounds like one hell of a risk. Seraphim's voice catches you both by surprise as he slips into the dark and empty unit. Well, it's our best option. Seraphim narrows his eyes. And where will you be while we run the gauntlet of scrambled security and make the grab? Jenny looks away. I can monitor how it goes down remotely, from here or the ship. Seraphim gives you a look. You can tell he's finding it hard to trust Junie after everything. Let's try it. I don't think I did in my first run. I trust you, Junie. She smiles a thin smile. Thanks. She starts to pack up her deck. But I'll find somewhere else to work from. Close to the ship, but out of your way. No, this is what I did. Yeah. Junie shoulders her bag and glides to the door. When you're ready, slaunt the cat and go. By the time you're back at the ship, I'll be there. Don't leave without me. She shoots Seraphine another look and then slips out of the unit. Seraphine watches her go, then turns to you. The whole of Hexport is going to hear about this. We better be ready to go the moment you slot that thing in. This is what we have to do. Seems like it. He looks away. I'll be at the ship, preparing the engine. We need to be ready to fit the lines as fast as we possibly can. He meets your eye. Be careful. Don't stop for anyone or anything. He puts a hand on your shoulder. And don't even think about looking back. With that, he slips out of the unit, leaving you alone to consider what comes next. What comes next is, I think I hit the hay for a second. Or did we just go the fuck in? Cats and Jammer? Boots and Cats? Honestly, wrong thing. I fit we ball? Oh. Just lost energy. But we could get a little bit back? Nope, we suck. Nice some fries, sure. Let's stock up on our stuff that we need a little bit. Buy 3 supplies. Buy all the fuel we need. We can try to gamble for some more supplies, I think. That should be fine. Let's go. Let's do it. Garson's place is locked up for the cycle. Shutter down, alarms on. The denizens of Factory Row snaking past with deliveries and work orders. You hold your position opposite the shop and take a deep breath, waiting for a sign that this is going to work. You look at the thumbnail drive with its shimmering cat sticker sticking out of the old Solheim access port. Imagine the flow of the data as the Cats and Jammer seeks for an entry point into Karstein's system. When you think of Junie, tucked away near the ship, watching you through the public networks. Think of Seraphine, deep in the engine room of the rig. Hurry the hell up, you think. Enough waiting. Then you hear it. A pulsating white noise spluttering, and then screaming out of Karstein's shop. The shutter scissors up and down. The lights pulse, the alarm gurgles in confusion. For a moment, you are stunned into silence. People stop in the street and turn to look around, as the shutter's motors burn out in a cascade of sparks and acrid smoke, now or never. Run in, baby. All we can do, and we suck. Without waiting for a moment long, you kick off from the wall and glide towards the entryway, trying to slip between the gathering observers. However, you mistime your glide and crash into the back of a passerby, sending you both spinning through the passageway. Gather yourself and make a break for the entrance. You hear shouts behind you, but you don't turn. It's too late now. There's no going back. The shop is chaotic, and for a moment, you are completely lost among the flickering lights and screaming white noise. The smell of smoke and burnt components hangs heavily in the air, and you spin, trying to spot the feed lines among the mess of components. You hear more shouting from the outside and feel your mind racing. What the hell are you doing? Panic sets in. Then you see them, the feed lines, piled in the window display. You scramble over, grabbing the bundle with both arms. You wave wildly in your grasp. They wave wildly in your grasp as you wrench them away and kick off from the counter, gliding back out of the shop. In the darkness of the passage, you slam into someone, and they pull at the feed lines. Without seeing them, you kick their body and spin away, drifting down the passageway. You don't stop, bouncing from wall to wall on your way to the docks, your senses still dulled from the screams, blinking chaos of Karstein's shop. Your arms ache from clutching the feed lines, but you don't loosen your grip until you see the entrance to the docking bridge. Sleeper! You must ignore the call until you realize you recognize the voice. Junie glides out to meet you, her hands on your shoulder, guiding you towards the bridge. I'm with you now. What a show, haha! You could have warned me. I did! At least, I thought I did. You both glide down the docking bridge, Junie helping you with the trailing feed lines. From what you can tell, news of the chaos in the factory row has not reached the port yet. You feel a flush of excitement as you enter the ship's airlock. This is it. You did it! You try to keep focused, but the elation makes your hands tremble. You take a sharp turn in the central passage of the ship and make your way to the engine room. The feed line's now unwieldy in the cramped space. Seraphine is waiting for you, shaking his head. Looks like we're in business. He lets out a sigh. And on the run from 2 different people now. I'll take it from here. He quickly begins a process of connecting the engine to the subsidiary fuel tank. You watch, catching your breath as he works. How about you make yourself useful rather than just making me nervous? Seraphine says without looking up from his work. Go close the airlock and disconnect the bridge. You and Judy glance at each other. Both of you. Now! Seraphine calls out. The 2 of you turn and make your way up the passage, your nerves settling now. You arrive at the airlock and reach for the control panel. Then, you see him. Karstein. Coming up the docks. Fast. Got to try and close it. Oh, we did it! Your shaking hands input the closure sequence just in time. The door hisses and slams shut in Karstein's face. He glares at you through the airlock's window, and as he does, docking bridge shutters scissor close, blocking him from view. You hear a clunk as the clamps disengage. You're free. Seraphine rushes past you, gliding up the passageway from the engine room. Come on, get yourself strapped in! You and Junie silently follow him, your head spinning, your thoughts racing. You slip into your seat as Seraphine punches in the departure sequence. The ray begins to pull away from Hexport, Seraphine's hands on the controls. You close your eyes and feel the force of the thrusters firing. Let's go, baby. Skadoosh. Oh. What the? Seraphine's quiet question interrupts your thoughts as the rig cuts across the belt. Hexport is now behind you, drifting out of visual range. Its glinting lights now just a part of the background glow of the belt's thousands of reflective bodies. Whatever trouble you start up there has surely been left behind, which is why Seraphine's muttering is worrying you. What's up? Seraphine turns. There's a transmission coming out of Hexport. Some kind of evac order. He turns back to his console. Let me check this. Sleeper. The voice, as assorted as it is, cuts through you. Lane. I know you were there. A hissing pause. Is that coming from Hexport? Seraphine glances at you, confused. Is what coming from Hexport? Give me a second here, Sleeper. I'm getting a wide-channel broadcast. He rubs his shoulder nervously. They're warning people to alter their course away from the station. You're slipping away. A squawk of noise. But we can't have that. I take this personally, Sleeper. A sharp intake of breath. After all of my investment, all my care expended upon you, this is how you repay me. At least we're heading away. Maybe it's just a precaution. I see a little something flitting out there. Could that be you? Sleeper! You hear Seraphine calling, but you don't move. You don't breathe. All you hear is Lane's voice. You unclip from your restraint, drifting forward towards Seraphine. He gives you a wild look. Something isn't right. You don't feel right. A numbness grows in your body, your fingers flexing without your input. You reach out towards Seraphine. No, not you. Something reaches out to Seraphine through you. The tension flickers in his eyes. Fear? A hissing silence, then a rumbling blast. All at once the rig screams, systems seizing electromagnetic paralysis. All at once the rig shifts, carried on some shockwave of light, pain, then darkness. Voices echo warmly through your mind. You can't quite make out what's being said. and any attempt to focus causes a growing flare of pain. So you let them fill the air, unidentifiable and soft. You're floating. You cannot yet feel your body or its weight. The feeling is pleasant, soothing, and yet, the moment you realize this, it begins to fade. Something spasms in your fingers, and you flick it away. A sensation crosses the sole of your foot and you kick your leg. A weight settles itself in your chest. You're awake. You open your eyes to light playing across the surface pattern with stained cushioning. You're alone. Voice is replaced by the hum of air cycling, the distant clank of maintenance systems. You're alone. And this is not your ship. You jerk upwards against the straps that hold you loosely to the berth. Suddenly confronted with the last things you remember, an overwhelming numbness, and below it, an insipid animating force creeping through your mind. You pull the straps and free yourself, floating up into the small habitation room, cushioned and worn. Your mind racing. Where is this? You glance around, taking in the small room with its knickknacks tucked behind webbing, its stained and worn storage units, its faded padding. This is someone's home. Cold light fills the room, and you float over to the dark square of the window. You see stars, the bright pinpricks of drive trails, and skeletal docking bridges. This is a station. A sudden hiss draws your attention to the door, which slides open with a puff of equalizing pressure. The entering figure jumps as they see you're awake. You're up! They hesitate in the doorway. Who are you? They laugh nervously. Right, we didn't meet. They glance back at the doorway, as if looking for help. I'm Bliss. They shrug, not sure what to add. Your crew are out. Sorry, they brought you here. Here? Right. This is my room. They glance around. Not much, I know. We're in my repair bay, on the far spindle, if you know where that is. In the belt? Yeah. They smile sympathetically. In the belt. We look around the room again. Come on. Let's go somewhere a little more comfortable. You hold out their hand. You're safe. Don't worry. You follow them out into the corridor, gliding behind them. They move with the ease of someone who was either born in Zero G or has spent most of their life in it. They guide you to an enclosed balcony where heavily scratched, thick acrylic windows look out onto a chaotic-looking wet dock. At the center of the dock is the rig, scratched and worn, but still your ship. It's a reassuring sight. So, what happened? Your ship? You were lucky I heard your distress signal. You sense they're holding something back. Guess that expensive long-range array I was tricked into buying finally paid off. They laughed to themselves. Well, at least for someone. You were out cold when I got there, and have been for all the cycles since. Your friend wasn't in great shape either, but he bounced back fast. I make a habit of doing that. Seraphim's voice makes you spin around. Good to see you up. You can't suppress a smile. Glad to be back. He nods. Your eyes fall to Seraphim's bandaged abdomen. He notices and pulls his jacket over the wound. Certainly looks better than when you came in. You should have seen. Bliss abruptly stops as Seraphim glances in their direction. Here. Seraphim pulls a few chits out of his pocket. Catch. He slings them over to Bliss. That's all I could get for now. Working? In your condition? Seraphim sighs. Please, I'm fine. Bliss looks at you Bliss looks at you apologetically. I know what it looks like, but I'm sorry, I can't work for free. Getting this place going is bad enough. I get it. Seraphim nods. We're just thankful you towed us in. We aren't freeloaders. Bliss looks between the two of you. I'll let you two catch up, okay? They turn to you. I'm glad you're awake. We were worried. They pat you on the shoulder and glide back down the corridor. With Bliss gone, silence descends on you and Seraphine, both of you unsure what to say. Where's Junie? She's probably on the ship, working on that deck of hers. She's been useful. Not sure we would have got that distress signal out without her. What do you remember? He looks at you with concern. There was a transmission. Seraphine looks out at the rig. He takes a breath, steeling himself for what he has to say. Export is... it's gone. He flinches. What do you mean, gone? It's gone. Gone. Seraphine catches your eye. Dropped off the map. No signal apart from one sent from fleeing ships. I don't know what happened. No one does. Your mind skips, unable to focus on the information you've just been told. Think of the constant activity of the bends. Rumble of the factory row. Worsted. Gone. By the time Bliss reached us, we had drifted out of range. They couldn't have seen it go up. But I saw, Sleeper. Something exploded, white, hot. He rubs his arm, compressing a shiver. A moment later, the shockwave was on us. The rig was crippled. Engine kept firing, but guidance was offline, sending us arcing out across the belt. He drops a hand inside his jacket, pressing against the bandage on his side. I managed to get her under control, but not before we started spinning. My restraints came loose, and you weren't even strapped in, so we both got scrambled. He smiles a weak smile, but like being trapped in an auto wash. He turns back to you. I'm impressed you made it, to be honest. A flesh and blood human would have been smashed to pieces. He goes silent, even a little too raw for him to continue. Could it need to do with us? Seraphine shrugs. Your guess is as good as mine. Would Lane do something like that? It doesn't make any sense. Utsubo is a gang. They run Darkside. They don't go around blowing up stations. All anyone is seeing is debris and radiation. I picked up a lot of ship transponders before the rig went offline. Maybe some people got out. He stops, unable to add anything more. We both float in silence for a moment. So, we lost our tail? Seems like it. At least that shockwave would have burned our trail out of this belt for now. We already owe Bliss for the work they did on the rig, and it isn't finished yet. A few more cycles, I've been told. Bliss won't hold us hostage, but I don't like to skip out without paying, even if we could get this rig started. It's bad karma. Beyond that, we need work, fuel, supplies. We need to make sure you are okay. He counts off the issues on his fingers. After that, haven't heard of anyone coming after us, and if they did, it'd have come through Hexport, or what's left of it. He looks away. The far spindle is way out of Lane's territory anyway. They call this bit of the belt the Wash, and the stations here run differently to Darkside, so for now, we have some freedom. Freedom to go broke, starve, and get into even more trouble, that is. In all honesty, I was hoping you might have some ideas. He pats you on the shoulder. Oh, I want to explore this place then. The Far Spindle? There's plenty to see. This is a free station. No one faction holds control, so it's quite the circus. Just watch your step out there. Seraphine pauses and stares down. Look, Sleeper. He rubs his side. I'm not sure I can work right now. I just got kicked out of the salvage yard for passing out on the job. Even with the pain meds I've been able to scare up. I can fly, that's for sure. He stares obstinately at the rig. But you're going to need some crew if you want to do any serious work. I'm sorry. Hey, don't be. Thanks, Sleeper. He turns away. I'm going to go take a rest on the rig. I'm wiped. You look out at the rig as he leaves, the warmth and softness of your waking moments now feeling like a distant memory. Is this what you wanted? Freedom? A chance to work for yourself, not Lane? Well, Here it is, with all the problems and complications you could imagine. And at what cost? Could Lane have wiped out Hexport just to try to end you? You shiver at the thought. But if not Lane, then who? Theories cloud your mind. I could dwell on them. Could it be Conway? A drone or mine drifting starward? Then it's that perhaps with some plan to weaken the belt, or a belt faction attempting to flip the board by intent or mistake. The belt had considered itself safe from the war brewing in the inner system, but now? Hexport's loss will be felt across all of the Starward belt. But what does that mean to you? Your needs are much more immediate apparent. These must come first. You take a breath. Time to make a plan. And now I got glitch stuff sometimes. Love wunderbar. You find Junie in the airlock, her small collection of things crammed into her bag. I was coming to see you, I promise. She looks nervous. I was waiting for you to wake up, but Seraphine said you were okay, so... You're going? I am. While you were out, I was digging into the data I pulled from the core, the Solheim one. There's a lot of stuff in there, but it's impossible to read. Either I'm decrypting it wrong, or I don't have the right cipher. Whatever it is, I think it means the data is important. Or at least it was to Solheim. I need to find someone to help me pick a way at it, crack it open. That's why I'm going. We can take you there. No, look. After what happened, with the rig, Bliss saving us, we're all lucky to be alive. I think I'm better off alone. For now. She suddenly reaches into her bag, producing a handful of chits. Some of the data I did sell, just so I could buy myself a ticket to where I need to go. It's not much, but here's your share. It passes you the chits. Keep them. She pushes them into your hand. Don't worry, I've kept enough. Good luck, sleeper. And tell Seraphine goodbye for me. What are you chasing? She freezes, caught off guard by your question. I know there's value, true value in that data, sleeper. I know it, and I have a project to continue. What I won't abandon. Maybe I can tell you about it another time. She smiles weakly, closing up again. Well, see you around. Watch her drift away, down the docking tunnel and into the far spindle. The questions still bouncing around your head. Maybe, if your paths do cross again, you might be able to get some of them answered. And that's where I'm gonna end off right now. I'll be back. Well, probably what's gonna happen is I'm gonna transition it as I'm talking right now, and I'll just be continuing on because I'm gonna probably make 8-hour-long videos. It's gonna be insane. It's gonna be super cool. You're not ready for it. It's gonna be a lot. All right. I think the big thing is we got 4 days until Bliss's Bay gets done fixing our stuff. Let's try to explore as much things as we can. Brief respite lasts for 6. Do we go bottom up? I believe. I think that works. Well, I think we just do whatever is best for us, really. We have these glitches, which I can't remember how good they are. How good are they? Oh yeah, 20% positive, 80% negative, no matter what I do. So best to do that on safer to risky stuff. Explore, which is risky. Engaging, which is dangerous. We have Endure over here, which is pretty good for us. I think we take Endure for that's dangerous. We take it for the 5 and 6. But since we have this, let's do the dangerous ones. Might be nice to do. Where are we? Spindle core, engaging dangerous. Probably gives us a timber 2%. Yeah, it's only +2. And let's do it. Ooh. That's not good. Alright, well we got the entire thing explored now. The Far Spindle lives up to its name. Its tall stature makes it a real effort to travel from end to end. The local solution to this problem are the transit tunnels, massive tubes bolted onto the sides, the outside of the spindle, that allow for rapid passage from bottom to top. If you find yourself in one of these cavernous passages, bulky cargo haulers rushing by you, you start to wonder if braving them is worth the effort. Back up! The shot rattles down the bare transit corridor like a gunshot and is rapidly followed by a crunching impact. You spin back, pushing yourself against the side of the wide cylindrical passage, and as you do, a hauler glides past, sending a rippling wave of air across you in its wake. When the roar subsides, you hear a string of expletives coming from nearby. A spiky-looking figure, clutching some oddly shaped open-frame object, gestures wildly at the vehicle as it glides by. Dickhead! She spits an impressive gob of saliva down the tunnel, and it spirals in 0G. She turns to you in her anger. You see that? Trying to slam me into the wall. Total dickhead. He nods firmly. No shit. Haulers hate us. She sniffs around. She sniffs and looks you up and down. Not supposed to be in the transit system without a vehicle. Not like I care, but maybe you do. What about you? She shakes the open frame in her hand. What does this look like to you? She rolls one of her shoulders, stretching it out. You're new here, right? Is it that obvious? He shrugs sympathetically. Nothing to be ashamed of. Let me give you a tip. He begins checking her open frame vehicle, tightening the bolts and untangling pipes. Avoid the haulers. Dickheads, a lot of them. Especially the water haulers. Think they're better than anyone. Don't mess with the stevedores, though. They're good people. Get treated like shit by everyone else, just like us. Rapidly plugs and unplugs a series of connectors. They'll show you the shortcuts. He looks up, and never, ever get in a Spindlejack's way. She smiles, spinning the vehicle in her hand. Spindlejack? She thumbs her chest. You're looking at one. She pauses, considering something. Then suddenly, she reaches into one of her many pockets and pulls out a small, transparent rectangle punched with a bunch of holes. The text glints within it, reading, Cadet, Stripline Express. You take it. Cadet. She flexes proudly. That's me. Stripline is my outfit. Kamal's a dispatcher. Small outfit, but we punch above our weight. Dispatch is here in the Spindle's core, but I run the transit tunnels up and down the Spindle 10 times a cycle. You need anything moving on the Spindle? Data, tech, messages too hot for the hardline? Come find me. So you're a courier. Got it in one. She kicks off the wall and mounts her bike, triggering a small burst of compressed air to keep her steady in the transit passage. You hear a buzz of distorted speech from what you assume is her dispatcher. Cadet angles her head to her communicator and mutters back into it. Gotta hop, sleeper. He looks over at you and something flickers in her eyes. An idea. Perhaps just a realization. Might be able to help me with something. A package that's been bothering me. He squints down the passage. Come to the office on Stripline in a few cycles and I'll show you. Do I have a choice? He shrugs. Seeing as I saved you from being flattened by a hauler, seems like you owe me a favor. Now, better get out of here before another hauler tries to squish you. You step back as you twist the handlebars and a burst of air sends her flying down the transit corridor at an unsettling speed. You watch her go, slightly caught off guard by her final remarks. What would a courier need you for? You turn the idea over in your head as you find a way out of the transit corridor, back to the safety of the main concourse. You have a kelp-centric bar right here. Buy some kelp cakes, or order a rack. Get racked. The freelancers of the Far Spindle seem cagey, but spend enough time at the local bar and they'll warm up to you. Let me see. We got a trade hall for different supplies, fuel. That's good. And the Stripline Express is what she is willing to do in 2 days. With the Pinnacle docks there. Well, I think we just start by buying a rack. Oh. Risky as fuck, but I mean, it's gonna get us to figure out what's over here, so I might as well. Let's help out the residents. Hey, neutral outcome. Not too shabby. Well, we got nothing else to do, so go back to the rig. Catch some Z's real quick. End the cycle. Still got one more glitch round, it seems. So we'll probably get at least one more here. There it goes. And it seems like it might be better to go to the top side for a bit. There's some shitty alcohol. Back to the Pinnacle docks. Let's roam the docks a little bit. 50% positive, 50% neutral. Positive outcome with the danger. Let's see. Oh shit. That's not good. Well, it won't kill us if we do this. There we go. Nice. As you glide through the Pinnacle docks, you hear shouting echoing down a corridor. You tentatively change direction, your eyes fixed ahead as the passage widens out into a large bay. Others push past you, heading towards the commotion. Your eyes are drawn by the bay's vast viewing window, which is currently being spattered with glittering shards of ice. In front of it, a dock worker is shouting to anyone who will listen. Spacers! Workers of the Far Spindle, we need your urgent assistance. The water carrier Springtide has suffered heavy damage in its transit from Wellspring. He takes a breath. All able hands, we need you to help secure the cargo. Without this water, the Far Spindle will struggle to support you. He looks desperately at the crowd. Please, anyone who are able to help, please make yourself known. Behind him, a corona of ice ejects from one of the tanks, drawing a pale halo around the ship. A handful of experienced-looking spacers push through the crowd towards the front, and dock workers start to direct them to nearby bridges. You watch the scene unfold, hesitant in the face of making someone else's problem your own. And we have the Springtide helping them out. Redirecting the flow, repairing the leaks. I think for now, let's continue getting racked. We're not too bad. Helping the residents out. Ow. That's a negative outcome. Oh. Shouldn't die to this. Yeah. Is there a bar up here too? Signal station. Lighting the rays. Interpreting signals. Probably just a way to make some chits. Born Adventure. Adventure bar ship. Gambler's friend. Huh. I remember doing that one. Well, there's nothing else to do except to go to Gaia's Gyre. Could get racked, or we could just buy some cupcakes, probably. Yeah, that gives us more energy. We can finish up that mission later. I know it's over there anyways. Right, end the cycle. No more odd jobs. Get some supplies if we can. Let's see here. It's a bit of a gamble. It doesn't always give you supply. Hey, we got it. Sleeper. Cadet drifts from the shadows outside Bliss's Bay, looking around nervously as she approaches. Seems like I'm going to need to call in that favor. Her face is pale and deathly serious. Hey, are you okay? She doesn't seem to hear you, distracted by a group of spacers gliding noisily down the passage behind her. She waits until they pass. Someone hit the strip line. No idea where Kamal is. Bunch of goons tearing the place apart as we speak. She screws up her face in pain. Even tried to grab me. Those muscleheads are slow. Wait, why? Remember that package I asked for your help with? The one that was bothering me? I remember you mentioning it. I reckon it's got something to do with it. The job was a bust, an express run all the way to the underhang. When I got there, no one was home. He was whispering now, leaning closer. The place was smashed up, like someone got there first. Should have dumped the package and run, but I brought it back like a good girl, stashed it in a safe spot at Stripline. Thought the sender might come around for it, and when they didn't, well, I got curious. Popped it open. Stupid thing to do. Inside was a drive encrypted to hell and back. When I ran into you, well, I heard sleepers are good with data, with tech, so I thought you might be able to look at it. Now Stripline's trash, too. Here's the thing. Back when I popped it open, I noticed the drive had a dispatch marker. Export. Could it be connected to export getting atomized? Yeah, that's where I'm at, too. This thing was sent out from there just before it got cooked. And with the kind of attention I've been getting for the past couple of cycles... She slips a hand thermal from her bag, taps a couple times, and holds it out to you. Cadet stares at you from the screen, straight-faced and pale. Beside her picture, you see in block capitals, Spindlejack KD74754, in breach of Far Spindle codes B12 and F34, reward for information leading to capture considered dangerous. Dickheads blasted out on the transit channels. Every Spindlejack, hauler, and freight carrier is going to be watching for me. Something is going on. Anyone who can help? She looks away. Spindlejacks don't make friends easily. I know all the carriers I do know are looking to me for a payout. She snaps her head to the side, her eyes flashing with anger. Why do you think I'm here? It's time for that favor, Sleeper. She meets her eyes. My connections are burned. Hell, my whole career is gone. I need to fight back. If I walk away, there's nothing to walk away to. I need your help. What can I do? I need you to get the drive. She takes a breath. If they want it that much, then I can use it to buy my way out of this shit show. And I tucked it away somewhere safe. So my guess is they haven't got it yet. You just slip in, I'll give you the location, and you pull the thing out. Should be simple. So, none of this is exactly simple. Just snatch it and go. Don't overthink it. Look, this thing's turns out to be worth something, you'll get your due. All I want is my life back. The drive is in the workshop. There's a loose panel behind the air bike rack. It's taped to the back of the fuse box inside. I've got to keep heading down Spindle to the overhang, past the end of the transit tunnels. No one will rat me out there. I'll come find you when it's done. I've still got some network access. I'll know when you go in. She winks, offering no further explanation. My bike's locked up nearby. I'm gonna hop. Do me a favor. Then we are clear. Stay safe, then. Doing my best, Sleeper. She gives you a mock salute. She slips back into the shadows, and a few moments later you hear the percussive pulse of an airbike accelerating away. You know, at least, what it's like to be on the run, to flee for your life. And in that, feel an empathy, a connection with Cadet. But from every other angle, this thing looks like bad news. The kind a sensible person would steer well clear from. Perhaps you would steer well clear, but it wasn't for one detail that is stuck in your mind. This drive is from Hexport. Is all that enough to send you down to Stripline to search for that drive? Only time will tell. Kinda does. You wake to the sound of blaring proximity alarms. You quickly unstrap from your bunk and dizzily glance around. Lane? Bounty hunters? You kick off and glide to the door. As you do, Bliss pops her head out the corner. Sorry! You look a little sheepish. In all honesty, it's not my fault. Your wiring's all backwards. It takes you a moment to understand what's happening. You steady yourself against the doorframe. Seriously, Bliss? Bliss looks down. I said I'm sorry. I'm handling it, they mumble. It takes you a while to get ready and drift down into the mess to see what's happening. By then, Bliss has turned off the alarms. You find them unspooling wires from a hatch you never previously noticed in the mess's ceiling. Sorry again, Sleeper. A voice comes through the ceiling panels, muffled and dull. You settle on a stool, neatly tucking your legs behind the crossbar. How are the repairs coming? Bliss spins deftly, hooking their legs to the open ceiling so that, from your perspective, they're hanging upside down. I'm almost done, if you can believe it. The messy hair floats around their head. A couple of cycles worth of diagnostics, and I'll be happy enough to release her back to you. The yawning Seraphine drifts in. He looks between the two of you, amused. Oh. What are the both of you doing up so early? You and Bliss exchange amused looks. What? Seraphine asks. You didn't hear the alarm? Heavy sleeper. He drifts over to the mess's cupboards to hunt for some breakfast. He turned back to Bliss, but they have disappeared into the ceiling panels. Before long, the mess is filled with the shrill screech of a power tool. Xavier looks totally unaffected and hooks himself onto a stool, lazily sucking at a ration pouch while he taps away at his slate. The screech finally stops. After a while, you kick off from your stool. Time to head out. Bliss rushes after you, stopping you in the passageway before you leave. I have something I want to show you. Bliss leads you off the main corridor into the corner of the shop you didn't remember visiting before. You come into a room with low sloped ceilings, a single round window illuminating some neat tool storage, and a workbench set into the wall. Look, I'm no specialist, but I'm a quick learner and I'm good at repairs. They smile, and I think you have need of me. They glance at you, and I tear the thick vinyl skin of your arm. Can I take a look? Okay. They smile and lead you towards the workbench. They turn your arm, looking at the tear from all angles. They reach over to the workbench and take a small sealing gun off the rack. Look at the setup. It's basic, but looks clean and well organized. They gently close the tear with sealant, closing the edges together so it closes up neatly. After they're done, they release your arm and you can barely see the scar. See? Bliss admires their work and smiles. I know it's more serious than a tear. Bliss folds her arms, but I can handle it. They turn and search through a set of metal drawers. Yeah. They turn and search through a set of metal drawers for a moment. Here. They produce a couple of carefully mechanized, machined, pristine components. Jesus. Saving these for an important job. They wink. Guess I just found it. Bliss pushes the components into your hands. Take them. When you're ready, come here and we'll fix you up. These are rare finds, though. In the future, we might have to make do with something lower quality. You can find scrap components at most scrapper ships, like that one that's hanging around the underhang. The better the components, the easier they'll integrate into your system. Bliss leans on the workbench. I'll do my best to keep you running. Why help me? You are a guest in my bay, and I can't have my guests' bodies collapsing, now can I? Plus, I think it benefits me if you think of me as indispensable. Bliss smiles. I should get back to fixing the ship. They leave you in the workshop, among the simple tools, considering the particular qualities of your new friend. Alright. Now we can do dice repairs, which we luckily didn't have to worry about at all. We're pretty freaking good at that part. We have Nemba's kitchen down here, which we can work to earn a meal. The underhang in general right here. We can wander it for more stuff and whatnot. But we also have in the middle now, going to Stripline Express. We can cut our way in using engineering. None of that which we're super good at. So I think first and foremost, let's work on the spring tide a little bit. 100% positive outcome if we repair the leak right here. Save in spring tide. Let's use our 3 dots as well. Ooh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, let's get some food in me. Still earn a meal no matter what, right? Let's get my stuff back. Let's see. Da-da-da. Take it. What's the worst that can happen? Neutral outcome. Da-da-da. Back to, not that. Right click and it gets me there. What am I doing? Da-da-da. We got going. You jerk suddenly awake. A fragment is lodged in your mind. A shard of a sound, of signal, a tone. It resonates like tinnitus, obviously eternal, inescapable. You look down to see your hands blurred, your fingers dancing as if they were typing. Settle them. Your fingers flap like caught birds. Take control. It takes all your focus to settle them. You force yourself back into them, a sensation like squeezing on a tight pair of gloves. Flex your hands a little, to feel them, test them. What was that? You take a deep breath to calm yourself. As you do, you're reminded that you don't need to breathe. It's a claustrophobic sensation that you cannot shake. You get up, push off the wall, pull on your clothes. Anything to escape the dreams that hover over there at the back of your mind. Therapin drifts in casually, heading to his bunk to grab something. Can't shake the strange sensation that he's just drifted into your mind. He shoots you a glance. I said, "Are you okay?" He gives you a concerned look. You look terrible. Not really. You mumble a response. You need to talk to me, Sleeper. Seofin gives you a look. He sighs. I know something happened, back when we were leaving Hexport. I don't know. I saw it, Sleeper. Saw something change in your eyes. He pauses, looking for the right way to explain. They were cold, fixed. I've never seen that before. Back when we first met, I knew at once you were human. I knew because of your eyes. I'd never met a Sleeper before, but I knew immediately that you were no machine. It was obvious. But then, on the rig, I couldn't see that anymore. But I am a machine. If you say so, Sleeper. Either way, something changed. What did you feel? He gives you a curious look. And try. You close your eyes and recall the moment. Immediately you feel your fingers begin to tremble and jerk. You tense against the feeling of an invisible hand closing its grip on your mind. Sleeper! Seraphine voices interrupts your thoughts. You open your eyes to his concerned face. Are you okay? We need to get you checked up. We need to figure out what's happening. This isn't just about you. Seraphine gives you a stubborn stare. Where? I've been asking around. Seraphine's face is set with determination now. There's another station near this one. Flotsam. It's a mess, an accumulation of wrecks and docked ships, but also houses some of the best artificers in the wash. We should go there, as soon as the rig is ready. I'll think about it. If you can't do it for yourself, do it for me. Please. Look, I know I don't know what it's like to be a sleeper. I understand there are things you can't tell me, you can't show me. I do know how fear can keep you from doing what you need to do. I'm not going to nag you about it, but it needs to be done. He passes by you as he leaves the bunks, squeezing your shoulder as he does, leaving you to your thoughts. You finish getting dressed, feeling your body, its strangeness, even though you wish you didn't. At the very least, you think, you need to find someone who can stop you from falling apart. Maybe Flotsam is not such a bad idea. You push the thought to the back of your mind. There's still a cycle ahead, and the rig isn't ready. When it is, then you'll see. Alrighty. New drive available. We're getting a few. Diagnosing my frame, exploring the far spindle, finding potential crew, helping a cadet, making repairs, securing the spring tide, which we're slowly kinda sorta doing. Taking a wee bit of work. Let's get rid of our shit ones by just earning a meal real quick. Oop. Negative outcome. Ooh. Intuition sucks, dude. Nice. 2 energy. And we pressed number a little bit. Alright, let's try to secure the spring tide. 50% positive, 50% neutral. Not the neutral outcome. Well, shit. Well, I guess I have to waste another one. And there we go. Minor drive complete. Watch from the docking bay's viewing windows as the crumpled, vast hole of the spring tide is finally welded shut by a score of bright torches, flickering against its side. Everywhere you look, I see a crisis. The voice comes from beside you, and you turn to see a man floating there, watching the repair work. You don't recognize him. I saw you out there, helping the crew. He turns to you with a serious look. The fire spindle needs that water. You aren't wrong. He pauses, watching you carefully. I haven't seen you on the spindle before. What, if I may ask, is your business here? I'm running a crew. I see. Spring Tide is my ship. His face remains impassive. At least I am her captain. I do not own her. The Lotic Syndicate, my employer, was the one to put her into service. Glad to meet you. He bows his head gently. You have my thanks for assisting with the repairs. We're caught by some autonomous Conway munitions. He looks out at his ship. The Wellspring run is getting more dangerous every cycle. And after Hexport, I do not expect things to improve. We both go quiet for a moment. The loss of a station still inspiring silence in anyone who mentions it. Tell me, Malik meets your eye. As a sleeper, do you feel you have advantages over others? Does your particular condition provide only weaknesses? There are many downsides. He nods. Of course. But you are stronger, hardier, more capable than most humans. He gestures towards the spring tide. Your work on my ship only evidence of your abilities. You far outperformed even my own crew. He looks at you, angling his head in deference, in conditions that are usually deadly. Sadly, despite your good work, our losses have been great, and the administration of the hospital are not happy. We aren't to be impounded here until the Lotic Syndicate fulfills the agreed water's fate. He frowns at the crumpled-looking ship. This war continues to pressure the belt. What will you do, then? This is where you are needed, Sleeper. My crew tells me you have a ship, you have workers, and that is what I need. As we fled from the Conway attack, our navigator registered something of great interest. A water-rich asteroid, one I believe is previously unknown to the syndicates. For now, I have sworn him to secrecy, as I must you. But this is an asteroid that could be surveyed. Its value confirmed would be more than make up for the shortfall of the spring tide. He pauses thoughtfully. Let me continue. I want you to survey the asteroid for me. It is a simple enough job, but its location so close to the edge of the wash is problematic. However, you have shown yourself to be very competent. If you are careful, there is no reason you should have problems with Conway or any other hostile parties, for the matter. Hostile parties? Malik shrugs. The Watch is where the orbits of the inner system and Starward belt conspire to bring vessels, objects, and all kinds of wanderers together. It's a territory of opportunists. I will, of course, reimburse you for the portion of the fee the Hospital Administration are withholding from me. 250 cryo is my offer. How will your employer feel about that? The Lotic Syndicate only cares for its water to be delivered and its fees paid. I am free to make sure this happens in a timely and efficient manner, as I see fit. Malik passes you a thumbnail drive. Here are the details on the test I need you to run for the survey. A sample core of ice from deep within the asteroid should give you enough material to work with. You notice a member of the Springtide's crew waiting quietly at a distance, and Malik nods to them discreetly. This is the delicate matter, Sleeper. Survey the core of the rock, and on your return broadcast the results to my personal terminal. The frequency is in the data. He pauses, meeting your eye. The results go to me, only to me. Then, once the matter is resolved, you will be paid. I am needed, he nods to the crew member. But I expect you to have all you need. He pauses. I've enjoyed watching you work, Sleeper. Impress me again. And with that, he bows a little and drifts away to meet his crew member. After watching him go, you turn back to Springtide, still impressive despite the being scarred with curls and ice and shiny with fresh welts. You imagine any captain of a ship like that has been through a lot to get to where they are. That makes them a valuable ally or a dangerous adversary, depending on who you are. You hope with Malik, you can find your way to being the former. New contract on the map, baby. Now we just need some people to join us, which I think we can do if we just go take a little sip at the bar. The Far Spindle is an exhausting place to find freelancers. There's no shortage of spacers here. The corridors and base throng with crew inbound and outbound, on or between contracts, trading stories, contracts, or materials. Contacts. Jeez, not contracts twice. But whatever language, appearance, or code identifies someone as worth signing on with, you don't seem to have it. Perhaps it's because you're a new face, or noticeably unsure. Perhaps it's just because you are a sleeper. You push the thought to the back of your head. Instead, focus on what's in front of you, the vast cylindrical tank, the center of Gaia's Gaia. The first time you enter the bar, you floated open-mouthed, much like the new arrivals do, at the sight of the huge kelp stack, the biggest you've ever seen. Even now, your eyes fixed on the fronds of seaweed that wave in the circulating water. Beyond the curved, dirty glass, you find it impressive. You take a sip of the harsh, saline-scented rack from its magnetic vessel secured to the bar. As you suck on the straw, your eyes follow the shifting fronds. You hear someone clearing their throat beside you at the bar. Hypnotic, isn't it? The voice is low and rumbling, and comes from the large figure on the stool next to you. The fluorescent lights behind the bar glint in his eyes, shining up into his wide, rough face. I've heard talk you're hiring. Figure turns to face you. You don't recognize him, but in the shifting light of the Gaia's Gaia, that isn't surprising. From who? He shrugs and looks around the bar. Sleepers tend to draw attention. You follow his eyes around the bar and notice a couple of patrons are eyeing you. Eugene, current freelancer. He turns on his stool and leans back a little. The effect is clearly meant to impress you on his size. And you have to admit, it works. Served on a whole slate of crews on the Spindle. Cutters, mercs, extractors. Smiles and places a broad hand on his chest. Broad skill set, good work ethic, sense of humor, full package. Humble too. I like you already. We're going to get on. I'll run anything out of the Far Spindle. I'm tough and quiet. You won't need to worry about me. What kind of work are we talking about? He folds his arms across his chest. Before you can answer, a voice echoes out from behind you. Eugene. You look over your shoulder to find the source of the shout. Busy as ever, I see. A group of 3 spacers drift up behind you, one of them placing a heavy hand on your shoulder. She's fitted with a matte metal optical implant. You cannot see her eyes. The caustic light from the tank plays across her face. Too busy to keep in touch. I really don't like it when I have to come and find you. Vesna. Eugene nods politely at her, not betraying any strong reaction. Do I look like I'm socializing? He shakes his head. This is a meeting. Oh, a meeting. Is that what this is? Yes, Vesna. I'm talking about your delivery, in fact. My friend here is being very helpful. He shoots you a glance. Stay silent. Eugene shoots you another glance to try and cue you in, but you ignore him. Vesna looks irritated. You know, Eugene, I'm pretty tired of this whole act. She gestures dismissively at him. But in the end, it doesn't matter. She drops her hand from your shoulder to her belt. Her eyes follow it down. You see a dark, boxy shape there. A weapon. You either deliver by the deadline, or you don't. And when you don't, I'll be happy to take you through the consequences. Until then, chat to whoever the hell you want. Vesna and the two spacers flanking her glide out of the bar, and Eugene watches them go with little emotion. So, Eugene smiles, returns. You were about to hire me? What was that, though? Vesna? She's trying to rush me, that's all. I won't be working with her again. He pauses, choosing his words carefully. Of course, I can't talk to you about the particulars. You understand. Vesna just wants to scare you off. He likes to cause me trouble. Eugene looks away, out of the door of the bar. Let's not let her. He pauses in silence for a moment, still looking away. You try to get a read on him, but his face is blank. Only his glittering eyes hint at some rapid internal activity. He turns back to you and meets your eye, a sudden shift in his manner, obviously. If you need a crew, you need work. If you need to work, you need cryo. Is that right? He doesn't stop for your answer. Well, I can offer both. Hard work and a good contract with a good payout. You take me with you on this job of mine, and we split the tank. Hell, if you do, I'll consider signing on long term. Think of that. No more recruiting. What's the job? Salvage. He leads him. Nova wreck untouched by the local crews, which recently turned up in the wash. It's a little sunward from here. But its disabled spotter makes it invisible to anyone who doesn't know where it is. Hard to squeeze the location out of a contact, but I'll share it with you with a straight split. Take me and your crew, and we'll claim it all. Going to be a good payout. A really good one. What's the catch? Eugene frowns. No catch. He leans back and looks around the bar. Happy to take the offer elsewhere. I just felt like you were the right captain for this one. I'll be ready to go whenever you like. It's a show of good faith. I'll also fly out with you on any job from the far spindle. But I'm not leaving the station with you yet. Not till we get my job done first. After that, we can talk flying together. No need to rush into it. He shakes her hand firmly, and his palm rough and pitted, then turns back to his drink. You slip out of the bar, looking to see if Vesna is nearby. You don't spot her among the passing crews. You can't help but imagine eyes on you in the bar. You shake it off, having become familiar with the feeling of being observed. What matters is you found yourself a crew member and a contract. Whether either will come good, however, remains to be seen. Okay, we have decisions to make. We got 4 points available, which means that we can start upgrading this, or we say fuck it, and we just go ahead and get these dice upgraded all the way. Which I mean we could, and that makes the crew really fucking powerful, which I think we do, honestly. This thing is kind of fucking OP here. Push affects both crew dice. That means I affect 4 dice to give it all +3. That's pretty insane, I'm not gonna lie. It's really, really good. We almost have a full crew, which I think if we wait one more day, we get Bliss as well, if I remember correctly. Let's try it out. Neutral. What if my gamblish friend upgraded? Oh, let's end the day then. End cycle. Oh, what the heck? That's a bunch of ones. As you drift lazily down the ship's mess, you hear raised voices. You steel yourself for a moment at the entrance and slip inside. Seraphin sits, hooked onto his usual stool, his slate glowing beside him. He's shaking his head as you enter. Bliss, meanwhile, is floating freely and gesticulating sharply as they explain something important. Bliss, meanwhile, is floating freely and gesticulating sharply as they explain something important. I don't see why not. Bliss chops at the air. It's not like you have an alternative. We can get the cryo. It'll take time, but we can get it. That was the deal. Zabin speaks calmly, trying to placate Bliss. Sleeper! Let's see what the sleeper thinks about it. Bliss spots you entering, as they turn to Seraphine. Sleeper! Bliss spots you entering, and they turn to Seraphine. Let's see what the sleeper thinks about it. About what? They both fall silent for a moment. Seraphine sighs. The rig's ready, Sleeper. Bliss gestures around the hall. I fixed it. Hell, I've improved it. She's purring thanks to me. Now, wouldn't you say, having done such an incredible job, I deserve to be paid properly for my work? A calculated look crosses their face. A refit in a region like this would typically cost my clients hundreds of cryo, even if I was feeling charitable. Seraphine sighs loudly. He knows where this is going. See, I can make you pay, or maybe you could even scrape the cryo up, but not without taking a contract and taking this ship off the station, leaving me in the lurch. We wouldn't do that. Seraphine starts, but Bliss holds up a hand to shush him. So I have a proposition, one that clears the debt completely. I will turn around the open sign on this little bay of mine and join up with you. You keep me in work, give me my split, and give me transit to wherever you're headed. And I'll even keep this rig of yours working for free. What could be better than that? Us paying and being on our way, with no hangers on. Seraphine folds his arms and looks at you. Tell them, Sleeper. Actually, we could use their help. Bliss grins at Seraphine. See, Sleeper gets it. You can use my help. I'm an excellent engineer, a tiny shipmate, and a half-decent chef. I'm done with Spindle. I'm done taking not enough jobs for not enough cryo on a station where I know nobody. They pause, satisfied. You're welcome. Seraphine holds up his hands. Look, we appreciate it, but we are on the run, Bliss. Trust me, you are better off here. He gives him a serious look. Even telling you this could put you in danger. Bliss pauses. Then they start laughing. On the run? You expected me to be scared off by that goofy shit. It's true. Bliss just shrugs. This system is at war. Hell, the belt is spiraling into a crisis. Everyone's got something. I know you're at export. Seraphine looks at them open-mouthed, searching for a retort. What happened there? Who's to say it won't happen here? I'm not sitting around watching this all play out any longer. Something has to give. Bliss turns to Seraphine. Look, you've done your due diligence or whatever. You are on the run. I've been warned. I accept the risks. That's it. At the end of the day, your ship is clamped onto my bay, so unless you know my encryption protocols, there's not much left to discuss. Seraphine shakes his head, a small smile crossing his face. They've got us there. He looks at you, and then at Bliss. Looks like we've gained a crewmate. He unhooks from his stool. But I'm moving to the engine room. He drifts off towards the bunks to gather his things. You and Bliss exchange a nervous look. Sleeper. Welcome aboard. Bliss smiles and gives you a half-hearted mock salute. You leave Bliss in the galley and head for the cockpit. The rig is ready to fly again, but the question is, where to take her next? Seraphine mentioned Flotsam, a short Starward journey from here, as a busy station where you might find an artificer to help diagnose your glitches and errors. Sunward, meanwhile, is the Hellion Gate, an abandoned and uninhabited megastructure left over from the Solheim days. It'd be good for salvage, but not an easy place to survive. Beyond that, well, as they say, the belt is wide, and at least now you have a functioning ship. We'll do everything on this one, and then we'll go head out. Which means that we should probably go ahead and do the Stripline Express stuff. I'll go ahead and do this, though. Earn my meal right now. Oh, I can guarantee get in right now. Nice. Ja-ja. And see her. You slide the loose panel away from the wall, letting it float there, beside the airbike rack. Behind it, in the dark, you see the blinking lights of the fuse box. A noise nearby draws your attention for a moment. The scrape of a sliding door, maybe? Or just some old system, cycling in the wall. It took long enough to gain access to the Stripline Express bike garage, and longer still to find a safe route to the air bike racks. You're almost there. You've seen and heard the hired muscles searching and guarding this place, but have been lucky enough not to come face to face with them, yet. You turn back to the darkness behind the panel, but if what Cadet said is right, the drive is taped to the back of the fuse box in front of you. You carefully reach through and around, and your hand settles on something cold and metallic in the dark. It is taped firmly to the box. You pull on it, it doesn't budge. A quiet rattle echoes from the dispatch office next door, and you freeze for a second. It seems Cadet was a little too enthusiastic with the tape. Just tear it off. Fuck. In one violent movement, you rip the drive away from the fuse box, bringing the back of the box with it. The shatter box sparks and whines, and above you the fluorescent light pulses and shatters. You flinch at the sound. There's no way someone didn't hear that. Time to get out of here. You turn away from the wall, the door to the office screeches open, and you see an imposing figure silhouetted there. You don't stop to think, you just kick off from the wall, closing the distance between you and them. You bundle into the figure, both of you spinning wildly into the office, slamming into the central desk with its mess of terminals and monitors. You clutch a drive to your chest, part of the fuse box still taped to it, and kick at the figure, pushing them away into the wall. Operating on instinct, you throw yourself towards the only bright spot in the room, the transparent door leading to the passage outside the front of the strip line. You go through it in the haze of safety glass cubes, glinting in the tungsten light. Dazed and floating, you suddenly feel the strong hands grasping you from behind, and a thick arm tightening around your throat. A harsh voice spits some insults, but your ears are still ringing from the impact. You struggle against their grip, your feet kicking in open air. The arms tighten around your neck, and you feel yourself unable to breathe. Your throat closing up, you panic, and then all of a sudden you realize you don't need to breathe. Something comes spinning past your head and impacts the face beside you with a crunch. The arm immediately releases your neck, and you see the stream of blood floating in front of you, translucent and diaphanous in the bright lights of the passage. Sleeper, get up! The shot snaps you out of your daze. You see Cadet straddling her airbike in the passage. In a moment, you're on the back of the airbike, clutching the strap of Cadet's bag as she guns it down the passage, the air resistance almost ripping you from the thin seat. You lean against her back and let out a sigh, a drive pressing into your ribs beneath the jacket. You did it. Still alive back there? Cadet voice brings you back from the hypnotic rhythm of the tunnel lights rushing past the airbike. You slow as a bike with a rapid series of hisses, and you realize she's brought you back to the passage outside Bliss's Bay. You try to understand the route she took, a long route through the branching transit tunnels of the station, but give up. You can let go now. She straightens up and you unhook your fingers from her bag strap, separating yourself from her back. You push out the bike gently, float in the passage out beside her. Slick back there. She jerks her head back and down the passage. Slicker than anything I could pull off. Would have probably just taken the bike through the front door. She pushes her fringe out of her eyes. Appreciate you putting it all on the line for me, though. Who were those guys? Your guess is as good as mine. Don't look like anyone nice, though, but I wouldn't sweat it. Go on, then. Let's see the drive. You fish the drive out of your jacket and hand it over. Now that's the one. She squints at it. Should have checked it when I had the chance. You get your first good look at it. There's not much to see. Small lump of solid state memory with a few markers on the case. You spot a yellow hex among them. Export. What now? She winks, slides her bag around her shoulder to the front, and slots the drive neatly into the pocket. I know someone in the scatter yards who can crack anything. He'd be my first port of call to crack this thing open. She stretches her shoulder. I should make myself scarce from the spindle anyways, before those dickheads catch up with me. How about you come with us? Appreciate the offer, but I think it's best if we go our separate ways for now. 2 targets are harder to track than 1. She cycles a pressure valve on the bike impatiently. Cadet leans away from her bike, squinting out of the viewing window on her ship, at your ship behind. That yours? Doesn't wait for an answer. If I'm not mistaken, that old thing is going to struggle to reach the scatter yards, unless you've added a HasNav suite. Asnav. Yeah, belt between here and the scattyards is drowned in debris, worse since Hexport. You'll need hazard navigation to make the crossing safely. The Nordic Syndicate created the tech to help their tankers cross the belt. Common knowledge. Well, maybe if you head up the wellspring, you can batter or steal a Swede, she adds casually. Here. Cadet unties a bag lashed to her bike frame and holds it out to you. Not enough here for a refit, but maybe you'll find some use for him. You take the bag and something clinks inside as you do. You open it to see a couple of engine components. I'm going to use them to boost her. Taps the frame of her bike. But you deserve them. She meets your eye, then looks away. Not like I'll be doing any runs for a while. Thanks. It's nothing. Like I said, you deserve them. She flexes her fingers on the bike's handles, eager to be away. Cadet's airbike stutters and purrs, trembling in the air like an arrow ready to be loosed. I'll see you around. She winks and guns the throttle, zipping off down the passage with a pulse of air that ripples through your clothes. You stare after her as she goes, the bag of components still hanging from your hand. You realize as you look down the passage, she never asked how Cadet plans to get to the scatteryards. That question, like a score of others, will have to wait until you run into her next. Although you have a feeling she'll find a way to slip away, or we can ask them next time too. You head back towards the ship and to stow the components, idly wondering if you could justify buying an airbike to Seraphine as you do so. Some engine components. Nice. Well, I think we need to work on reducing stress right now. Improving dice repair. Dice repair. Gotcha. We already looked at that a little bit. Let's go to the rig's bunks. Let's see here. Each relic can reduce the stress. Nice. Well, that's all the stress gone. That's good. We needed that. I think we go to Gamba, right? Doing a trip to the bar wouldn't be too bad. Haven't really done the gambler's friend thing yet, I believe. It takes a lot. Well, now that we wasted all our cycle stuff.
Let's help out Malik first.
Yeah, let's go. Get enough fuel. We got whole things of supplies. And we should be fine to try this out. We got these two to come with us, and we'll be fine to go. Bliss and Eugene. Travel to the contract. Yep, confirm. Disturbing the peace. Look into my eye. Ooh, good rolls from me here. The asteroid looms large in the cockpit's glass. Light glints off the sheets of surface ice. The same glint that must have caught Malik's attention when he was fleeing the Conway countermeasures that damaged the springtide. There's been no sign of Conway drones or mines, but that hasn't stopped Seraphine being cautious in his approach. You have to admit, you found yourself searching the black void of space for a telltale blinking red beacon, too. We're close enough to jump down to the surface. Seraphine locks down the engines. I don't see anything on the scope, but I'll keep her warm just in case. Why so jumpy? You see those holes in the springtide. Seraphine responds without looking away from the controls. We hit one of those Conway mines. We'll be dust. I say we core the snowball fast. Eugene shrugs. The less time we're out here, the less likely we'll have to run into anything Conway left behind. It's simple. Sure, but fast means messy, and messy means more damage to the ice. We don't need to crack the shelf and lose half the water we came to survey. Who said anything about messy? Fast and clean. Easy. You unclip from your seat and kick off towards the airlock. The scale of the outside is troubling, but Seraphine assured you on the journey here that surveying it would be easy enough. Just take the sample from the deep ice for testing. The problem, he said, is getting down that deep. You have to cut away from the ice, digging yourself a hole, and doing so will create fractures in the shelf. The asteroid may be big, but it's held together with only a weak gravitational force. The more ice is cracked away, the less there is for the far spindle to harvest, something you doubt Malik will be happy about. You push the word to the back of your mind and get suited up. Something on your mind? Liz drifts up beside you and pulls a suit from the rack. Just hoping we don't mess up. Me too. I don't want to jinx it, but it seems simple enough. Can't say rock, or in this case, ice cutting is going to be my usual strength. It's got to be simpler than slicing a hole without touching any of the internals. We'll be fine. This is reassurance that they don't have any experience with the job you're about to do. Doesn't exactly calm your worries, but their nonchalant attitude helps, especially when you consider the volume of ice you're about to start cutting into. Cheer up. Might never happen anyways. The lock cycles and you find yourself staring out at the glinting surface of the asteroid. 1 second, sleeper. Seraphine voice comes over the comms. I'm seeing something here. Some kind of man-made shaft on the far side of the asteroid. Interesting. Eugene stood up beside you in the airlock, but in this vacuum you can only hear him through the comms link. Crews sometimes stash goodies out on rocks like this. Let's go take a look. He pats you on the shoulder. Just hold up. Seraphine voice cuts through. The survey is our first priority, and the integrity of the water ice. Hunting for buried treasure comes dead last on the to-do list. You can almost hear his eyes roll through the comms link. Don't get distracted. You squint at the rock and spot a dark recess, just over the curve of the asteroid. That'll be the distraction then. You refocus on the ice sheet. Time to get started. Erosion shaft requires what? Could cause ice stress if we start doing this, which could be really, really bad. Good dog. Endure and intuition. That's what it's good at. Just worry about the vast reservoir right here, then. Surveying and engineering. Well, I guess we go ahead and start with this, then. Sampling location. Ooh. Risk it once, just see what happens. Rid of that. That's a positive one. Good. Do we really sleep with just this? Or do we use our Endure right here to try and clear some ice away? We got a 6 right here. I think we do. Shaft descent. Neutral outcome might still cause ice fractures. It's a 50-50. If we do it, then we don't do any more. Nice. That's great. Do we do one more then? Yeah. We haven't caused any ice stress at all so far. Ugh. Well, we already did the ice stuff then, so... We don't worry about any more ice stress, or we try not to cause any more. We don't really worry about this part, probably, until we go further in. Derelict bunker over here. Scavenging for hardware. Is it treasures? Interfacing and engineering. Oh, I'm not good with interfacing. None of us are good at interfacing. Crap, I forgot. We're so bad at this part. It's like the only thing we can do is scavenge for hardware when we get a chance to. That's gonna be Bliss's and my job. Eugene, we need you to try and help with the ice sheet if you can. You can't. You're gonna be a little bit useless for right now. Back to the rig then. Sleep it off in the cycle. Yep. Ugh. Not great. Actually, really bad. Why is none of us good at fucking this shit? Okay, positive. One more try. Ugh. Took stress for that. I took stress, but the ice didn't take stress. It's only if it's a negative. Let's try it one more time then. With neutral or positive, it's great. Nice. Okay, we got through. No location. Got to the deep ice now. Extracting the core sample, which is what you are good at. Percent positive outcome. Nice. Alright, what next? Well, this is where we don't do jack dilly shit for now. Just take another rest then. Because none of our things are that great. I don't want to cause any more ice stress. Or cause ourselves stress. At least me. I don't care about you, Eugene, but you don't have the one that's great. We just redo our dice right now. Try to get to that deep ice. Extract the core. Get a plus for that. You're pretty cheeks at this. This has horrible rolls, so let's just maybe waste one more round of supplies, if anything. I'll risk the neutral outcome. Only stress to me, which is fine. Just don't roll a 1 5-head. The sample core, a long and weighty cylinder of cloudy ice, comes up out of the borehole cleanly. It glows in the sunlight, catching the rays in its frosted interior. Nicely done, Sleeper. Bliss chirps through the comms. Never caught an asteroid before, but the result is pretty. I just hope it's drinkable. Let's not melt it down for liquid refreshment just yet. It's likely packed with unpleasant impurities. Question is, are they the kind of impurities that our spindle can filter out? Let's get it up to the ship, and we can run the analysis on the trip back. And before you get any ideas about digging around on the asteroid some more, remember that if we break away any of the ice, Malik will likely dock our pay. You start the journey back on the ship, dragging the sample core with you. As you do, you look back at this asteroid, wondering if it might be the bargaining chip Malik has been looking for. You'll know soon enough. Contract complete, but I'm down to just try and wait a day and see if we got some good rolls. You got supplies for it. Cycle. Gamba. Oh, yep. The ice hurt. That's not good. We can definitely scavenge for this shit. Let's see what happens if we get 100% positive outcome real quick. I'm down to try it. We get some rare components or something? None of us are good at this part right here is a problem. What happens when we try it then? That's what I'm curious about. Only stress to me? Or to us, I guess? Not ice stress. Oof. Oh. So what happens? A flickering screen catches your eye in the dark of the bunker. A distorted female face, further refracted by the surrounding ice, stares at you from the terminal with blank white eyes. You move closer, straining to hear her voice. The recording is silent, or perhaps the terminal's audio output is broken. All you can do is watch the pale face as it contorts through the corruption and noise. It could be explaining some important secret, long forgotten, or just recounting a personal anecdote. It's hard to tell. Circles and curving arcs flash across the face, graphical visualizations of orbits and flight plans. You squint at them, shapes unknown to you. And then as soon as it starts, a playback ends, leaving a frozen frame on the screen, a ghost face circled by orbits. You slot a drive into the terminal and copy what residual data is left, unsure where it might lead you. Once it is done, you shut off the terminal once and for all. As you leave the bunker, the pale face flashes once more in your mind. Those blank eyes and flat stare. Was that a human or something else? You turn the image over in your mind, unsure of its importance. Well, we didn't cause much ice stress for doing this, which is fine. I guess we can leave now, right? Oh, we got some Solheim data. Nice. Isn't that things that we can exchange, I believe? If I remember correctly? Well, we got some dice lost, but we can go ahead and leave now. There's nothing else to do, I believe. Nothing. Let's leave. Get rid of all the stress we built up. Beautiful, beautiful. The most stress I should ever take is probably 6. Something flickers in the back of your mind. Stop. You have to stop. To blink it away. It is a tightness behind your left eye, an aching point that refuses to move. And then the voice begins, hissing through the background noise of the rig system, a new whine amongst the chorus of the life support and ventilation. Sleeper. The hiss brings Lane's sharp features to mind. I suppose you thought you had slipped my net. Export jumps into your mind, an image of the station immolating in white light, though you were not conscious to witness it. You are distant, but you are not free of me yet. I'm coming, Sleeper, and I'll retake control of what is mine. The closer I come to you, the more you will feel it. Lane moves your finger to tap your forehead. In here. Until you cannot resist. A bright smile, pale eyes, a growing hiss that hurts. Then the hiss is gone. The rig, suddenly quiet. The stinging tightness diffusing in your eyes. The fear remains. Sleeper, you good? Safin is there, floating by your berth. You are talking. Lane is coming. Safin looks alarmed. You feel him, right? Looks away. We can use that. Stay ahead of him. He squeezes your shoulder. We can do this. We are fast and smart. We keep moving. We don't stay anywhere for long. And we find a way. Somehow. You nod. You don't know how Lane is able to reach into your mind like this, how he's able to speak into you. You want so desperately for it to stop. You must find out what was done to you before it's too late. You must stay ahead of Lane at all cost. On the journey back from the asteroid, you poured over the test Malik had given you to run, improvising the necessary equipment from your mess. Each one produced spools of data, much of which you couldn't parse. Arriving in the vicinity of the far spindle, you broadcast these strings of data to Malik's personal terminal in the springtide, as instructed. Despite all the preparations, you're still surprised when you find Malik standing at the far side of the docking tunnel as you leave the rig. Sleeper, he nods neatly at you. I thought it was better that I come down here, away from my crew, to discuss your findings. Trust issues? I trust my crew implicitly. He clamps his hands. But they, like me, are members of the Lotic Syndicate, and so they answer to an authority higher than mine, one that rewards loyalty and obedience. I'm simply guarding my position as captain, as any of them would. As I suspected, the asteroid was indeed rich with water ice. Thankfully, the contaminants can be dealt with. He speaks matter-of-factly, betraying little emotion. With the data you provided, I should be able to convince the Fospindle administration of its worth. Then we're good? Malik smiles. That remains to be seen. Before I make my payment, I would like to ask you in person if you saw anything else of consequence, anything to share with me that might affect my dealings with the Fospindle. He folds his arms across his chest. I would prefer not to have any surprises when they go to retrieve the water. There was a shaft. Interesting. It's likely of no consequence, but if there is something of value there, it could play to my benefit. I would have mentioned the potential of additional salvage in the Fospindle administration. Given the data, it doesn't seem to have impacted the ice. Malik reaches into his pocket and produces a stack of cryo chits, bound carefully with a strip of paper. 250 cryo, as agreed. You take the chits and quickly tuck them away. With that, our business is concluded, Sleeper. I must speak with the administration to negotiate the release of my ship and then prepare for immediate departure. The syndicate will be eager for my successful return. Thank you. Should our paths cross again, I will see that it will be to your benefit. Alex is just a gentleman. So, we are on the run now. So, Lane is hunting us once again. Whenever we travel, we lose some, but whenever we stay here for a hub cycle, and then the cycle increases. So basically, we have 2 days where we should probably leave either on a job or leave this entire fucking place away from here. Which, kind of sucks because there's a lot of cool things I still want to do in here. Kind of sucks that I'm also not really good at some stuff, so makes it harder. We need to go to float some, explore Fospindle. We explore each section. Oh, have I not done the exploration on the very bottom? Oh god, I'm so bad at this. What the heck? Shoot. Well, heard of that. Let's go through these then. Wow. I'm so bad. What the heck? There we go. Nice. Got some energy back for doing that too. Oh yeah. Whew. Well. New locations. We got our scrapper ship over here. We can buy scrap components here, process raw scrap. Take a scrap ship to probably get some stuff. We also have the Spindle's Edge over here. Sealing shift. Most of the Fospindle workers don't like going out to seal up new units, so they leave that tiring and dangerous work for outsiders. Huh, I see. We're gonna make chits. We're gonna make some money. In this kitchen here. Got some rare components, some engine components, and some Solheim data. Just chilling. We got a lot of different cargo now available to us. What we can do with that cargo, well, that remains to be seen at this point in time. No. Well, let's go ahead and gamba. Ooh. Let's go. Let's end the cycle. Ooh. Got some glitch ones. Well, let's just suspend the glitch ones right here, real quick. Boop. I know they're glitched, but if I use them, something like that should be a little bit better. And let's gamba. Nice. Time to try it. 50-50. Yeah, made a little bit of cryo. I can spend that time in Nimbus Kitchen. At least get some energy back. Whoop. One more rest day, real quick. I'm sure some supplies, please and thank you. Nice, we got it. Now our glitches are all gone too. So if we go out and about, we won't have to worry about that. Go ahead and just gamble away, or... No, we don't need to do the gamble right now. What am I doing? Little chance of a positive outcome. Guess now we should go ahead and just buy all the fuel and stuff we need. So we're gonna go on a mission after this anyways. Born Venture. Use the crappy ones real quick. Negative, that's fine. Positive or neutral, please. Thank you. And then we go the guaranteed one to get the gambler's friend done. Boom. We got that done. Let's see what happens. Nothing. Sleeper suspicion. People are usually suspicious of sleepers. They usually get suspicious when you repeatedly win games of chance. Is that going to be a bad thing? Could be bad. I'm curious on what would happen if I did that. But we can wait till later for that one. Let's try this. Negative. It's fine. Let's just do both of these. Getting Nimbus Kitchen 1 done is kind of rough. Well, we got everything we need to go out on a flight now. Well, we have one more thing we can do. We can go do this hidden wreck right here. Confirm. We're gotta do both of these real quick, and let's travel. Confirm. This is not what you promised. Sabin turns to Eugene with a raised eyebrow. Looking out across the field of debris scattered across the small asteroids whose gravity has kept them here, you have to agree. Where do you even start looking? Eugene shrugs, unfazed. I said the wreck was hidden, transponder off, no flight records. Didn't say it was intact. It was an easy job. Would have come with your crew. Could have just grabbed it myself. We all earn our share. And it's definitely more than one wreck. Liz is leaning towards the window, staring out at glinting debris. I see at least 3, maybe 4 different engine housings out there. Safe and sighs. You really think there's something of value to be pulled out from that? I know there is. My tip-off is good. We just need to find the right part. He looks out at the wide field of debris of the right ship. And how do we do that? What I know is that a wreck with an item of great value is out here. That's it. And straps from his seat. Are you all afraid of some hard work? Is that it? Safian starts laughing. So, you're telling me we don't know what you're looking for, where it is, or what it is worth? Trust me, or don't. This will be worth your while. This is a hot tip. Sleeper, please. David turns to you, exasperated. Suddenly, a percussive beep interrupts the conversation. All of you turn your attention to Seraphim's terminal. What the? We've got an incoming ship. The transponder just popped up. See? What did I say? A hot tip. We better claim it before they do. He jams a finger at the readout. What have you got us into? Eugene looks innocent. I've given you a head start on a big haul. Don't waste it. I see a few obvious signs, large bits of debris, clear hull sections. You should focus on those. Bliss unclips from his seat and glides out of the cockpit. See you lucky kids in the airlock. Ready, Cap? Eugene slaps you on the shoulder and kicks off from the cockpit door. Turn to Seraphim. I do not like that guy. Safen shakes his head. I just give him a chance. Safen turns back to his terminal. Hey, you're the one who has to go out there with him. Look, just be careful. You nod and glide through the cockpit door, already trying to map the scattered debris in your mind. Alright. Well, transponder signal is going to be arriving in 2 days. We get a little bit of a head start. Got all the supplies we need. And we have some good rolls to go through. A pitted asteroid here. I'm good with my Endure. Is there some engineer stuff? Because my Endure I can use for like plus stuff. None of us are good at interfacing, so this one is going to be definitely for me and this guy. Hacking the door. Slicing the door. Alright, well. You're good at that. Nice, nice. You're good at intuiting, so you can try this here. Some stress. That's fine, that's fine. Oh, I gotta be doing this one. So now if they're good at interfacing, so the Endure stuff for me and Eugene would be good right here. I took a little bit of stress, but this is what I did this for. Nice. I think I don't take any more risk myself, though. See this. End the cycle. This time, I'm just gonna go ahead and boot up my, like, just push right now, I think. That gets rid of one of their stress each. And boost all their dice to be much, much better now. Over here. You're the only engineer that can work on this right here. +3. And if you do good right here and get a neutral, it might be a +2. Neutral, you get 1 stress, but hey, you got that shuttle access unlocked now. New thing right here, scraping the terminals for stuff. None of us are good at interfacing? Fuck. I did not know that. I didn't think about how bad this could be. Fuck. Now I got +1 on stress. That's not good. Yeah, start it up. Unlock the door with a cipher. Asteroid here. Just end the day right now. I think that's fine. Damn. Eugene, you piece of shit, where are you? A distorted voice rattles through your ship as you are all finishing your breakfast in the mess. Everyone looks at Eugene, Safen already shaking his head. Vesna, he says under his breath. Suddenly recall the steely-eyed captain who confronted Eugene and the guy are back on the far spindle. Open this airlock before I do something I'll regret. As her voice echoes through the room, you realize she must be the one at the rig's entry lock, using the comms panel out there to speak into the ship. Let her in. You kick off towards the door, but Safen drifts between you and the exit. Sleeper, are you sure about this? You can see he's angry. He's also looking at you for reassurance. We're just going to be talked, but be ready. Seraphine nods and his eyes darken. I'll be ready. Eugene follows as you glide down to the airlock and hit the control to the exterior door. Let me handle her. This is my ship. He raises his hands in submission and drifts back a little. You watch as the airlock cycles, and you see the silhouette of Vesna through the viewing window as she removes the helmet of her suit. You prepare yourself for whatever comes next, hoping that Seraphine is somewhere nearby. Thank you. Vesna floats through the airlock door, her eye implants making it hard to read her expression. I prefer not having to stand outside banging on the door. She turns to Eugene, seeing him behind you. But I also prefer it when my contractors don't try to screw me over. What do you want? He smiles. Want? What I asked for. I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt and assume you don't know what you've got yourself in the middle of here. She speaks plainly with little emphasis. But if you make a move, we're going to have some trouble. This slimy shit here. She jerks her chin towards Eugene. Got those coordinates thanks to my tip-off. Was meant to deliver them to me. That was a deal. She smiles and shakes her head. But instead, he thought he'd come and claim the prize for himself and bring you fools along for the ride. Eugene, tell whatever stories you want, Vesna. Until I am paid, there is no deal. Did you pay me, Vesna? Vesna looks frustrated. You know as well as I do that payments was on receipt of the coordinates. Well, sorry to say, I won't be able to deliver. Deal's off. You piece of shit. Vesna's hand goes to her hip. Now, you are a guest on this ship. Seraphine's voice comes from somewhere behind you. Let's all remember that. You turn back to see Seraphine holding a whole bolter at his waist, its wide muzzle trained on Vesna. Vesna lets her hand go loose at her side, abandoning her threat. Of course, he sighs. I thought you might all see the breach of trust in this situation, but I was wrong. I don't want to escalate this. On that, we are agreed. She backs a little towards the airlock. Eugene, don't think I'll back off. My team can find this thing faster than any mongrel crew. First to the prize, takes it all. May the better crew win, then. Indeed. Vessa slips back into the airlock and hits the control panel. The door scissors shut. Eugene suddenly tumbles forward as something hits him in the side of the head. You idiot! Seraphine stands behind Eugene, having swung the heavy muzzle of the hull bolter directly into his head. If you ever put this crew in danger again like that. Seraphine is right. Eugene catches himself on the wall. It's okay. He wipes a little blood from his forehead. I get it. That was sloppy. The whole thing is sloppy. This is how you get yourself killed. As much as I'm enjoying this display of aggression and idiocy, we still have a contract to complete. And now, we have competition. We should leave. Seraphine slings a hull bolter onto his shoulder. Cut our losses. Now wait. All this, you're going to give up and turn tail? Eugene is right. Shit. You are right. Alright. Time for you to prove yourself worth. Prove your worth. I'll be watching. Not so fun of a thing that we got going on here. But I think we go ahead and finish up the pitted asteroid real quick. Use the shittier one? Just because? No. If it's a negative outcome, that's going to be fucked. So we might as well just use the better one, because we could always push ourselves to get better rolls for everything else here anyways. That's going to be a 6 anyways. So might as well do that. What do we have here? Some outer remains. Among the debris. That is something that we are good at. We'll use our shit rolls. Oh, fuck. That's what this is. Shit. Shit. That's just scrap. That's just scrap. We need to go to the shuttle and we need to get this. We need to scrap the terminals. Fuck. None of us are good at this. We're about to build up stress like a motherfucker. If it's neutral outcome, it's alright. If we have a 20% chance of negative outcomes, it's a problem. And this one will be roughly the same. Alright, well. Let's try it anyways. Of course, when I do it, I get fucking negative. God damn it. We get it? Okay, we got the unstable cipher. Cool beans. I might just leave right now instead of taking on any more stress then if we do this. Start the action. Mark unlocked. Marked bay. Fuck, we still gotta slice into this shit? Oh no. Well, let's go. End the cycle. This could be bad. Let's see here. Actually, that's decent. That's not bad at all. Because I can slice into this shit instantly, basically. Yeah, I got it. It's over. I took more damage on my dice rolls, which isn't fun, but I mean... I played a little bit risky to get stuff done. That's a full 6, isn't it? Let's just push, get some stress. Because I think we'll be fine, right? Because I want to maybe try to be greedy. We can cut into these remains here and get some extra stuff still. If we do this proper. If it's neutral, it might just be 1, so we gotta do this still. 100% positive 1. Alright. Didn't even break a sweat. Cargo bay doors shutter open in silence as Eugene levers them apart. This is it. The final layer to pull back before you reach Eugene's mysterious prize. Can't help but feel a little excited. There's also a sense of satisfaction to the idea that you can beat Vesna's crew to the wreck. You found it. You cracked it open. And now you'll be the one to reap the rewards. Focus on the job. The doors are open enough for a person to glide through now. Beyond there is only the darkness of the cargo bay. You follow Eugene in, the headlamps in your suit lighting his back in the dusty void beyond. You see the boxes appear as if by magic out of the dark. Eugene glides past them. Does he not see them? You stop and take a look at the loot. The stack of 4 sealed boxes sit in the middle of the bay, their armored exteriors caked in the dust. You wipe it away and squint at the aging label. They look like industrial ship components, still sealed, totally untouched, and the belt, where most tech has been through hundreds of hands, patched up and reconfigured. This is a solid haul. Not the kind of haul that gets crews fighting over it. Something doesn't add up. They aren't here. Eugene's voice crackles through the radio. What? Back wall of the bay. Come see. You kick off from the crates and glide through the dark until you see Eugene, the back wall of the cargo bay, and something that confuses you for a second. A black shape, a ragged circle around Eugene. You squint. Inside it, tiny lights twinkle. It takes you a moment, but you slowly realize that you're looking through a hole in the wall, the stars beyond. Someone beat us to it. They are long gone. You serious? Look for yourself. This happened a while ago. They punched in and took it. What was it? Eugene turns back to you, his face pale in your torch headlights. Seems to be lost for words. Folks, I've got Seraphine telling me Vesna's crew are heading this way, so whatever you got in there, if you want to keep it, grab it and get out now. I'm already heading to the rig. I'll get the cargo bay open and prep for your arrival. Don't dawdle. Go now. Eugene suddenly seems to regain his focus. The crates! Let's grab them and go. You glide back across the bay, your mind still racing with questions. Something about Eugene's reaction tells you he knew what he was expecting to find here. That is the case, you think. Yet another lie he's told you. You both reach the crates and quickly lash them together, guiding them weightlessly out of the room between you. As you do, you meet eyes with Eugene, and he looks away. I really hope you two idiots are on your way back, because Vesna's boys are just about to reach the wreck you're on. We're inbound. Eugene quickly responds and clicks his radio off. Well. Tell me then, what ancient and powerful treasure did you find in that thing? Gold, a Conway warhead. 3 crates of components. Seriously? Sleeper, me and you are going to need to have a serious chat. You cross the debris field to the ship in silence, your eyes on the scrap for a sign of Vesna's crew. You don't think they'd ambush you, but then again, you wouldn't put it past them. As you reach the cargo bay and guide the crates through the open door, you shoot Eugene a final glance. Give me time. I'll explain in time, he says quietly over the radio. You consider pressing him, even shouting at him, but you realize there will be plenty of time for that on the journey back to the far spindle. For now, you just want to get out of here. Contract complete. Only thing left is trying to get through these remains right here, which, we'll start with this. Nice. And with that, and the debris, got some raw scrap. Sick. Alright, well, let's fucking skedaddle then before we fucking take any more damage.
Oh my god, what a horrible hand!
12114. Eugene has spent the journey back to the far spindle, avoiding Seraphine as best as he can. It might not be that he is afraid, but you get the feeling that it's more likely that he has been making himself scarce, out of a genuine sense of regret. Seraphine, however, doesn't see his behavior so favorably. Slimy as shit, won't even show his face. Seraphine complains loudly as he finalizes docking. Put us in a space crew's sight, no care for anyone but himself! Say something. You hear the rustle of movement behind your head, and you turn to see Eugene in the cockpit's doorway, a very serious expression on his face. Are you all an explanation? His voice is low and steady. Believe it or not, this is not my plan. Yeah, your plan was to find the loot in that wreck and split with it, wasn't it, big man? Seraphine glares at Eugene. No. Eugene gives him a tired look. It wasn't. Hear him out, Seraphine. Bliss cuts in from the back of the cockpit. Vesna has been searching for a ship. Eugene looks over your heads at the far spindle. An infamous ship. Seemed like she already had a ship. That was part of the problem. Seraphine interrupts. Not a rig. A fraction drive ship. An interstellar ship. That seems to shut Seraphine up. And you don't blame him. An interstellar ship here? In the belt? That's tech from the core systems. Why didn't you say? I shouldn't even be telling you now. Word gets out that there's a factory fresh fraction ship somewhere in the belt. People kill for less. Gangs kill for much less. You're telling me there's a fraction ship that no one has ever found that's been sitting here? Since when? Since the collapse? Believe it or not, that's exactly it. Eugene looks to you. Vesna put me on the trail. He wanted me to find its location for repayment, an old debt. But the moment I found the data that verified its existence, that confirmed the ship was out there, I couldn't give it to her. And that's when you found me. Why keep it from her? Eugene folds his arms. You may have met Vesna, but you don't know her. He's one of the last people in the belt who should have a ship like that. Well, no one has a ship now, if it even exists. Need I remind you that it wasn't there? Your data was a bust. No, it was there, once. Those wrecks? Those were ships that fought over the fraction ship. A bunch of Solheim corporates who wanted to get out of the system when it all came down. And that ship was their ticket. The Felian Pax. Eugene looks out at the far spindle. It was there, but someone moved it, hid it, long before we got there. Sounds like a fantasy to me. I believe in this fantasy, Sleeper. I'm sorry, Sleeper. And to the both of you as well. I wanted to keep this secret. I wanted to find the Avelian path. I knew that if I did, you would understand. Still, I was wrong to manipulate you. He bows his head. But I'm not done. I will find that ship. Now leave the belt. How will you do that? With no ship of your own and Vesna at your back. Eugene ignores him and moves closer to you. Sleeper, I will uphold our deal. I'll serve on your crew. When I have news of the Felian, you will know. How can I trust you? Only you can answer that, Sleeper. I'd give you my word, but I don't think it's worth much. Zephyr turns to you. I know. I always say it, but this time you have to listen to me, Sleeper. This guy is no good. I know his type. Don't bring him. This can be your escape too, Sleeper. Okay. You're in. Seraphine sighs, getting up from his seat. You've got a lot to prove. He passes close to Eugene as he leaves. You better get on with it. Eugene meets his eye, but says nothing. When Seraphine is gone, he looks to you and nods. Thank you. He turns and leaves too. Quite the ragtag group we have here. I know you understand what a second chance means for you, Sleeper. I'm glad to see you understand that others need the same. You slip out before you can respond. You stare out the cockpit at the lights of the far spindle. You hope Eugene understands this mistake, and you hope even harder that Vesna doesn't hold a grudge, even though you know for a fact she does. You sigh. Bunks are going to need expanding at this rate. Sleeper. Seraphine catches your attention as you go to leave the ship. Can I have a minute? Of course. Seraphine ducks into a maintenance passage and waits for you to follow. In the narrow passage, framed by loose wires and thick conduits, Seraphine looks suddenly small, trapped. He looks at an open-circuity panel as he speaks, avoiding your gaze. You see he's playing with a coin in his hand, obviously spinning it in the air. Since we cleared export, I've been putting feelers out for something. He rubs his hands nervously. I've been in the belt a long time, and I came here alone. But back on Darkside, just before we made a break for it, I heard something. Heard someone was looking for me. He pauses, trying to organize his thoughts. Who's after you? I also heard something else. They said the person looking for me claimed to be my sister. You have a sister? I did. Or I do. But I don't even know if it's really her. Just because someone says they're my sister, well, I can't be sure. The thing is, I haven't seen my sister in a long time. I was still a kid when I left. So was she, but I don't think she would have liked to admit it at the time. He smiles to himself. I know you don't understand. You don't remember. I know you don't remember how it was. Back in Darkside, I mean. But we were alone. You and me. Dane didn't let us out much. Just to work, and that was all. So when I overheard one of his guys mention someone was sniffing around, trying to find me, I didn't know what to think. And then, knowing it could have been my sister. He goes quiet. You try to recall that time the cycle spent under Lane's influence, working for him in exchange for stabilizer. You close your eyes, focus. The details flicker. The images collapse and reform. Has he even told you this before? Was this all part of your plan? You wanted to go find her. Yes. It changed things for me. The thought that she could be out there. Don't get me wrong, I wanted to get you out of there too. He pauses, and you sense he is finding this difficult. I know it doesn't matter now, but I told you about her back then. Before. I'm sorry, I don't remember. It's okay, Sleeper. I understand. Since we got away, since Hexport, I've been asking around, speaking to spacers, traders, and like I said, something has finally come up. It seems whoever was trailing me left Darkside pretty soon after Utsubo got wind of her sniffing around. I doubt they made her feel very welcome, but I managed to get a name. The name she gave, Luz, wasn't my sister's. That doesn't mean much. It gave me something to follow. She bounced around the wash a little, far spindle and flotsam. Not sure why. He squints at a loose wire. Next thing she did was book a passage to Wellspring on a Lotic freighter. That's it. How do you know this? Mostly ships manifest in port records. A few favors on the quiet. I want to go to Wellspring, Sleeper. To know if it's really her. And if it isn't, to settle what needs settling. Let's do it. Thank you, Sleeper. Meets your eye. I'll admit it. Has been strange, reminding myself that everything we talked about back on Darkside, everything we did, it's lost now. I'm glad to see you're still you, whatever that means. I'm not sure I know who I am. Me neither. He smiles. Anyway, better get back to it. Seraphine squeezes past you in the corridor and glides back towards the engine room. Watch him go. Wonder if your past together can ever be reclaimed. Your mind wanders to thoughts of Seraphine's sister. For a moment, you wonder what it's like to have a family, and if you will ever know. You drive available. Diagnosing my frame, finding Seraphine's sister, investigating Hexport, and making repairs. We gotta fix a dice slot, which we can't do until we break a dice slot. Sadly. Jeez, look at that. God damn. We got Zialo. Green Belt. Scatter yards over here. Hellion Gate. We can go up to Flotsam. We have Holmes Rock over here. If we go to Flotsam, assumedly, we can pass through because there won't be as much stuff going between Flotsam and Holmes Rock. And then we can move up to Wellspring from there. Yeah, the place that we kind of need to go to, what was it, Scatter Yards? Yeah, we can't go into Darkside anymore. That's gonna be dangerous. Ooh. Sheesh. Huh. Well, we got some time to spend here without having to worry about anything. Let me see around what we can do. Let's see what happens when I fail this. Hey, we're not doing that great. We're good. Oh, that gives us stress, though. Fuck. What the heck? That's some BS. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah. Jeez. It makes me wonder if I should try to get engage. Here's the thing. Oh, I can't get... here's the thing. Either we get engineer and engage boosted, which would be pretty fucking cool. Or we get it where interface is actually a usable skill for me, which is pretty nice as well. That means things that require... not intuition. Intuition's always going to be bad for me no matter what. But at least now things that have interface would be alright. Sadly, yeah, intuit's just going to never be a thing for me. I don't mind being bad at two things. I think we want to at least be good at two. Like, we want to be really good with two things right now. Because we could boost Endure, and that'd be alright. But I think we need to get engineer or engage up first and foremost. Probably engage. I feel like the people that we picked up so far, they're not engaged folks. So being good at muscle, enduring and engaging would be alright. We do that first and foremost. Alright. Well, let's play around and find out then. What's the first thing we should probably do then? Diagnosing my frame, meaning we should be going to Flotsam. Traveling to Wellspring. Meet Cadet in the Scatter Yards. Acquire some components, which we did. Fixing a dice slot. There's not much we can do here without fucking around and finding out, I reckon. There should be all the way down here. I'm down to do some dangerous shit. Nice. A little bit of money. Alright, let's just rest up real quick. We got two different things we can kind of do. Wow. That is so bad. Oh god, that's actually kind of funny. Well, actually, it's so bad over at the fucking Nimbus kitchen. I might as well choose a one die. Jesus. I was hoping to get some cool stuff. Something or another. There's Geyer, nothing there. It's just to get some stuff back. Oh, shit. Oh. About time when we had some really bad rolls, honestly. Nice 2 on energy. That's a little bit rude. Well, yeah, we're getting more supplies. Let's end the cycle real quick. And even though we have some stuff left over here, I think it's fine to kind of call it, you know? We'll survive. Ah, my Gamba. Oh wait, I'm building up stress like an idiot. Nice. Go to Nimba's kitchen. Nimba, thank you for all the free meals, even though I do a shit job here. I appreciate it. Fill up on all the fuel we can. Fill up on all the supplies we can. And we call it there. Can't sell this stuff anywhere, can we? Guess we'll have to go someplace else for that. Maybe we can do it at the scrapper ship? Ah, yeah, we can process this. Not a bad deal. Return either process payments. Right, so I get stuff back too? 1 second. 1 process scrap. Interesting. Well, now we have processed scrap. I wonder if we can basically make like a trading empire, because I don't think we can sell this processed scrap to anyone here. But if we go to maybe Flotsam, we can maybe use this processed scrap there. I'm curious now. Well, let's go to Flotsam, I think, and we're gonna go ahead and explore some stuff. Alright, Eugene and Bliss with us now. Pretty nice. Let's go. Belt, and I guess we're going to go to Flotsam. A ramshackle flotilla. Whew. And from now on, it's all new stuff for here. I will know nothing else of what's going on. It's hard to tell where Flotsam ends and the ships parked at its many docking bridges begin. As everything docks with the station, you realize that the rig now looks like just another piece of accumulated technology, one more bit of driftwood added to the raft. I love this place. David smiles as he shuts down the engines. You never know what you're going to find. You've been here before? Yeah. Back when I first came to the belt. The crew I signed on with used to run salvage jobs out of here. Fun place to spend your wages. You see Bliss eyeing the station with what looks like both horror and fascination. You see the seals? They point out to some twisted assemblage of ship parts. Total cowboy welds. They could pop out any moment. Zevin waves away their concerns. Oh, that's just the outer layer. I bet there's 6 or 7 in all, so if one fails, it's no problem. He stretches out and turns to you. You gotta taste some of the stuff they grow in old Takei. It's so good shit. He kisses his fingers. Oh, great. So many layers of redundancy and fallback so you have no hope of isolating a leak and fixing it. You ramp on the wall of the rig. Sounds like a ship I know. Defend the rig? Hey, buddy. Zevin joins in, the two of you shoulder to shoulder. She got you out here, didn't she? He shrugs at Bliss. No sense of gratitude. I was joking! Bliss looks a little hurt and drifts out of the cockpit, shaking their head. You go follow, but Seraphine puts a hand on your shoulder. Sleeper. He looks suddenly serious. Remember what I said about getting checked out. There are artificers all over this place. It will take a little bit of searching, but we need to know what's going on with you. He meets your eye. I'll handle it. Good. It's important. I'm going to go see if any of my old haunts are still open. He drifts out of the cockpit with a mock salute. I'll catch you later. You are left alone in the cockpit with a view of the Flotsam's chaotic structure. You look over the multicolored plating. It does, you admit, have a certain charm. The Flotsam hums over here. Oh, that's literally it. Huh. It seems like a pretty small place, but analyze the structure. Ooh. This could be bad, isn't it? New location discovered. Hopefully someplace to eat. The Narrow Escape. You can buy a meal. Take recovery contract. The Narrow Escape's barman, Botan, has a tip about a recovery contract. For a few chits, he'll give you the coordinates. My rig's blown its propulsion. I'm stranded on some godforsaken rock. Repair crew needed. Will split hull. No time wasters or thieves. I'm armed. Recovery stranded rig. Scrap and components. Alma safe. Need someone who has good engineering skills. Well, I'm down to try it out, but I think we just leave that alone for now. $15 for a meal is fucking insane, though. Nice. That dang time that we just got a neutral one. New place discovered. Well, let me just use this up and I'll buy myself a meal. And hopefully that meal will give me more energy. Saying what it's asking of me. 15 shits? Yeah, you better give me that. Jeez. Ferris tanker over here. Buy scrap components as well over this area. Fill up on fuel if we need to. Damn, why are you so expensive? What the fuck? 6? It was 5 back in the other area. What the hell? Jesus Christ. Trying to get me... waste all my mother trucking money. This is highway robbery. Highway robbery. First and foremost, we need to find a place. Use. Alright. If we deposit, we'll probably be +2. Neutral outcome. Lovely. Guarantee it? Sure, why not? Over the flotsam. Nicely done, me. The chaos of the flotsam intrigues you. Passage to passage, it is the most incoherent place you have ever visited. Plating, and cushioning of all kinds of conditions finds a forest of wires and ducts, interfacing in ways their manufacturers would never dream possible. Rooms are crushed cargo bays, clipped bridges, eviscerated engine rooms. Patchwork corridors are lumped with messy welds, bending whirlingly along their length. It is, to put it nicely, a total mess. It's not that you don't like it, but finding an artificer among this chaos has been more than a little challenging. The cycle, searching these winding passages once more, seeing only scrap merchants and junk shop, begun to wonder if Seraphine had any idea what he was talking about when he advised you to come here. A sleeper. The voice cuts through the pungent air. Well, I never. You glance in the voice's direction and find yourself looking at a small booth, piled with tech. Behind a fogged and scratched plastic screen is a meticulously arranged counter, the only clear spot in sight. At it, an old man with wet and wandering eyes sits neatly. Excuse me? The man's eyes widen. Apologies. I wasn't sure if you'd even heard me. Jean Me tilts his head. I don't mean to be rude. Please, he bows a little. That's okay. He smiles warmly, almost bowing again, his hunched shoulders accentuating the movement. How? He pauses, taking care with his speech now. Are you feeling, sleeper? He beckons you a little closer. I am Jean Michel. Jean Michel? I forget how that... I don't forget. Anyways, though, please, to me, to you, Jean-Mi. I work with machines. He sweeps his hand above his counter where you see configurations of tiny parts, mostly small ones. He smiles. I'm not great. Of course. He drops his hand to indicate a stool with a leg bar meant for perching beside his counter, and such is the clarity and persuasiveness of his movement that you obligingly sit. Your presence is a rare honor here. He smiles and looks down into his lap. I'm sorry if I make you uncomfortable. I'm just very pleased to see you. Can I help you with something? I'm more imagining I could help you. I can see your journey to me has not been easy, he says with genuine concern. You track his eyes across your body, noticing the scuff marks on your thick, vinyl-like skin and replaced in broken parts of your body, the marks of violence. You pull your jacket a little tighter. Jean-Mi folds his hands one over the other and places them on the counter. I do not know what your experiences have been, but I want to assure you that I will see you as a person, a being, a soul, shall we say, as valid as any other. You look at Jean-Mi, his own age and wear also evident, life of precise and careful work shaping his body into a reflection of his process. You notice his unconfident way of speaking, which betrays a certain loneliness, a lack of practice. It is his turn to feel observed. I understand. You are kind. The frankness of the remark takes you by surprise. He looks down at his counter and begins to take apart a tiny piece of machinery that sits there. Many years ago, when I began my apprenticeship, I would find that whenever I saw something that, was not working well, I was fixated on it and its repairs. He tinkers with the parts, twisting them precisely. Of course, the belt is filled with this kind of dysfunctional detail. And so I was busy for many years with these small fixings. He smiles in reminiscence. But now I find that when I am interested in a thing that is not working as it should, he sharply twists one of the parts between his fingers, is because it might have some quality not yet foreseen or discovered. Releases the altered object into the air, where it ballet, balletically, balletically twist in hypnotic display, like a spinning top whose movements are totally unpredictable. Oh, you know what? It probably did the thing. So I've seen in space, if you spin something that like a top, where it like has a big pole and you has like a wheel or something to spin in the middle, or you can spin it in general. It'll spin, it'll do 180 and continue spinning in the same movement it was before. So it would in 180s, it'll rotate in the other direction. And doing that, it'll rotate, it'll flip again and keep spinning over and over and over again. It does that. I can't remember why, but I just remember that. Anyways, you can look that up if you think it's cool, because I thought it was kind of neat. Anyways, I'm assuming that's probably what it's doing right now. Jean-Mi smiles as you watching a hypnotic toy. I can see that you're in the process of becoming sleeper. Let me aid you in this. What do you mean? Jean-Mi, precise hands drop to a device around his neck. He deftly pulls a pair of goggles up to his face, masking his wet eyes. Hold still, sleeper. Something flickers inside the goggles. Their face blank, Jean-Mi's hands play across buttons and switches on the exterior. Tuning, focusing. What are you doing? Jean-Mi holds up a single stubby finger and continues his work. When the goggles are finally lowered, they reveal a look of concern on Jean-Mi's face. I think you'd better come inside. He kicks off from his desk and disappears. A moment later, your rattle in a small bulkhead door beside the booth that you had assumed was rusted shut creaks open. Jean-Mi beckons you inside. Jean-Mi's workshop is even more cramped than you expected. As you enter, you're surrounded on all sides with netting holding bundles and bundles of terminals, servers, drivers, and cables. At its center, a padded seat and a seat of articulated arms mounted with sensors and tools fill the space. The seat, please. Jean-Mi gestures at it with a polite smile. Let's just sit. You tentatively settle on the seat, slipping your arm and feet into the straps meant to keep you from floating out of it in 0G. Jean-Mi floats beside you. He looks across your body. There is damage here. I see that. We will get to that. But I see something else is here as well. This is why you came. He looks at you solemnly. Yes. Though I have never met a sleeper, I have studied them. I was lucky to acquire some materials from Ascent Arp some time ago, in the interest of my own endeavors. He begins arranging a series of sensors around you on articulated arms. You are pleasingly distinct from those materials. Am I right in thinking you have been modified? I rebooted myself. Yes. I see that your dependency on stabilizer or the immune recoding portion of its makeup at least has been broken. It gives you a precise look. That is not all. You are physically modified, not externally, but internally. It carefully positions the final sensor. Your trackers are disabled, which makes it impossible for Esnop to find you. Congratulations. He smiles broadly. But this is not all. You have been modified. Yes, you're also being modified as we speak. You feel strange claustrophobia at Jean-Mi's statement. Modified? Zephyrin rebooted your system, ran the recoding protocol, but that shouldn't have physically changed you. It only changed your planned obsolescence. How? Jean-Mi goes to a terminal and flicks a switch. Though the back of the translucent screen, you see a nodal web in the vague shape of a sitting body. Your body. These changes appear to be complex, subtle, but consistent. Jean-Mi goes silent as he taps at the terminal, representation of your body rotating and unfolding in unsettling motions. What changes? Z here. He points at a flicking representation of your spine, tracing a line toward your head. Your nervous system is growing additional nodal points, here and here. Meanwhile, your emulation interface is growing an umbilical access port. Though, towards what end I am unsure, you instinctively reach back and touch the base of your head. As you do, the skin flickers and screeches with noise. You feel for something there, growing under your thick vinyl skin. Can you feel a lump, or is it just your imagination? You pick at it. Jean-Mi sighs and shuts off the terminal. The changes are partially, and in all honesty, the resolution is too poor. I need to run a full diagnostic. For that, I would need... It drifts over to another terminal and brings up screens and screens of text and diagrams. Yes, some kind of medium to hold your suspended emulation. The access jack I can build myself, but we will need to bridge your emulation. Jean-Mi speaks quietly, almost to himself. A ship mind would be ideal for this. Would have to be of high capacity, a prime ship mind, Solheim in origin. Perhaps Hellion Gate might hold records of any that were in the system. He taps at the terminal. Jean-Mi turns back to you. Yes, the prime ship mind is essential if you wish further investigation to be done. I'll need this above all. I'm sorry to say, Sleeper. Can you tell me more? Accurately, no. He meshes his fingers in front of his chest. It's clear that a process has begun but has yet to be complete. Jean-Mi busies himself with taking down the sensors and folding away the articulated arms. As he does, you try to calm yourself. It feels as if you have worms under your skin. It takes all your focus not to pick at its seams. Jean-Mi suddenly but gently places a hand on yours. Please, remain calm. He puts a careful restored rare component in your hand. This can help you. Jean-Mi waits for you to fall still. Then he leans back a little, relieving some of the strange intimacy of the moment. For now, our work is concluded. He meshes his fingers again and bows with a small head bob, which you are welcome anytime. Thank you. Of course. His manner seems to have returned to something more businesslike, a humble man who knows his customers' needs. You get up from your seat, a little dazed, and push a wave into the passage. Safe travels, Sleeper. Jean-Mi says quietly, placing the promised list in your hand as he lets you back into the station. You feel dazed, unsure of how you feel about the insistence of this man's particular kindness, but most of all haunted by the idea of the unseen process that are running within you. Part of you does not wish to know anything further, to leave this place and never look back. Another is desperate to immediately retrieve every object on this list so that you may know what strangeness is happening within you. For now, you need to steady yourself and find a way to continue. Seraphine comes to find you in your bunk. After Jean-Mi's assessment, you find yourself drifting back to the ring, in need of the familiarity and comfort of your own ship. Sleeper, I found an artificer. He hovers by the door, looking concerned. Explain. You tell him about Jean-Mi, how he offered to repair you repairs and ran an assessment of your frame. You describe the cramped booth, the articulated arms, the strangeness of seeing your own body atomized upon the terminal screen. Then you tell him that your body is changing, growing in ways Jean-Mi cannot identify. That some process has started, and you do not know how it will end. You mention umbilical ports and nodal points, trying your best to remember the details of the things Jean-Mi asked you to retrieve. Seraphine grows pale and silent. He shakes his head when you stop talking. Lane, that piece of shit has to be behind this. Perhaps. For sure. Seraphine looks stubbornly at the floor. We'll get what you need. We'll find that ship mind. A bit of work here and there, and we can make it to Hellion Gate and wherever else. What about your stuff? We'll do that too. We're free, Sleeper. No one can stop us. Just say the word, okay? He goes quiet. Don't give up on yourself just yet. Get up and get back to it. And with that, he turns and kicks off down the corridor, disappearing from sight. You wait a little while, staring at the stained ceiling on the bunks, letting the thoughts settle in your mind. And then when you're ready, you get up and leave, dazed, with a stony determination growing in your chest. Didn't finish the drive. Boo. No side quest to do. So mostly it's that one side quest over here that we can yoink real quick. 8 chits. Make the purchase. You get some extra scraps and components. I don't think I need to spend money to get my energy back up. We're just gonna head out right now. That's what I'm gonna do right here. We go to the stranded rig. I think I get all my energy back. We're already full on supplies. We're just gonna go over here. And if you think about it, we might be able to get ourselves a new crew from this right here. Alma. I know one Alma already, and they're great. Bunch of the Wilds. Oh, I need to play more Monster Hunter Wilds, actually. Let's go. Yeah, only people we can take is right here. Got Bliss and Eugene to help me out. Let's go travel to it. Bliss is already at engineer stuff. I am too. I'm not sure if Eugene will be able to help much, but, you know, at least he has some skills to help out with this. Get from the crew. Alright. Keep your hands where I can see them. The voice crackles over the open channel of your suit comms as you near the stranded rig. You slow your approach a little as you move towards the ship, its shape lumpy and skeletal in the distant light of the sun. A warm welcome. Bodes well for the rest of the job. Bliss shoots you a concerned look. You look up at the stranded ship ahead. Clearly, they're feeling a bit exposed. Hey, we're here to help. Well, I figured. Otherwise, I would have put a hole in that shiny rig of yours already. You arrive at the side of the rig, inspecting the damage as you do. Half the holding plate and big chunks of the internal structures seem to be missing. But you have a feeling that this is not what you were here to fix. The airlock opens and you move inside. The interior all exposed wires and metal framework. The system wheezes and shudders as it cycles. Oh, Alma is an old lady. Another value here. If you're looking to steal something, you're welcome to it. Alma greets you plainly inside the rig. You do the work that's needed, and I'll let you take your half of the haul. I wonder what kind of voice I should give them. I don't want to do old, wizened. Not that old. We'll just work it out as we go. Straight to business, I see. Isn't that what you're all here for? Her face is placid and unchanging as a rock. If you were expecting tea party, you'd be sorely disappointed. Here's the short of it. Engine's conked out on me here. And I'm no engineer. I usually get her going, but this time no dice. Looks between you and the rest of the crew. Surprised there's so many of you, to be honest. Liz smiles sympathetically. Sorry about that, but don't worry. I've worked on these engines before. I can handle this. Don't be so sure. Alma leads you towards the engine room. The layout of her rig much the same as yours. This girl is the sensitive type. You need to know her to handle her. Down to a corridor, the ship snakes in the way that isn't familiar to you, and you realize this rig is far more heavily modified than your own. Something that becomes all the more obvious as you arrive in the engine room. Rather than the rig's stock engine, singular block and double turbine with feed lines between, Alma's engine is a mess of piping and feed lines, linking up multiple raw components, welded to the interior frame of the room. Her eyes widen at the sight. Been adding to her since I was young. Alma smiles at the chaos. Might look like a mess, but she purrs when she's running. Bliss is shaking their head slowly. Oh, sleeper. This is going to be special. You struggle to tell if they're intimidated or impressed. Perhaps a little of both. That's all about all of it. Get a run and you'll get your half the haul. What's the haul? Alma glides over to the window and set in the side of the engine room and points to the corroded remains of the facility, deep in the asteroid's loose, dusty surface. There's a good haul. Good as fine as I've seen. That pile of scrap? Exactly that. What? Too good for scrapping? By rights, that building's mine. Scrapper's claim. Alma scratches out of her mess of hair. You helped me get her running, and you're welcome to take what you want from it. Up to a maximum of 50% of raw mass, that is. We have to extract it ourselves, then? She looks you up and down. You feel the first acknowledgement of you being a sleeper. But that'll trouble one of you. Anyway, you're leaving with nothing, unless my girl here is back in shape by the time you're all done. So get to it. She folds her arms across her chest. You turn back to the engine, your eyes tracing the madness of the interlocking system. You're starting to have the horrible feeling that this contract is some kind of elaborate joke. Ugh. Indeed, ugh. So, Alma's rig, what do we do to fix this bad boy? Engineering and engine labor, both of which aren't too bad. What do we need to do for this one right here? More enduring and some intuition. So basically, everything that we're good at with gathering up scrap and whatnot. Component searching. The only person that's good for that would be Bliss. Well, at least both me and Eugene, we can work on Alma's rig. No worries. I think we pushed once already. I feel like we can get some stuff done. Let's start with you. Oof. Taking some stress from that neutral outcome. You'll be fine. You don't take anything extra from all that stress anyways, right? It's a positive outcome, make. It's +2. Do I waste... I don't risk my dice just yet. I risk my stress at the very end of the work. Well, I try to get some intuition done right here. Action right here. Alright. A little more hidden treasure. Dangerous, dangerous. But not too dangerous. Negative outcome. Don't risk the rest of my dice. Just risky it. A neutral outcome might not actually cause any stress. I'm down to risk that. Nice. That's the most I'll risk right now. Let's go to end cycle. No energy loss. 6 and a 6, eh? Not too shabby. I just take that and run then. Some engine labor donezo. This one right here. Best of this kind of work, my friend. Nice. Don't need to get the hidden treasure done. Ooh. Nice bow you got there. We'll make scrappers out of you kids yet. I'm announcing yourself on the open channel. That scrap will get you a pretty penny if you know what you're doing. Holmes Rock's always a good place to offload. I'll give you that for free. Look at the stack of ragged torch-cut plates as they are loaded up into the rig's cargo hold. You have to admit you do feel a little pride at the work done. Thanks. You've earned it. You glance over your shoulder at the cockpit of Alma's rig, where you can see her watching. What are you doing out here anyways? There's a click on the open channel as it closes, and Alma seems to take a moment to consider her response. Let me ask you a question, Sleeper. She clears her throat. What do you think this place is? Seems like some kind of old mine station to me. Fair guess. I ducked into the depression there, and it kind of wasn't mine. At least, they had to dig up a load of rock to make all the tunnels under it. Alma goes quiet for a moment, but you wait, getting the feeling there's still more to be said. See the old arrays at the far side? You turn and look up the rock, towards the broken frames and panels you can just make out in the dust, catching the sun's weak light. Those were the first priority. Got power running. We charged the sails with the excavators and welders, turning the scraps into something livable. She falters and coughs. Look at them now. See the tumble-down collection of panels? They look like they were scattered by a careless hand, scattered without much thought. The comm channel clicks off, and you see the distant silhouette of Alma drift from view, out of the cockpit of her rig. You turn back to see the scrap has been loaded into the ship. You're half of the hull, though you suspect this place is more than just a haul to Alma. Some place she used to live at? Something like that, maybe. I don't need to risk much else right now. Let's just go ahead and end the cycle here. Good, good. Oh my god. Really good. Oh, just gotta do this real quick. Alma's girl's up and running. You all gathered to Alma's ring to see the engine tested. The engine room purrs and chitters. It seems to warm with the sound of the engine, with a polyrhythmic. The engine room purrs and chitters. It seems to warm with the sound of the engine, with the polyrhythmic vibrations that rattle through the open framework of the interior. You look over to Alma and you see her eyes are closed, a small tremble at the corner of her mouth. You look at the engine, Alma's engine, an object that you've come to respect over the past cycles, even if you haven't necessarily grown to love it. It is, as you see it now, a difficult thing to love. All parts of it make little sense, and its oldest systems, those now bypassed and made obsolete by new additions, still somehow play an integral role you don't understand. It is unwieldy, and unnecessarily so, and the accumulation of parts and patches from its long service makes it surprisingly fragile. Meanwhile, other sections have been welded and re-welded so many times that they are impregnable and will never be able to be replaced. It is uncooperative, prone to sudden outbursts of cooling fluid or even fuel. It is restless and will begin to leak when left idle for too long. It's always too cold or too hot thanks to the coolant in the fuel, and it's too hard to predict which it will be at any given moment. And yet despite all this, it is an object you feel close to, that you feel a kinship with, because in the end, you, too, are an accumulation of broken parts, long outliving their operational limits. You, too, are a machine that has become a story that has grown beyond the ability of others to understand. You look over to Alma again, and Bliss is there beside her. You can see they are talking, but with the engine running, you can't hear them. You watch for a moment, Bliss now patiently listening as, in faltering words, Alma explains something to them. Bliss nods, and then suddenly they embrace, gently, and with care. Bliss pushes back, and as soon as the moment has passed, it seems like it might not have happened at all. Nothing in the two figures' attitudes betrays the act. The room seems unchanged. You try to remember if you've seen them speaking before now, but you recall there are many moments when you were not with Bliss. As you watch Alma approach, you realize the engine is not just special to you, and that between her and Bliss might have been the bridge to a unique kind of respect. That's the job, Sleeper. Alma approaches you from the other side of the room, and you know where the payment is to be found. I believe that brings our business to an end. Alma scratches at her hair, unless you have something to add. What will you do now, then? I believe that's my business. She bristles at the question. I need to find somewhere quiet to resupply and so on, but I don't think you'd be like my usual haunts. She gives you a sly look. I appreciate the assistance. You're welcome to take what you want for the hangar, if you haven't already. You see a knowing shimmer in her eyes. Now, I must kindly ask you to leave my ship. As the airlock cycles, you look across to Bliss and swear you see a tear in her eye. What did Alma say? Bliss turns to you, as if they forgot you were there. You just reminded me of why I do what I do, why I fix things. There's a beauty to it. You find yourself drifting away from Alma's rig in a haze of thoughts. It's clear to you at this point that Alma's history is written all over this place. More than that, well, you can't be sure. This story, it seems, isn't for you. You realize, as you gaze at the broken remains of the facility, that Alma never took any of her half of the hull. You turn back and squint in the cockpit of her rig. You see her there, looking out across this wasteland, still as a statue. It's an image that, as you load into the rig and begin your preparations to depart, will stick with you. One that every time you enter the engine room of your ship, a room almost identical to the engine room of Alma's rig, will leap into your mind. A woman, floating above the wreck of what was once her home, looking for a reason to keep going. Let's finish up this right here then. I'm down to take some damage here. Should I feel bad for kind of destroying what's one was her home? Don't know. It should be fine if we just push this right here. So we're just gonna try and end this all in one day. Unless there's a ton left, which would be kind of crazy. There's a hiss and a rush of stale air as a sealed bay deep in the facility's tunnels opens for the first time in years. The beams of your suit lamps reach into the dark, picking out waves of dust and debris. They reveal a small bay, big enough for a shuttle but not a rig like yours. As you glide inside, those same beams catch on the frame of something that sits at the center of the bay. It is wide and flat, with a cylindrical central section that runs its length. As you move around it, looking at the sections of plates and open frame, you realize it is a ship. Or at least it was. This frame, filled with rusted components and partially covered with old hull plates, suggests a fast ship, an arrowhead designed to cut through debris and even atmosphere. You float up a little to see into its central cylinder, and your lamps reveal a cockpit outfitted for 2 people, one sat behind the other. The seats are carefully upholstered, and you realize this was a labor of love. The whole ship, in fact, seems built by hand, a custom model with little function out here beyond looping around asteroids for the thrill of it. Looking closer, brushing away the surface corrosion, you see flames painted on the hull plates in curling patterns, brushstrokes visible even after what must be many years. As you inspect the half-finished ship, a sense of quiet wonder keeps you silent. You notice a glint towards its rear. You approach it and see an engine, all interlocked in tubes and flared vents. It's unlike any you've ever seen. The holes in its side suggest it may never have been finished. Those holes are the source of the glint. Reach in and pull out some strange-looking engine components, each pristine and complex. You hesitate for a moment, suddenly feeling like you shouldn't be disturbing such an intimate object. But it occurs to you that nothing would please a person who built the ship more than seeing these handmade components put to use. You secure them in your suit and push away from the ship. As you leave the bay, you turn and take one last look at the treasure inside. It's possible that it never flew. Perhaps it was in the middle of an extensive refit when this place was abandoned. Either way, its flying years have long since passed, and now, with the bay open, it'll corrode much faster, melding with the anonymized... Anonymized? 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 Wow, when a word just takes you out of it. Describe this place in mere cycles. You suppress your shiver and start the journey back to the surface, aware of the components dangling at your side. Alright. Well, let's skedaddle then. Take care, Alma. Ugh. Can't do much here then, so I guess we keep moving on, eh? We do get all our energy back when we do the traveling as well. That is good to know. Might as well just make some quick bucks in Old Takahei and then move from there. You're really lucky. Let's fill up on fuel at least, not supplies. Because in the end, what we're going to do right now is go to the belt. Try and go towards Holmes Rock, right? Okay, we'll need to go there. Holmes Rock into Wellspring. Any arches there? Alright, Holmes Rock it is. Remote asteroid colony. Let's go. See what we can find here. We have plenty of supplies we can sell if we can get there. Sleeper. Bliss speaks quietly from the door at the back of the cockpit. Can we talk? You glance over at Seraphine, his head back and his eyes closed while the rig cuts through empty space. You don't seem to be needed here. You unclip from your harness and follow Bliss. How are you doing? Bliss glances over their shoulder as they drift towards the back of the ship. The question takes you aback. You can't remember the last time anyone had actually asked, with real intention, how you are. Well, better than I was. Bliss shoots you a look. That's a good way of thinking about it, I guess. But to be honest, Sleeper, I'm not sure how you're still standing. Breaking out of Darkside, then again in Hexport, those things take a toll. Bliss turns a corner. It's okay to give yourself space to feel that. Bliss leads you off the main corridor, into the workshop they set up when they repaired the ship. It's small, but its neatly arranged tools and sloped walls help it feel cozy and tucked away. You see improvements everywhere, new tools and equipment. Bliss notices you look at their upgraded setup. I told you I'd be worth taking along. Oh, you didn't give us much choice. Looking at this place, it's a good thing I didn't. They shrug. Anyway, I didn't bring you here to brag. They pause, or at least not just to brag. They suddenly glance away, the atmosphere in the room shifting. I can see your body is showing the strain, Sleeper. I brought you here so we could do something about that. They beckon you towards the workbench, where you both settle onto stools. They flick on a small light and aim it at your arm. I'll let them look. Bliss gently cradles your arm, turning it to inspect the underside. You see tears and holes in the vinyl skin, and dark moving things beneath. I'll watch them. You look at Bliss bring the light closer to the biggest tear, and it glints off the metallic tendons in your forearm. Below them, you see something more fluid and wet, catching the light. You know, you weren't the first sleeper I've met. Bliss talks while they inspect the rest of your body. I actually partnered with one at my old repair bay on the eye. Feels like 100,000 cycles ago now. I remember them. Their precise work. Their quiet enthusiasm. There's something calming about their presence. Bliss swaps to your other arm. They were different to you. It's like one person is different to another, I suppose, but I can't help but remember that time. I was a different person then, that's for sure. I'm going through something of a transformation myself. What do you mean? Bliss lays both your arms down and leans forward to inspect your upper chest, adjusting the light. I was pretending before, I think, to be the person I was expected to be. To press along the hard protrusion of your clavicle. There's so many calculations I was making, so many corrections. How I held myself, how I spoke, how I reacted. They pushed gently against each of your metallic ribs one at a time. I didn't realize how tired I was until They stop and sit back. Until I gave up. I came here, to the belt, with someone else, and when I did, I realized this was my chance to become something new. So I let go of everything. It was messy, ugly, and the person I came here with, I let them go too. I was punching out at everything, because it felt like everything was holding me back, stopping me for the change I was owed. Don't worry. I'm calmer now. I'm not about to explode on you or anything. It's still a difficult process, but it feels like shedding 100 suffocating skins that you spent half your life putting on, one by one. It feels like an escape. They lean forward again and check the skin of your shoulders, where it was worn and faded. You let them, the atmosphere quiet but calm in the workshop, a feeling of solidarity glowing somewhere in your frame. Not bad, Sleeper. You're holding up well, given everything. But I'm still concerned. There's some decline to your system functions. Let's keep an eye out for components. Thank you, Bliss. It's no problem. I release from the stool and drift over to the rack of tools. I owe you for jolting me out of whatever my life had become on the far spindle. Leave Bliss to their workshop, feeling reassured that you have them here on the ship. As you do, you think of your relationship to your own body. This frame that you were forced into has never quite felt like your own. You realize that this feeling is not unique to you. No one gets to choose their body. Everyone has to contend with the entropy of their flesh. And in that realization, you suddenly feel less alone. I didn't think about this, but Bliss is from the first game, aren't they? I literally did not notice. I didn't think about it until they brought it up. Oh my god. Oh my freaking god, they are? Wait, how many new people and old people we're gonna have? Dude, Bliss. I remember you now. Dude, you've fucking changed. Lumped and cratered, Holmes Rock floats on the sunward side of the belt. It is an only notable feature. Its only notable feature, the bright shapes of its solar arrays, angled toward the system's distant star. Can't even dock the rig here. Seraphine nods at the bright shape of Holmes Rock lone docking bay. Won't fit. Want to park her and go out the airlock. He seems repulsed by the idea. Well, we do that every contract. You do that every contract. Seraphine leans back into her seat. I've got used to sitting them out. Barely seems worth the trip down. Bliss speaks up from the back of the cockpit. Well, you never know. I guess. But don't expect to turn up any jobs on the way out here. I'll come down later. I don't feel like squeezing into a suit right now. This gives a lazy wave as they glide out of the cockpit. Eugene pokes his hand into the cockpit. That rock down there got a bar? Looks between you and Seraphine. No idea. Looks dead. Eugene squints out the cockpit windows. I see a few warm lights. I bet there's a bar. He disappears in the direction of the airlock. You gaze out over Holmes Rock. Certainly doesn't look very exciting. There's refueling to be done, and maybe more besides. Might even be able to scare up a hot meal. You know, Sleeper, that Lotic freighter means we aren't far from Wellspring. Seraphine gives you a sideways glance. Your sister. I haven't forgotten. All right, then. I appreciate it. I heard the pressure of the war in the inner system is having an effect now the Lotic Syndicate is being run. Just wanted to get there before something big goes down. He turns back to his console. You look out at the Lotic freighter, painted the same distinct yellow as the springtime back on the far spindle. You've heard they supply most of the water on the belt, not exactly an organization you want to collapse. You are at the sunward edge here, and beyond is the inner system. Holmes Rock might look sleepier, but it lies on the shores of a corporate war, something residents will be painfully aware of. Well then, let's keep an eye on things and check out what it's like in here. Exploring the tunnels might not be too bad. No place like home. Hey, I see what you did there. No place like home indeed. Already got a new location? Ah, the Lotic freighter over here, but we can earn some stuff and get some fuel. Up offloading free for a little bit of chin. You can get the best of rolls. Neutral outcome gives me that at least. Your location? Might as well just look at them while we get here. Senna's Rest. Usana. We can sell some engine components here. 35 cryo is a pittance, but some will broker a sale to a passing crew in the need of repairs. I'd be able to find something interesting here at least. One more new location. Another place to earn some shit. Sell some raw scrap if we want to. Fixing broken arrays, debugging array systems. Well, if we get our raw scrap, we can turn it into processed scrap. Whether that'll be good for us, I don't know, but We're able to process it, which means we could probably sell it for better now that it's processed. We also made some money from processing raw scrap into it. Oh, let's just rest for now. Try to get some supplies in the cycle. Free supplies are always nice. Nothing. Could be worse. Guarantee finishes no place like home. And that's worth it. Boom. In Holmes Rock, it's impossible to get away from the feeling of living, working, and eating in a ruin. Most of the belt is built on top of the remains of Solheim's infrastructure, but there are plenty of places where the modifications or extensions to those structures eclipse the original foundation. In Holmes Rock is the reverse. The station is a small warm patch in the center of a network of tunnels and bays that stretch within the rock, most of them dark, damp, and wrecked. A sprawling foundation that will never be built upon. Every so often, gliding on your way between Senna's Rest and the Suncatchers, or from the docks to the depot, you find yourself in one of those dark tunnels. That's where you are now. You float, stopped at a four-way intersection. No light visible down any tunnel. Let's go straight ahead. You drift straight ahead through a tunnel where loose wires weave in the dark. On either side, tiny lights occasionally blink, signs of a ghost network still running in the walls. You arrive at another intersection, crooked passages leading away into the dark. You just keep going straight. You kick off gently from the wall and head into a cylindrical passage, flat with panels that hold back the rock. It's wider than the others, and here, there's little droplets of water float undisturbed. At the far end, you see a fair point of light, a warm glow of a lit passage. Suddenly, you're rustling in the dark, a shrill sound you can't place. Something out there. I'm gonna rush through that bad boy. Yeah, boy. You kick up hard and glide through the tunnel, feeling a few drops of water gently splatter on your skin. You shake out the fear as you move. The dark doesn't scare you, and it hits you. Something solid and meaty slamming into your stomach and spinning away. You press out the walls and push on as a shrill wail echoes beyond you in the dark. What was that? When you reach the lit passage beyond, you turn back, but the tunnel is silent and still. You continue on, but you can't shake the feeling of being followed as you ascend back up through the station. Perhaps next time, I'll take a different route. Location discovered. The sealed bay over here? Unseal the bay. What? Motherfucker, we're doing that. Why not? What do we got here, baby? Old fabricator. Print components. This is a faded old Neo-Ven printer in the bay. Feeding it data should authorize the component vending process. So to get more Solheim data, we can actually print up some more stuff over here. Interesting. That's pretty dang useful. So, I think before we actually do anything else, fix broken arrays over here. Get something to eat at Senna's Rest here. Buy supplies. $20 for supplies? That's rough. Help offload freight. Oh. Feels the same over here as it does elsewhere. I think we just do this. Risky, but good work. Oh, it gives you some energy back if we do that. Interesting. I care more about the money. Ooh. Double boo. Well, we got the fuel to move on. We don't have anything else to do on this little rock. I think we head on out. Got the fuel we need. Let's then Head up to Wellspring then. Confirm. This is the big one. Seraphine! The shout echoes through your ship, reaching you in the cockpit. You see the angle of Seraphine's head change, but he does not respond otherwise. Did you hear that? Seraphine sighs. Yes, I heard. He looks back at you. How about you go see what they want? They called you. Seraphine shrugs. I'm busy flying the ship. Seraphine! You recognize a voice now. It's Bliss. Moments later, they come into the cockpit. Is no one listening? You look between the two of you. Guess that means one of you is guilty. Bliss shakes their head. Come on, you need to see this. You follow the irritated Bliss through the ship, down into the cramped storage units tucked between the main ship and the hull. As you enter, you're greeted by total chaos. Amber globs of liquid ration float in the air and cling to the walls while chunks of dried food spin slowly, breaking into crumbs. See? Someone opened one of the supply crates and left it like this. They point to a crate in the storage netting, with the lid pushed open. You look at the mess spilling out from the crate. Who could have done this? I could try. 50-50 shot. Ugh. You start trying to pick through the food and torn packets, but there's too much to take in. Pick up a chunk of a ration bar and sniff it. Bliss gives you a sideways look. What are you doing? Bliss puffs out their cheeks. I need a break from this ship. Help me tidy this up. They spend the rest of the journey packing the crate away and disposing of the spoiled supplies. But as you do, you can't help but wonder what actually happened here. When you are finished, you take one last look around the storage bay. As you gaze around the now cleared space, you have the same feeling of being observed by unseen eyes as you found in the tunnels of Holmes Rock. Huh. Did we pick up a unwanted passenger? As he brings the ship into Wellspring's docking ring, you notice a rare tension in Seraphine's piloting. He jerks his sticks a little too hard while the docking bridge extends, and a proximity alarm goes off. He curses under his breath. Relax. It'll be okay. I've docked this ship 100 times, Sleeper. I am relaxed. That's not what I mean. Seraphine doesn't respond, but you see him grip the rig's controls a little tighter. As your ship stops, the docking bridge connected, you lean forward and look out of the cockpit window, trying to get a good view of the icy surface of Wellspring below. The harsh, gleaming ice gives way to the steep sides of the cut, towards one city. It glows and steams with warmth, and peering down into it, you can't see the bottom. Beyond, along the horizon, you see the terraces of the pithead, where the current extraction effort must be taking place. Seraphine runs the shutdown sequence and unclips from his seat. He turns back to you, a flinty look in his eye. I'm going to head down into the cut. I've got a few leads to follow up on. You get the sense he isn't asking for permission. Let me help. You can check out the city if you want. I'm not following along, Sleeper. This is my trail to follow. Before you can respond, he pushes past and glides out of the cockpit. You turn and watch as he pushes past Bliss in the doorway. Did I miss something? Seems even more irritable than usual. He's looking for his sister. Bliss raises an eyebrow. Family trouble. I'll explain the irrational levels. I would recommend you zip up their jacket. We go after him, before he pushes past someone that pushes back. Agreed. Let's see you down there. At least Lane's unlikely to come out here to pick a fight with the Lotic Syndicate. Bliss shrugs. They turn and head towards the airlock, whistling softly as they do. Eugene comes out the side door as Bliss passes. He stretches and squints at you. Permission to find a bar down there? Just joking. I know I don't need to ask. He winks and follows Bliss. Wellspring, the base of the Lotic Syndicate. As you look out across this icy surface, you remember Malik, the captain whose ship you saved and for whom you surveyed the ice asteroid. You also remember how he promised to repay you for your actions should you ever cross paths again. Well, Wellsprings is a good place for you to make that happen. After all, if Seraphine's sister is here, surely the Lotic Syndicate would be the best place to find her. Well then, oh my... Oh, it's a lot of place to go. With a Wellspring cut here, Wellspring pinhead here. Show the Lodic Pass, which we do not have, but we can start exploring the cut. Jeez. Well, time to do the only thing I can do. Waste my engage to do this. And not do very good at it, apparently. Please let it be something where I can... Oh, please let it be food. Yes! Thank you. Cut water shaft. Buy a meal for 18 shit. Ugh. Yuck, dude. The location. Good, good, good. Go buying that meal now. Actually, I don't need to. Lutic Depot. Doing a depot shift, buying fuel. Ooh! That is cheap as hell to buy fuel. Let me just do that right now. Oh, wrong thing. That one. Nice! Real nice. Well, keep exploring. Ew. Now we go ahead and buy ourselves a meal. This is probably going to give us... Wrong thing. Over here. Ja, for energy. Act like a local. Nice. Amazing to think this place supplies most of the belts of water. Bliss looks across the Cutwater at the workers in their distinctive yellow gear. I wonder the syndicate runs it like a corporation. Look at those gathered in the low-ceilinged bar, gathered around cushioned couches and low magnetic tables, the voices bouncing off the metal walls. All of them wear loaded clothing, a mark of their status as contractors for the Belt's most powerful syndicate. The far side of the bar you spot Eugene, perched on a magnetic table with a bunch of miners. Appears to be playing some kind of local dice game, although given the amount of alcohol involved, it's hard to tell if gambling or drinking is the focus. We look back at Bliss, who was watching another group, quietly discussing something serious in the opposite corner. Loda gets the job done. Bliss turns back to the bar and sips her drink through its metal straw. Oh, that's the thing. I've been looking around Chasm Row, searching out components in the markets. Down there, people don't seem so happy. Bliss meets your eye. There's a lot of talk of contracts. It seems Lodic's been locking down its workers, giving the war in the air system as an excuse. I play with the metal straw, swirling the orbs of liquid in their sealed glass. Pressure is building, Sleeper. We shouldn't hang around here much longer. We need to give Seraphine time. Well, it sounds like I'm not the only outsider who's been hanging out in Chasm Row. Heard someone complaining about a rude young man asking too many questions. Who else could it be? That's a place to start if you want to find our boy. They said he's been asking around at the Rhine Market. I have no idea what that is. Definitely a touchy subject for locals, though. I'll head there now. I'll finish my drink. Let me know how it goes. Leave the Cutwater, shouldering your way through the crowd of boisterous contractors. There is a conspiratorial mood to the conversation now that Bliss has mentioned it. You wonder what all the talk is about. You hear a bellowing laugh from Eugene as you slip out the door. Better leave him to it. You feel the sudden cold as you leave the steaming bar and enter one of the icy passages cut into the asteroid itself. All this water in the hands of a single syndicate. If something goes wrong here, the belt will die of thirst long before the war reaches it. You turn up the collar of your jacket against the cold and head for Chasm Row. Well, is that further up ahead? This right here. Alright. Find the Rhine Market. Well, damn. I'm not fucking good at that. Of course it's intuition. I'm gonna get my ass handed to me. Well, luckily, I have plenty of shit to make my life here not such a living hell. Let's see how this goes. Hidden rhyme? Mutual outcome? Not too bad. Ah, we just lose money. Could be worse. God damn. Please, I don't want to lose my money. My chits. My cryo. You know. Not my strong suit. Say the least, not my strong suit. Yeah. Well, might as well just use this up. I don't care if I use my chit or not. I like how they call it cryo, but I like calling it slaying of chits. It's just a nice word. The markets of Casimiro have become familiar in the past cycles. Their steaming orange-lit depths, the persistent condensation on each unit's windows, the gleam of the amber-work suits, each contributing to the particular atmosphere of this buried city. But among this, you've noticed other details too. The freelance crews on the hunt for illicit tech, conversing workers who drop to a whisper when you pass, the light flickering up through the floor grates, suggesting even deeper layers. These are the details you have followed to the Rhyme Market. A place discussed in hushed tones in dimly lit rooms, and as you drift towards what you know to be one of its entrances, the door burst open in front of you. A large dark bundle glides out of the door and impacts the metal wall of the passage with an echoing bang. But your eyes are drawn by the imposing figure that hovers in the doorway, bracing himself on the frame. "Stay out of the Rhyme Market, rat." The man sends out an orb of spit spinning after the bundle. The bundle unfolds and you suddenly recognize Seraphine, winded but straining out, up to go back for more. Now we got it. Seraphine! You're getting fucking hot-headed. You rush up in front of Seraphine. As you do, he tries to kick off from the wall back into the fight. You block him and he suddenly switches his angry glare to you. "Stay out of this, sleeper! Stop this! Know when you're beaten, rat!" The man calls out. "Time to go home and lick your wounds." Seraphine exhales in frustration, his anger fading, replaced by the stinging pain of his injuries. You watch a perfectly round blob of blood form at the base of his nose. "Want to explain what's happening here?" "For the record, this is the one that started it." He looks between the two of you, snooping around our meeting like a rat. You see his sharp eyes recalculating the situation since your arrival. "I wasn't snooping, I was looking for someone. If you'd taken a minute to talk to me before throwing a punch, maybe you would have gotten that." The man scratches at his beard, squinting at Seraphine. "Say I believe you. What were you doing at the meeting then? Missing persons ain't our business." "All I heard is this is where the loaded contractors meet." Seraphine sighs. I don't like you hearing that. Not at all. And I'm going to need to ask you who told you that later. But yeah, this is where the contractors meet up. And if that's anything to you. "The person I'm looking for is a contractor. She uses the cover name Luz." "Please, I think she might be my sister." Something changes in the man's stance. He holds up a massive hand to silence Seraphine, looks down the passage in both directions. "Not here. Get in." He retreats to the door. As you both enter, he reaches past you and slams a metal door behind, spinning the locking wheel with one hand. "I'm Kirk," he grunts, pointing at himself with a thick thumb. Contractors are my concern. But if Lotic catches us discussing contracts out there," he shakes his head. He turns and leads you down the passage. You pass an open door, and you glance inside to see a group gathered in a circle, all of them in workers' clothes. They're speaking in hushed voices. One of them exchanges a nod with Kirk. "Let's not interrupt the meeting anymore, shall we?" He glares playfully at Seraphine, who remains silent. Kirk leans you to the side of a massive vertical metal pipe, with a rough hole cut in the side. He beckons you both inside. You descend through the pipe in silence and darkness. Suddenly, you come out through the ceiling of a wide and low hall. As far as you can see, the crooked stalls and makeshift shelters dot the ground floor, lit by scavenged lanterns and lit strips. Steam drifts up through the grates, concealing the room so that you cannot see the walls. "Welcome to the Rhyme Market." Kirk gestures a thick hand to the ramshackle interior. Logic don't know about this place. Let's get a drink. He leads you off to a nearby stall with a set of improvised stools welded to the floor in front. He hooks his leg onto one, and you and Seraphine follow suit. He holds up 3 fingers to the stall's owner, and a drink in a straw-pierced package is handed out to each of you. Seraphine looks skeptically at the drink. We friends now or something? Look, I'm not going to apologize for putting you on your ass. That's up to you. But like I said, I represent the contractors. If someone is part of the family, well, then they deserve to be heard out at least. You represent the contractors? That's right. They're in serious need of representation. Describe her. I'm not giving you anything more until you prove she's your sister. Seraphine closes his eyes. Dark hair. Used to wear it long. And messy. Bright eyes, broad shoulders. You see a little twitch around his eyes as he recalls. Tough, but kind. Tattoos. Nervous laugh. He opens his eyes and glares at Kirk. That enough? Yeah, that's her. You feel something jump in Seraphine, an almost imperceptible tension rising. It's her. His sister. Luz. Kirk speaks slowly, drinking between. Whatever her real name is. She's one of the contractors here. She's part of the most recent contractors Lotic registered. That means... Just tell me where she is. Seraphine demands, his impatience getting the better of him. As I was saying, those new contractors are restricted to the pithead. In fact, that is what we're discussing when you interrupted our meeting. Seraphine looks away in frustration but holds his tongue. Since the war, Lotic Syndicate has been trying to lock down Wellspring. They went from a loose association of mining groups to an autocracy, started enforcing contracts to some seriously overreaching terms. Your sister? She's on one of those contracts. Lotic are acting like they own her and the others because according to their contracts, they do, which is exactly what we want to do something about. This cycle, he forcefully taps the bar with a finger. We're voting in strike action and a full blockade on Flotsam. We will bring the Syndicate to the table. Seraphine knocks his drink away and kicks off from the table, disappearing into the market. We gotta hear what Kirk says. Oh, but I don't want to just leave my boy. We're just gonna search for his ass again. He's not gonna find anything. We gotta stay with Kirk. Gah. I know he's probably just thinking like, oh, they're trying to bring us into their BS. I'm here to help them out, especially if his freaking sister is like on this contract. We need to figure out what's going on. Kirk watches Seraphine go with a disappointed look in his eyes. Your friend will go to Lotic Syndicate. I know it. He sips from his drink. They won't help him there. The Syndicate will do nothing for him or for you. Trust me. I want to help you, Sleeper. I want to help your friend. I need your help in return. I want to help. Good. I knew you would. Kirk places a plastic pass card into your hand. It glints with the marks of the Lotic Syndicate, a blurry ID photo laminated into its transparent interior. This'll get you into the pithead. You can see for yourself what's happening there. Don't follow your friend to Lotic. Go to the pithead. Find Luz yourself. When you do, come back to me, and we can discuss how to free her and everyone else like her. If you go to Lotic, you meet with them. I can't help you. He releases your forearm and drifts back into the crowd, disappearing into the steam and darkness. You catch up with Seraphine in the bustle of the Rhyme Market among the steam and crowds. I can't have been the only one who saw his pitch coming a mile off. What kind of idiots does he think we are? Is that what this is about? This is about getting my sister out of whatever mess she's gotten into. Devin starts to push through the crowd towards the exit tunnel. We need to speak with Lotic. Forget these clowns. We don't need to get tied up with this. We just need to get her out. Seraphine forges on ahead as you get caught in the crowd behind him. As he disappears from your view, you curse his impatience. You float there for a moment, buffeted by passing people, clutching on to the logic pass, trying to decide what to do next. We need to choose between either helping out our boy directly. I just don't feel like it's best to go directly to the bosses. And I don't feel like it should harm us just to go and see what she would want as well. Let's just go talk to his sister. Let's go find out what's over here. Alright. Let's see. Okay. Join a work crew. Going through that. Just to find lies. There's also seems to be a canteen over here. Sneak a meal. Canteen ban. Dang. That's danger, I see. The possibility of getting a free meal if you're good at intuition, but we aren't. We are really, really bad at it. So, let's just go through the danger zone. Nice. Probably won't take up 3 energy from us if we hit this badly. Okay. Normally it's at most 2. Ugh. Oh, we did it already. The shaft descends towards a sump in the depths of the pit. Here, the air is freezing cold. Prevent the ice from melting into globules of floating water. If your breath carried water, you'd be able to see it in the air. The absence of steam in each exhalation only serves to remind you of your own strangeness. Not that anyone else notices. The workers' heads are low, their eyes fixed on their work, shuttling chunks of ice and tools up and down the shaft. At the end of the nearby tunnels, you see the bright sparks of ice cutting in progress, slabs hanging in the air, in that strange way they do in ZOG. Some loose memories of the time before Darkside, before Lane, before Freedom, come to your mind. The familiarity of the cold, the sparks, the endless toil. It chills you more than the packed ice on either side of you ever could. You reach the bottom of the shaft, a metal grill marking the terminus. It squeals as you push open the barred door set into it, and safety lights flicker on, lighting up glittering ice particles all around in their hard beams. It is as if the stars are held here, in this cavern. As your eyes adjust, the massive space comes into focus. It seems to have no up or down, but just countless dark shafts and terraced pits cut into its side. All around, silhouetted by their work lights, contractors cut and haul and gather. This is where those locked-in workers are being held, caught in a contract clause that permits an endless shift. The atmosphere is grim. At the center of the cavern floats a construction of welded-together habitation units. A heavy twist of cables stretch from this improvised structure past you and up the shaft behind, tethering it to a central power source. On each of the 6 sides of this strange apartment block, a set of struts project outward, bracing the construction against the cavern walls. The block itself is wrapped in insulation, clad in protective plates. It glows with small apertures and lights. You approach the nearest entrance. Everything is bitten by rust, by decay. If the bars on the entrance weren't a clear enough indicator, it's obvious now that this place is a prison. The door scissors open, letting out a blast of warm air. You quickly duck inside and it seals rapidly behind you. The cramped interior passage glows warmly, but ragged conditions keeps it from feeling cozy. You follow the corridor, ducking beneath the hanging wires and loose insulation. This is where you were told you'd find Luz, or whatever her real name is. You come out into a communal mess. Counters and food preparation units fitted into the walls, cushioned stools and couches scattered around. A couple of contractors are stretched out in the space. One of them snoring loudly in the corner, another sipping from a food packet on a stool. Suddenly, a door on the far side opens out to the cavern. letting in a flurry of ice shards that quickly become scattered orbs of water. You watch the figure as they glide into the warm light of the interior, with their dark hair and bright eyes, and know this is who you're looking for. You meet eyes with her, and something sparks in that dull and cloying room, as if she recognizes you. Sleeper? She looks in a haze, hair stuck to her forehead with sweat, her eyes still adjusting to the interior. Luz? You nod slowly. You see her scan you, taking in your clothes, the way you hold yourself, your face. For a moment, you feel exposed, aware of your damaged vinyl skin, your industrial markings, your doll-like features. You feel the familiar sense of being objectified, but also something warmer below it, a recognition of what you are. She blinks, exhales, and shakes her head, realizing she is mistaken. Give me a second, alright? I just finished cutting 100 cubic meters of ice. She pulls back her hood. Haven't seen you down here before. They just contract you or something? The tension drops, but you get the feeling she isn't quite looking at you. She crosses to a food unit and pulls out a packet, slopping it into a warmer. She thumbs it on. First sleeper I've seen in a long while. She doesn't take her eyes off the slowly warming food. You'll do okay down here. I know you folks are tough and stick with the job. That's good. The rest I can show you once I've eaten. She laughs a little to herself. Wait a second, no. Is this the little girl from the first game? Ain't no way. Because she was wearing a yellow coat, wasn't she? She was wearing, oh my god. Ain't no way they're bringing back her too. Dude, I need to look this up. I need to know. It looks like, yeah, her name's Mina. She wore a yellow jacket. Leb's kid, no. Ain't no way. Well, that wouldn't make much sense though, if it was Mina. Because, did he just have a... It wouldn't make sense, but also, it was just the realization, and then also them also having Bliss in here too. I don't know, maybe I'm overthinking it, but that's at least what I thought initially. God, that would be so sad. I don't want it to be Mina. Does she have some big ass eyebrows? Let's go back real quick. Oh, she does have some big ass eyebrows. No, it could be Mina. She crosses to a food unit and pulls out a packet, sliding it into a warmer. Wait, no, I already looked at this one. Wait, did I? No. Yeah, I did. I'm not here for work. I know the feeling, but if you're on contract, they've got you. She pauses, her eyes not leaving the warmer. You'll get used to it. It's a little difficult at first, but you will. You're not listening. She turns to face you. You see a wet shine in her eyes. What are you going on about? You realize what you need to tell her. Seraphine is on Wellspring. The warmer chimes to let her know the food packet is ready. She doesn't seem to notice. Seraphine? Here? Not here. At the cut. She nods, then shakes her head. Well, if he trusts you with his name, I guess I should trust you with mine. She comes closer. I'm Tala. Oh! Thank God. I would have been so sad. She was supposed to live a good life. You know? I'm kind of wondering how they're doing now, if they're ever going to bring them back up like Bliss. Now where is my idiot brother? Oh, not exactly sure. Well, that sounds like Sarah. I've been missing for years. Even when I find him, he still doesn't want to be found. Tala suddenly seems to take on some energy. He glances towards the corridor behind you, and at the door at its end. I sure hope you have a plan, Sleeper, because they do not want us locked in contractors getting out. She moves towards the corridor. There's security in the shaft, and then again at the pithead. We must have passed through the checkpoint at the entrance too. I doubt we can bypass all those. She turns back, grabs her food packet, smiles at you, and shepherds you towards the corridor. You could run a distraction, maybe. Or is Sarah on that already? You're slightly taken aback by her sudden change. We don't actually... A blaring alarm sounds inside the habitation module, loud enough to wake the sleeping contractor with a start. You and Tal exchange glances. Surely this can't be for you. Tala rushes down the corridor and tears open the door at the far end, with you following close behind. The ice scatters, glittering in the interior light. The cavern is in chaos. You see dark-suited Lordic security wrestling with contractors, lit by flashing red alerts. More contractors are coming in through the door in the grill you entered from, carrying bulky equipment. Equipment is blaring out a voice, Kirk's voice, echoing around the cavern. A look of panic crosses Tala's face.
General strike is in effect. All contractors should down tools and hold in place. Extraction will cease until our terms are met.
Kirk's voice distorts and shifts.
We blockaded all traffic to and from Wellspring. We seek the resignation of the Syndicate's leadership and for a new Workers' Council to be installed in its place. This cycle, we will shut down the shaft. Any worker not willing to strike should leave now.
There's a screech of noise and the message begins repeating. You watch as the security are pushed back towards the grill, outnumbered by the gathering workers. Tala looks at you for guidance.
What do you want to do?
Tala looks around the cavern, the red light reflecting in her eyes. I need to stay. I won't abandon the others. What about Serafin? Tell my brother what's happening. Tell him I'm not leaving until all of us are free. Tala backs away, glancing over her shoulder at the others. You see them gathering their tools and taking them to be locked away in the HAB module. I need to see this through, Sleeper. And you need to go. Find Serafin. Do what you can from out there. Help us change this place. And with that, he turns and glides off towards the others. You turn and head for the grill as quickly as you can, the way now cleared by the contractors. The handful of Lonic security pushed back up to somewhere near the pithead. As you descend, other contractors shooting you dark looks as you do, you realize you have to speak with Kirk. You find Kirk at the pithead, directing contractors to barricade the entry points to the mine.
So, you took my advice. Good. We're glad to have you as an ally here, Sleeper. You could have warned me. The entirety of Wellspring is at stake here. This is not about individuals. The Syndicate was arrogant. They did not believe we could do this.
Kirk gestures towards the contractors welding plating across the checkpoints, but we far outnumber them. Their monopoly ends here.
Why do this now? The Syndicate's monopoly over the Belt's water supply has only been strengthened by the war. If we do not resist their exploitation now, it will be too late.
Kirk leans you a little way away from the contractors. You want to free those like Seraphin's sister?
I will need your help. We have ships, but not many, and the Syndicate still has tankers in operation. Our blockade is not complete. The debris field between here and the far spindle remains open. We need another tanker to occupy it and dissuade the Syndicate from trying to pass. All of our ships are in use, but your ship and your crew could help us take a tanker and secure the blockade.
You want me to storm a tanker?
This will not be an assault. The tanker, the Headstream, has been held outside Wellspring for many cycles. The crew is tired and sympathetic to our cause. We'll just give them a nudge. Your ship will pose as an in-distress trader trapped inside the debris field. When the Headstream is obliged to rescue, we'll board and encourage the crew to take control. You want to incite a mutiny? Trust me when I say that their captain does not deserve his charge. This is a liberation. Kirk folds his arms across his chest. Will you do it?
I'll consider it.
Consider your options carefully, Sleeper. Do you think the Syndicate wants anything to do with you now? They've been watching me, and so they know about you. Suddenly, Kirk puts 2 fingers in his mouth and blasts out a shrill whistle. The contractor quickly approaches with a large box, the front marked by screens and dials, and the back by loose cables. You'll need this HasNav unit to navigate the debris field. Jens here will install it in your ship. Consider it a gift, from our cause to yours. He nods once more and Jens passes by you, heading for the lift to the docking ring with your new module. I'll provide the headstream's coordinates. He moves away towards the contractors, still working on the checkpoints, and I'll wait for your word. You leave the pithead behind, your mind racing. You do not know how you have ended up in the middle of all this, but you know that it will be up to you to pilot your way out. Sleeper! Safin comes up the passage towards you. What's happening? I heard the pithead is being taken over by Kirk's guys. This, you realize, will take a lot of explaining. Okay, you gotta understand. I found your sister. She's doing pretty good, by the way. But do we just go right now? Like, what are we supposed to do in this situation? We have Rhyme Market right here. Oh, we can buy rare components and scrap components from the Rhyme Market. Buying supplies here. Might as well do. Fuel was cheap as hell, wasn't it? We already stocked up on that. Do a depot shift here. We just go then? I think this is where we just head over to the headstream and see about this. Oh, we have Kirk on our team? Jesus. Okay, he's Endure and Engage. He's literally just like Eugene then. Well, we don't need 2 Eugenes. Let's go with Bliss then. Because, gosh, I'm already good with that. So, I'm already good with Endure and I'm alright with Engage stuff, so. Need intuition no matter what. 100%. God, I wish we had the one that I also wasn't good at as well available to me, but I don't have it. Let's travel then. Confirmed. Yeah, confirmed. Let's see. The headstream looms large in the cockpit windows as it comes to a stop. Can't believe you talked me into this. This is not a good plan. Convincing Seraphine to take Kirk out to this Lodic freighter wasn't exactly easy. With the pithead on lockdown, there really weren't any other options. A voice crackles over Seraphine's terminal, loud enough to hear, but quiet enough that you can pick out what's being said. Stay silent, let's try to hear. Why speak over? You risk the urge to ask. The tension in the cockpit is palpable. All of you aware that this ruse could fall apart at any moment. Seraphine. You look behind you to see Kirk floating by the doorway. You keep them talking, alright? Seraphine flicks the comm switch and begins speaking to the Lodic ship, thanking them for responding to the distress signal, trying his best to play the part of the nervous trader suffering an engine failure in the debris field. Kirk jerks his head for you and to follow him to the corridor, and you unclip from your seat and float out behind him. If it's okay with you, I'm going to play the captain on this one. His flat stare suggests he isn't asking for permission. Is this going to work? Kirk shrugs. If we keep calm and take it slow, there's nothing to worry about. Let me tell you how this is going to go. He starts moving down towards the airlock, and you follow as he talks. The headstream has been holding here, cycle after cycle, while Wellspring tries to squash our little rebellion. He smiles at the idea. Now the blockade is in effect, well, they'll know they have to hold out for a little longer, while the messages from Lodic operations get less and less frequent. He stops by the locker, swapping his Lodic uniform for an old flight jacket. This is a ship full of tired, unhappy, underpaid, and underfed workers. They both arrive at the airlock. We just have to nudge their anchor in the right direction. There's a hiss as the airlock cycles. Lodic are coming aboard, Kirk catches your eye and gives you a wink. The airlock door scissors open, revealing a drained-looking Lotta captain flanked by his security officers. Lambert, captain of the Headstream, presents himself immediately with little enthusiasm. We have been in communication with your pilot and are docking, as requested, to provide support. He looks between you and Kirk, his eyes lingering on you a little too long. No doubt, taking in the strange vinyl skin, dark glowing eyes, and doll-like face of your frame. He directs his attention to Kirk. How fares your crew? Thank you, Captain. He notices the immediate change in Kirk, his deflated posture and softer speech. We're surviving as best we can, but now that you've come to our rescue, we're very grateful indeed. Lambert limply shakes Kirk's hand. Not to worry, the Luddick Syndicate takes its stewardship of Wellspring and the surrounding environs seriously. Environs? Environs? It is our duty to offer aid to traders and travelers alike. I'm afraid we don't have much to offer by way of supplies. Our stores have been depleted by our long posting here. But your crew is free to enter our ship and make use of its facilities while you make your repairs. Kirk continues playing the submissive captain, nodding enthusiastically and uttering a stream of thank yous. You feel like he's pushing it a little, but Lambert only seems to be paying the minimum amount of attention to him. Suddenly he turns a sharp eye to you. Your pilot didn't mention it had a sleeper aboard. What of it? Lambert flinches almost imperceptibly when you respond. Nothing at all, just observing. He glances suspiciously towards the corridor. I don't suppose you have any other surprises tucked away in here? Oh, no, not at all. Apologies, our sleeper's a hard worker and a quiet one, too. He shoots you a look. Perhaps, if your ship is in need of maintenance, you can borrow them for a few cycles. Lambert eyes you more brazenly now, taking Kirk's lead as permission to indulge his curiosity. Yes, he eyes traces of a tear in the thick skin of your form. Perhaps it could be of use to us. Kirk smiles. I'll send them to speak with your crew. I'm sure they can direct the sleeper to appropriate tasks. Oh, they'd love that. They're a work-shy bunch, this lot. I'm sure they'd be eager for a slave. The word sets you on edge. Gotta hold my frickin' tongue. We're happy to serve, Kirk bows. After all, we owe you our safety. Very good. Tell your crew they're free to cross the docking tunnel then. Or remind them that no funny business will be tolerated. He smiles a sharp smile. I have matters to attend to. See you later, Captain. With that, Lambert heads back down the tunnel, still flanked by his two silent security officers. Kirk waits until he's out of sight to turn to you. Good. Well held, sleeper. I thought from the look in your eye, you're going to knock him out. I'd love to, I bet. But don't you worry. I'm going to pay him back for all of that very soon. Kirk squeezes your shoulder. Here we go meet this crew. See what their opinions on the Lodic administration is. With a captain like that, I doubt they'll be very positive. Very positive indeed. Let's see. We have the engine room over here. Headstream the Mutiny. Engineer support. The engineering staff of the Headstream are already in doubt about their captain. Turning each section of the crew against their captain is the job isn't going to be an easy one. Sabotaging the engines, criticize the contract. Debate the Wellspring. Falsifying data. Oh, this is going to be the tough one. We're going to need Bliss on this ASAP. Oh shit, I should have taken off some stress. Oh, this is going to be a little bit more tough now, isn't it? Enduring is my specialty, but hitting that dangerous one will only increase my stress more. Enduring, engaging, it's both stuff that we're good at. This one's more engineering and engaging. This one was dangerous, right? Let's tamper the workload. Nice. Go over here. This engage isn't as risky. Let's see what happens with this one. A little bit of engineering support. That's a neutral outcome. Debating the wellspring isn't too bad. If we get even one thing wrong, it seems like there'll be a thing that we'll have to take care of. Nicely done. Since we're both good at enduring, and my enduring is at like a plus, to tank engage in engineering where I can, that's going to be 100% positive. Nice. It helps out. Gotta use this somewhere. Probably not in risky stuff. I'll try it here. Could be bad. I'll take it. Do we only have 4 supplies? When did that happen? I thought I had 5. Oh my god. Well, we're on a tougher clock than we were at before, but hasn't normally went bad for me yet. We'll see how it goes. It does mean if we get some bad rolls like this one, we might just want to go ahead and go at it right now. This one, Bliss is the only one that can do these. Push it right now? Yeah. No one can do interfacing. You are the only one that can do this one. You're the only one that can do this one good, is what I should probably say. Nicely done. Good job, Bliss. This rate, we'll get it done in 2 days with that one. Oh, this is gonna be bad, isn't it? I'm about to have to put myself in danger, don't I? F it. Crap. Crap. Where's this crisis point at? Comms array? Sabotaging comms. The headstream crew has started sending updates on the growing tension to Wellspring. This is trouble. Well, by the time it's actually going to go through, it won't be a problem for us, as of yet. Wasting it to get rid of it, it's probably going to take 3 different dice to do that. Wasting it here won't be a problem unless it increases my stress level, though. I'm not going to use these dice anyways. Negative could hit my stress, though. That's the problem. I think we don't worry about it then. Sucks, but we'll just end the cycle here. I'll lose this one. Oh. Fucking base rolls. Push it again. Push it good. Get Bliss to do these ones real quick. Oh, we got the operation support all done then. Nice. Really? Oh my god. Okay. Let's just rest right here. And hopefully we can end it next cycle. That's what I'm hoping for. I'm not sure if there's something else we'll need to do or something like that. Bliss, you're so good. You're so good, my boy. Let's freaking go. Okay. Easy. Worst rolls? I think we just push. Just to get that guaranteed. 6. Plus, if it ends all right here, then it's fine. If not, then I have better rolls now to use as well. So this all works out. Let's see what happens. Whew. Engineering done. All of it done. Kirk rushes into the bay you're crossing. It's all kicking off, Sleeper. Lambert's out. Lambert's lost control. Kirk rushes into the bay you're crossing. It's all kicking off, Sleeper. Wild glee is in his eyes. Lambert's lost control. He guides you through the headstream, a ship you have become surprisingly familiar with over the past few cycles. Perhaps it's the influence of getting to know the crew and their complaints around Lambert and the Syndicate, but its twisting corridors, thick pipes, and cold metal have taken on an oppressive feel, cycle by cycle, hour by hour. Now, as the shouts of conflict echo down the corridor ahead, where a room glows with the warm light of the galley, you feel that oppressive hail being scraped away, replaced with some new and exciting quality. Enough! Lambert's shout echoes like a shot as you enter the crowded galley. For what you can tell, more than half the crew have crowded into this space, and you are clumped around. Enough! Lambert's shout echoes like a shot as you enter the crowded galley. From what you can tell, more than half the crew have crowded into this space and are clumped around, some perched on the side units. I order you to return to your stations. Lambert floats slightly above the crowd, his hands held up in a gesture of futile calming or never surrender. You see him glance over his shoulder, and tracing his view, you see security officers tensely gathered at the back of the room. Gotta warn Kirk about this. No, we approach them. We're taking control of the situation now. We're not just gonna let Kirk do his thing. Let's approach them. Heavy hand you know is Kirk's falls on your shoulder as you try to move through the crowd. Just wait. Kirk winks, and you turn to see security moving through the crowd. If you will not retreat willingly, I'll have no other choice than to use force. Lambert's voice breaks with anger. Disperse! You watch as the guards form up behind Lambert, and then one moves forward and grabs him, forcing his arm behind his back. The act is met with a raucous cheer from the assembled crew, and a yelp from Lambert himself. He's forced through the crowd, who part in jeer, heading directly for the corridor from which you entered. When Lambert is close, Kirk nods to the security officer holding him, and they stop. Lambert looks up in confusion and stares directly into Kirk's grin. You are officially removed from duty as a captain of the Headstream, on the authority of the Wellspring Workers Alliance. Kirk's tone is direct and clipped. This is done with the authority of a majority ballot of your crew. Workers Alliance? You have no authority. You're pirates. There will be consequences. On that, we agree. Kirk nods to security officers, and they wrench a struggling Lambert from the room. Kirk watches Lambert go, determination set in his heavy brow. What will happen to him then? Lambert can enjoy the hospitality of his own brig. We have a celebration to muster. The galley erupts in liberated joy, and soon drinks and food are passed around, from a stash Lambert had been asking the quartermaster to keep back for his own use. You settle on a counter and look on as the crew celebrates. You watch as Kirk moves effortlessly through the room, giving and receiving thanks in equal measure. Despite his intimidating appearance, you see in him something softer coming to the surface, something reserved for those he has struggled alongside. Fresh allies are old friends to him. After the celebration had died down, and the crew have retreated to make plans for supporting the blockade, holding out on what they have, Kirk approaches you. Not toasting with Not toasting the victory, he offers you a transparent bag of ship-brewed moonshine. No. I don't know. Kirk shrugs and pockets the bag. I think it's time we return to Wellspring. It looks off towards the last crew members leaving the room. We've done our job. You don't want to stay? This is their ship. I need to return to our council. He suddenly knows how exhausted Kirk looks, his eyes dark and hooded. He looks down towards the scuffed floor. What is your goal? The freedom for all workers in the belt to benefit from their labor? The usual. That's not what's on my mind, though. He looks around the room. I'm thinking about the retaliation Lonnick is about to visit on the good people of this crew. Kirk takes a deep breath, lets it out slow. The struggle goes on. He pushes off from the counter and heads towards the docking bridge. You take a moment before you follow, your mind drifting to the crew and the struggle they have had and what's ahead. As you do, a small and perhaps unfair part of you thinks, well, that's life in the belt. You know what? I probably shouldn't have played this game when I was dead freaking tired. I had like 5 hours of sleep and I was like, you know what would be a good idea? Let me just record. You know, that was not the move. So I took a nap, now I'm back, and now hopefully I won't be stumbling over my words so horribly like I did last time. Go ahead and leave the contract. We don't need to be here anymore. Right, we're good? Yeah, we're good. Oh, we don't need to go there. We don't need to waste our supplies. We just leave. We just get out of here. We skedaddle. We've wasted a lot of money, but we do now have a nav hack system. Nav hack? We have a navigation system to get... Hasnav. That was nav hack. The cut thrums with tension. This steaming city and its brash inhabitants have quietened. Quietened? Not to silence, but to the low rumble of conversation. The blockade is holding, the syndicate is waning, and everywhere there are plans to be made. You and Seraphine float idly in Chasm Row, many stories deep in this wound on Wellspring's side, waiting on Kirk not far from the first place you met. A meeting Seraphine still has lingering bruises from. Kirk is inside somewhere, and like every other Lotic contractor, he is making plans. Even before you arrived back in Wellspring, he had hijacked the rig's transmitter to speak with his fellow conspirators and make arrangements for his rival. Whether Kirk's plot unfold made you realize that, despite your involvement, in the end, you're just a subsidiary part of the struggle, a chaotic outside actor with effect, but no real influence. Now, waiting for Kirk's return, you feel a little solace in that. You aren't ready to be dragged into another struggle. Not yet. You still have your own freedom to win. Looking at Seraphine next to you, you know that he does too. Alright, we're on. Kirk comes out of a passageway nearby, nodding to the two of you to follow. He leads you both into the Rhyme Market passageways, this time not to the steaming market hall that lies beneath the deepest streets, but to a cramped room walled with pipes and rusted panels. Just a little longer. He nods to you two. Hold here. He exchanges a serious look with you before pushing off and gliding back out of the room. You watch Kirk go, your relationship having settled into a quiet and mutual respect. His eyes are on bigger things now, workers' councils and contract negotiations, and you know that. Perhaps, one cycle ahead, you will find a moment to drink together once again and discuss everything that has happened. Now, Kirk has other things on his mind. Seraphine settles again. You shoot him a look, but his focus is elsewhere, his eyes glazed over. You fold your arms and wait. Sarah? Tala enters so quietly that, in the dim room, you barely notice her. She shoots you a look and a smile as she enters.
Thank you, she mouths, silently, and then turns her attention to her brother. Tala. Stephen says her name like a sigh, like an exhale. He's shaking his head, his eyes already shining with uncontrollable emotion. He rushes across the room, flying into Seraphine at speed. They embrace, softly spinning in the dust and dark, their fingers dug into each other's backs. They separate, a couple of pristine spheres of briny tears spinning away through the air as they do. You're safe. Seraphine nods, taking a breath. I'm safe. She smiles reassuringly, settling him. And in this settling, this gesture of care, you see a whole network of signs and secrets. Tala is the calm to Seraphine's storm, big sister who eases his heart. She looks him up and down. You are so big, Sarah. You've grown up. She tries to make it sound approving rather than patronizing. You're just the same, sister. I'm saying with a smile. Seraphine shakes his head, calling me big, but making me feel small. The moment the statement leaves his lips, you feel a chill in the room, and you aren't sure if he meant it. Tala flinches a little, hurt but not wanting to show it. I came to find you, Tala tries again. I needed to find you. Seraphine looks torn, and you see in him something you've come to recognize. The slow and careful raising of his defenses. Why now? It's been a long time, Tala. Mom and Dad finally decided they wanted me to come home. A ripple of emotion runs through Tala, one she can't hide. Sarah, after you left, they're gone. I thought you would have... It's been a long time. It has. Seraphine sets his face into a stern look of control, but you know he is raging inside. And in this moment you feel closer to him than you have ever felt in a while. Tala folds her arms, trying to regain a little control of the exchange. It's good to see you, Sarah. So good. You know what is coming. You see Seraphine brace for it too. But I can't leave with you. She looks pained. This isn't easy for her either. Seraphine can only nod, a dulling acceptance washing over him. I wanted to find you, and I have. And I could see you are strong and well, and you have your life here. But the people here, the other contractors, they were the ones who found me, who've kept me going since I ended up here, desperate and alone. It's not that I owe them. It's that they are my family too. She gently places a hand on his shoulder. I know you understand this. We all find our families out there. Seraphine smiles a rare smile, his eyes wet. We do, sister. He embraces her again. They separate, and Tala turns her attention to you. I know you'll take care of my brother, Sleeper. I saw it in your eyes when you came to the pit head. He approaches and puts a hand on your shoulder, and I can see you're building something of value on that ship of yours. I hope so. She nods and takes her hand away. She folds her arms again, her sense of control returning. There is a wisdom and experience to Tala that brings a certain calm to you, and you feel that now. Will you two be staying here for a while, or... Tala looks between you and Seraphine. Seraphine cuts in before you can answer. Not long. We have our own freedom to find. Tala nods. Just be aware, you're free to pass the blockade, but after that, Wellspring is going to be locked down for a little while, at least until Kirk can establish his council. Next time you come, this will be a very different place. She smiles proudly. Hearing Tala say this, you suddenly see the authority in her, and realize that one of those council seats may very well have her name on it. You look between the two of them, and realize they have years to catch up on. They'd probably rather do that without you watching. You nod to them and slip out of the room, a lilting conversation starting up the moment you leave. As you follow the twisting corridors back up to Chasm Row, you smile to yourself, and the thought of Tala and Seraphine reunited at last. You hope this whole adventure will make Seraphine a little less moody, even though you know, deep down, that'll probably make him worse. On your way into the rig, you pass a tired-looking Eugene.
"We heading out?" he says, "because I'm not sure I've got another chit left to wager."
How much did you lose?
He squints at his fingers for a second, making calculations. Too much. Gotta strap myself bitten for a nap. He disappears into the berths.
Later in the cycle, Seraphine quietly comes back into the rig. He immediately settles himself into the cockpit and starts running diagnostics on the engines. He looks up as you enter and shoots you a smile. "Good to see you up here, Sleeper. I'm getting ready to head out." "How are you doing?" "I'm good, Sleeper. Really good." He flicks a sequence of switches. "Sleeper. Thank you. I appreciate you bringing us all the way out here. I won't forget it." "Will Tala be okay?" "She found her a place here, and I'm really happy for her." He looks away, out of the cockpit windows at Wellspring. "She always was the responsible one, and I was always the one running away. I guess some things never change." Seraphine quietly watches the diagnostics complete, a subtle smile on his lips. "One thing is for sure. We've been here too long, and we've been seen by too many people. Wellspring may be far away from Utsubo territory. I'm sure Lane will find a way to reach his nasty claws out here, given enough time. Let's not give him a chance." "Hey, guys." Bliss's voice echoes up from the passageway into the cockpit. They lean in the door, looking between the two of you. Two contractors just dumped a load of fuel outside our ship. Said it was a gift. You and Seraphine look at each other. Got to be Kirk. It's either a thank you or his way of telling us to get going. Seraphine kicks off and glides out of the cockpit. "Hey, so, while you two have been busy, so have I. Been looking at the rig's drive and reckon it's due to an upgrade. We'll need some engine components, quite a few, so keep an eye out. Shipyards tend to be a good place to look." "Shipyards, got it." "Right. Better go help Seraphine with that fuel then." As Bliss leaves the cockpit, you find yourself lost in thought, considering your next steps while this icy expanse of Wellspring glitters below. "Let's go. We also have a HasNav installed. We can freely go through debris fields on the belt map. Meaning, whenever we want to go over to Hexport and hook up with Cadet, we can figure out, going to the scatter yards to figure out what went through on Hexport. My bad. Missaid that. So, we can upgrade the rig more. If we go over to the rig engine, probably. Whoa, we need more engine components? 3 more. Sweet baby Jesus. Rare components, scram components. Rare components are just those. We need 3 more engine ones, though. Shish. Well, not much I can do other than probably work some depot shifts just to earn some shits while we're here. Well, might as well stock them with supplies, because my god, they are cheap as heck over here. Whew. Got water shipped. Oh yeah, we got this. Okay, so here's where we make a choice. Either we upgrade the interface, so we're at least good with that, which I think we need to, because no one is good at interface at all. At all. At least on my crew so far. We have people that are good at engineering, enduring, intuit, and engage. Which, it's fine, but not having interface at all kind of sucks. So at this point in time, I think we need to go for it. Yeah, we need to go for it. Gadoosh. Making the executive decision. Being alright at a lot of things is good, and next time we'll probably get better at interfacing as well. After that, I don't know, maybe even like doing tune interfacing and having decent engagement in engineering, things like that would be alright. Not sure which one needs the most. Probably interface. Interface getting a buff would be alright, I think. Nothing to do over here, it's all just down here. Which means it's literally just going to the logic depot or working in engage shift. Which I think we'd rather just do this. It's risky, but it's not going to kill us. 13 crying for that. Put money off of that one. Put money off that one. Ooh. Let's go. Made some of our money back for buying so much supplies. I'm just gonna say it. I'm pretty sure the supplies here is gonna be cheaper than anywhere else we can possibly get. Well then. Flotsam. Heading to Flotsam or Holmes Rock. The remote asteroid colony didn't have much. We'd also run all the way to the far spindle. Just ignore the Flotsam. Heading to the far spindle, it only costs 1 extra. I think it's worth going there instead. The straight shot, better? Yeah. Okay, so how many places have we not been to yet, basically? We haven't been to the Hollow. Haven't been to Greenbelt yet. Haven't been to the Scatter Yards. Haven't been to Hellions Gate. Well, let's just go to the far spindle. See what, maybe we can pick up some more stuff here. Let's go. Gotta find out. The rig glides safely through the debris cloud, the cockpit empty apart from you and Seraphine. So, Sleeper, I've been thinking. Seraphine gives you a sly look over his shoulders. I have been thinking. I'm sick of running. We didn't exactly choose it, you know. Maybe that was true when we first got out, sure, but I think we've been choosing it since. I mean, even if we want to keep going the way we have been, we've run out of belt. Beyond Wellspring, it's mostly rocks and emaciated scavengers, and well, I'm a city boy at heart. But not only that, Seraphine meets your eye. We've been building something here, Sleeper. The crew, the ship. Hell, we just got this HasNav suite for free. He thumps the new unit on top of his flight console. What I'm asking is, how do you feel about taking Lane on? You want to go to war with Utsubo. Not war, but something else. You've seen what's happening in Wellspring, what Tara's doing. Kirk is a fool, but he's onto something. Got on the inside. Organize, undermine. That I could get on board with. You've changed. Seraphine shrugs. Maybe I have. Maybe I'm just bored of hiding out on the edge of everything. Just think about it, Sleeper. We find a way back onto Darkside quietly. We make some connections. We start something running. It'd be one hell of a thing. Utsubo are ruthless. The way they run Darkside, there got to be plenty of people fed up with them. And they've gotten worse under Lane. Worse since they pushed the other gangs out. You smile and shake your head at how fast Seraphine can bounce back when he wants to. And as you do, you can't help but consider his plan. Look, maybe it's crazy, but we need a safe harbor either way. I've got a connection in the Scatter Yards. He'll tuck us away, keep us quiet from everyone. You see Seraphine has his coin in his hand, and is turning it over between his fingers as he speaks. If we want, maybe he can help us get into our dark side, but even if we don't, it's a good place to rest up and make a plan. He turns back to the controls to deal with the rapid beep of the new HasNav unit. Scatter Yards. You've heard of them. They have a reputation as a fiercely independent set of shipyards, just Starward of Darkside, a hiding place right under Lane's nose. However, Seraphine looks at you with concern. Before we try anything drastic, we need to get to the bottom of what's going on with your body. Stop stalling. Get a diagnostic run on your frame. We're here to back you up. Seraphine turns his focus back to piloting the ship. As you watch debris flit past the ship, you turn your focus to what's ahead. New drive available. I saw it. Stephen comes charging into the bunks. I actually saw it. He's wild-eyed, his breath is ragged. Saw what? Stephen takes a moment to catch his breath, suddenly aware of how frantic he sounds. He squints at you. Have you noticed how supplies have been going missing every so often when we travel? I have, actually. You suddenly recall the mysterious mess that was left behind in supply storage. Stephen sees the flicker of recognition in your eyes. So, after it happened a couple of times, I decided to keep an eye on our supply store. You know, to check it from time to time. In just this cycle, I drifted down there really quiet. He leans in, and whoosh, something flew past me, knocked me right into the wall. Did you get a good look at it? I didn't hang around, but it was definitely some kind of creature. Is that really a creature loose on the ship? I look around the berth, suddenly aware that something could be hiding nearby. Dunked into the vents, perhaps? We know this thing is like supplies, right? So, we lock them down tighter. Keep it out. That way, it'll get desperate. And then, it'll make a mistake. What are you talking about? Bliss leans in from the corridor. You can hear all the way in the workshop. Seraphine saw the supply thief. Bliss looks between the two of you with a raised eyebrow. From the way you guys are talking, I'm assuming it's not human? It's something small and dark. Something fast. We're going to lock up the supplies to drive it out. Bliss looks at Seraphine. If it's an animal, we don't want to make it any more scared and desperate than it already is. How about we lock up the supplies, but leave some out in a special place? Basically, we try to bait it. And then grab it? Seraphine mimes the act. No! Seraphine looks between the two of you. We show it that it has nothing to fear. We tame it. It didn't seem very tameable. Plus, we've already wasted enough supplies on this thing. You want to give it more? Seraphine looks to you. What do you think, Sleeper? You look between the two of them, still processing the strange situation you find yourself in. I don't see any harm in trying to tame it. You've got plenty of money. What a waste. Alright. Got to come down to the supply store every few cycles and put out some more food. That way, you won't get too desperate and do anything dangerous. And I'll lock the supplies up tight. I won't get into any of them anymore. The plan set, Bliss and Seraphine leaves the berth, heading in separate directions. You watch them go. Seems your ship has a stowaway. Question is, how will you deal with it? New drive available. Rig supply pantry. Taking the stowaway. Well, I've got supplies. That's why my supplies are going. Oh, it's this bastard. Oh, we gotta keep giving it supplies. Ooh, that's nastier. That is kind of nasty. Spindle's edge. Nothing new here, eh? We can give some of these scraps to these people, and they'll give us the processed goods in return. Get 7 cryo and give myself processed scrap instead. Not too bad. I think first and foremost, we need to go to Hellion Gate. I'd love to go to the scatter yards, but I think we do the 2-for-1 thing where we can do recon for the dark side and investigating Hexport. But we need to diagnose our firm first and foremost.
Sleeper, you got a moment? Eugene finds you in your berth. I have news about the Felian.
Eugene has a seriousness you rarely see etched into the hard lines of his face. You remember the ship he's talking about, the Felian Path, the last surviving interstellar fraction ship in the Hellion system, if his stories are to be believed.
Been putting out some feelers for that little lost ship, and something finally came back.
Glances around as if the information might leak to some unwanted source.
I've been working with a contact of mine, a signal chaser, working out of the Hollow. He's got some promising data. He followed the trails from the hidden wreck we found, calculated the possible vectors. This thing is still in the Hellion system. It's in the shoals. He folds his arms across his broad chest, watching your reaction.
Do you trust this signal chaser? Sucks in a breath.
As much as I trust anyone. Haven't told him what exactly we're tracking, just gave him the signature. There's a chance he hasn't figured it out, but the problem is, signal chaser's gone quiet. Nothing for a few cycles now. Maybe got wise to the value of what he found, but I doubt it. Maybe he's just took a holiday.
Eugene grins at his own joke.
I reckon we pay a visit to the Hollow. Turn up my ghosted contact. See how valuable the data looks. If it looks good, we go in and get the ship. If it doesn't, no harm, no foul.
What about Vesna?
What about her? Maybe she gets involved. I doubt it, but...
He holds up a finger.
Could she come sniffing around after the fact when a whiff of the data gets out? That's what she does. That's all I've got. Keep it between us, alright? We'll let the others know when we hit the Hollow. But remember what's at stake here, Sleeper. An interstellar ship. A ticket out of Hellion.
He pats you hard on the shoulder. It'll be worth it. With that, Eugene drifts out of the bunks, whistling. Okay. Well, we got some more supplies. And we got some really good stuff to work with here. Make a few more bits of moolah. Got to so we can keep this freaking thing fed. So, going to the Hollow for the fraction ship would be a good idea. Making back some money. We gotta buy up a bunch of fuel now, too. Oh, pretty cheap. It's 45. Fuel capacity maxed out. Go ahead and spend this right here. Hey, nice. Well, we can rest this. No harm, no foul. Nice. Alright, we can stay here 2 more cycles, it looks like. Just make a few bits of odds and end cash. Alright, let's see how our supplies handle the stowaway real quick. Ah, keeps it fed. Okay. Ooh, taking on a long mission while this guy is still not going to be underneath our control is going to be a little bit rough, though. Also, the fact that we have a few dice that are about to break, also kind of dangerous. Do that, into the map, we head on out then. Hellion Gate wouldn't be a bad idea. We have Greenbelt over here. It's an impassable hazard. Ah, we can't get to the scatter yards from here, I see. We'd have to go to Flotsam and then go to the scatter yards. So from here, the Hollow is a little bit far out. What it seems like we'd probably end up doing is we're going to head to Hellion Gate, and back over to Flotsam. Then from Flotsam, we can head over to the scatter yards. In the scatter yards, we can kind of make this little loop of going to Hollow and Greenbelt and see some different stuff around here. But yeah, I guess we start by going to Hellion Gate, a derelict Solheim checkpoint. Yeah, gotta see what's up over here. We do need to get one of the core drives, or one of the core themes from over here. Hellion Gate hangs over the rig. Its corroded arches resemble the dislocated vertebrae of some vast, long-dead serpent. That's one big, ugly scrap pile. Zephyr whistles from the pilot seat. Solheim didn't like to build them small. What was it for? Zephyr shakes his head. System's biggest door. Only opened if you ask nicely. Got to be big if you want to fit every ship that visits the system through it. Bliss cuts in from the back of the cockpit. Impressive. Really. Building something so massive out here. Solheim like to impress visitors, sure. Zephyr leans forward, looking for the best place to enter the structure. But they also like to scan entire ships and impound those that didn't enter through the gate. Zephyr catches your eye, looking for some agreement. not the most admirable qualities. Still, it was pretty impressive to me. Safian shakes his head. Got to say, I'm surprised to hear a sleeper impressed by some corporate infrastructure. Don't let them bait you, sleeper. Solheim were cruel and ruthless, but without them, this system would just be two gas giants and a load of rocks. No harm in recognizing it. You look out into the cockpit towards the gate. It's layers of systems and rooms slowly opening to the void, peeling away cycle after cycle to reveal the bones beneath. This is where Jean-Mi mentioned you might be able to find the location of a ship with a prime ship mind among the old shipping manifests and Solheim records. You look over the towering structure of the gate. This is going to take some work. Suddenly, a flash high up on the gate catches your eye, a light turning on and off again for a moment. You lose track of it. Is this place inhabited? Safian raises an eyebrow. I doubt it. He winks and smiles. You hoping for a station-side bar? I have a feeling you'll be disappointed, unless we find an executive's old liquor cabinet. Bliss pats you on the shoulder and drifts out of the cockpit. I guess it's time to see what secrets the gate has left. I'm here. Got some Solheim records there. Customs hall over here. Oh shit, I did not think about this. I'm gonna have to waste supplies, don't I? Trying to find supplies would be a good idea. Can I get full HP back from using this? Good, okay. Sucks, it's $15 right there. Well, that's like a full meal price, normally. So it's not like bad. We can always just source more supplies, I reckon. But we do have this fucking cat here. Or whatever it is, eating our supplies away. We should be good for the next cycle. We just feed it then. Let's see. Customs hall, interfacing, and intuition. Look at this in there. I got one for intuit. Interfacing and engineering. Oh. Identifying a ship with a viable ship mind means pouring through the records of Solheim shipping manifests. It's a main checkpoint for entering the entire alien system. The alien gate lies dark and broken, but it's not without its secrets. I'd like to explore the place first, if I can. Oh, got some locations unlocked. Oh. Doing pretty good here, eh? Unusual outcome. I'll risk it. Hey, let's go. Already discovered everything we can. A derelict fuel barge. Scavenge for fuel using that. Seized cargo over here. Search for some supplies. And we have the gate structure right here. Data script. The gate's network collapsed long ago, but there's data to be found in the old terminals and servers inside the structure. And we can cut away some scrap while we look for some good metal. So, a good place to grab some data mine, some Solheim data over here. Can I do that easily? I got interfacing. What you do is you take that Solheim data and then you're going to go out over to Holmes Rock, drop the data off. Over there. Okay. Makes sense. Well, that's everything for today, really. Unless I want to risk a 50-50 shot at something. Oh, I'll risk it here, it's fine. Nice. Oh, time to rest up real quick. In the cycle. Alright, feed the cat. And we got some supplies. Rolled the gamba, won it. Nice, also. This will get us pretty far. I'll risk one. Other than that, go through the sea's cargo. Might hurt us, but we might get something for it. One supply for one energy is pretty good. Over here, find some fuel for us and the cycle. Ooh. Sleeper! You have to come and see this. You hear Bliss's voice hiss as you pass through the rig's central corridor. You follow their voice and find them floating outside the supply store, looking in. Bliss holds a finger to the lips and nods inside. Quietly, she's eating. It is a cat! Oh. You look inside and see a cat floating just inside, patting at a food pouch. The stray barely acknowledges you and Bliss's presence. Instead, angles its body to catch the drops of liquid that are released from the transparent packet. Looks like we found our stowaway. Bliss smiles at you. Hey there, girl. Bliss whispers at the stray, beckoning. They hold up their hands so the cat can see them. Not here to take those rations away, alright? You both watch as the stray suddenly kicks away, twisting balletically through the air and gliding past you both out of the supply store. Catches one of the corridor's ribs, swinging itself to the wall where it perches and watches Bliss with big eyes. The comfort of its movements in zero-G is striking. You realize you have never seen an animal navigate in microgravity before. You are sound and turn to find Seraphine arriving from the direction of the engine room. He stops dead in his tracks against the wall, staring at the stray. What the hell is that? Seraphine hisses his question at you both. It's a cat! What's a cat? Seraphine says the word strangely. Careful there. Don't scare her. So that's a cat? Seraphine is watching the stray carefully, either fascinated or scared. It's hard to tell. I thought it would be bigger. You've never seen a cat before? Where would I've seen a cat? Come to think of it, where have you seen a cat? The question makes you pause. Where have you seen a cat? Not on the belt. Not on zero-G. You close your eyes and bring to mind the faint image of a cat stretching in the sun. Somewhere warm. Somewhere with weight. With gravity. You touch the fur of its back and it reacts, sliding against your hand. Careful! Seraphine hissed warning brings you back. Bliss is reaching out to the stray. Shh, you'll scare her! Bliss makes a tutting sound. We had cats back on the eye, but they were in spin gravity there. The stray's big eyes watch Bliss's hand as it approaches. When they touch the top of her head, the stray does not move, does not react. Look at her leg. She's been hurt before and taken care of. She must be really scared. You see the cat is gently trembling with Bliss's touch, but slowly she settles in and angles her head for Bliss to scratch her ear. The moon brings back the mysterious memory. What is it? Is its origin? Focusing on it makes your skin tremble, a shiver running up your arms. It's been breaking into our supplies. Now that we've caught it, we should let it out. Look at her. She's not going to do that again. You aren't going to do that as long as we feed you, right? That may be true, but we can't risk it happening again. What if we've been on a contract? We can't keep it. Bliss shakes their head. She's a stray. She needs a home. Right, Sleeper? Bliss looks at you. We're keeping her. Bliss smiles widely, unable to contain their excitement. You won't regret this. They look at Seraphine. Plus, the rig is already full of strays as it is. I guess it is. You have to feed her though, Sleeper. She's your responsibility. I never thought a cat could eat so much. Seraphine is right. Looks like you'll need to keep feeding the stray every few cycles if you want her to stick around. This is going to be expensive. Trust me, I think cats are worth it. Seraphine reaches out sheepishly towards the stray. As he does, the cat bats playfully at his hand. He pulls it away. If you say so. I'm not really used to animals. You watch as Bliss tries to get Seraphine to pet the stray properly, guiding his hands to its ears for a scratch, and explaining how to approach her. As you do, the memory of that other cat runs through your mind again. It feels like a raw wound, one that, if you touch it, will only bring pain. But you can't help but pick at it, knowing that it might contain some distant part of you. Nope. Looks like we need to feed the stray every once in a while. Although it's not like a actual action we gotta worry about as much. We'll still try to do it every like 3 cycles basically. To kind of keep them around, just to be on the safe side of things. Anywho, back to the Solemn Records, I reckon. We can get this done in 2 more days, easy. Easy, easy. Or right now, actually. We got really good runs right here. Really good rolls we can do. Nice! Positive on all those. In the dark and airless void of the archive, something flickers. You've been working in the dark, picking through the guts of a corroded machines, skimming the data and their corrupt memories, digging through a graveyard in search of ghosts. But now, with another flicker, the place begins to come back to life. All along the rows of benches, some of them crushed by fallen ceiling panels, terminals begin to flicker into uneasy life. A cacophony of distorted sounds accompany the machines, as some of them immediately glitch and spark. Did you do this? You stand frozen as the archive glitters around you with a million ship entries. The stream of information is overwhelming, node graphs drawing out routes and inventories, tracing a web around you in pale cyan. Suddenly, they all shut off. The terminals blinking out together, leaving a single translucent screen glowing softly in the dim room. And in that dim room, drifting towards you out of the dark, you see a figure. Is this what you're looking for? The voice crackles aggressively through your suit's local comms. Who are you? Junie! Sleeper, is that you? You hear Junie's voice now, tense and unsure. She stops beside the single online terminal, her suited form lit in the pale light. Junie! You hear the smile in her voice. Good to see you again. She pauses and glances around, though the venue is a little unexpected. I'm looking for a ship mind. She shrugs. Well, yes, I can see that. Been digging through the archives myself, although slightly less forcefully than you. I did have this whole speech prepared for whatever salvager was ripping through these archives so messily, not to mention aggressively. Now that I know it was you, well, I'm just glad to see you. Although you really need to be more careful. You could have taken the entire archive down the way you're working with it. These machines are decades old and you can't just rifle through them like they were a scrap pile. I saw the pattern of your queries. A prime shipmine equipped ship, still operational at the collapse, last located in the region around Hellion Gate. That about right? Nicely done. Would you expect anything else? That's why I did the hard work for you. Junie beckons you over to the lone lit-up terminal. You drift over and see a single point, a faded transit trail beside it, sunward from the Hellion Gate. Something like this, maybe. She smiles and steps aside so you can see the screen. You check the info pane beside the map. Shipmind in use, abandoned by all hands after the collapse, tantalizingly in reach. Something like that indeed. Well then, it's yours. But Junie turns and in the glow of the terminal meets your eyes with complete seriousness. The question is, what do you want it for? I'll explain. She's a friend. You tell her what Jean-Mi told you, about your shifting body, transformed by some unknown influence, about the need for a prime shipmind to house your emulated mind while he runs a diagnostic process. I'm sorry, Sleeper, but I think I can help you. I want to come with you. Do you know how often someone gets out to one of those old Solheim wrecks? They're more trouble than they are worth, but contained inside there's an entire history to uncover. Uncover and take, you mean? I need that ship mind. It feels like it's rude to say that. And you are welcome to it. I promise to help you get what you need and not get in your way. I know I can't force you or trick you into taking me. That's why I want to offer you this instead. Jingate's terminal still showing the ship's final resting place. I hope that maybe if I helped you find what you needed, would show you I can be trusted. I do trust you. She smiles. Thank you for saying so. I'll send you the coordinates to your ship, and I'll be hanging around the gate until you're ready to leave. She shifts in front of the terminal and plugs in her deck, tapping away at rapid speed. If you need to go get supplies from the spindle or anything else, fine. I can wait. But if you go on this job without me, I'll get the message. You won't see me again. With that, you leave her in the archive, extracting data as you ascend back to Hellion Gate's upper levels. New local crew available, my boy! Junie! Let's go. Glad to see them back. Where we gotta go on the map right here? 4, all the way over here to get the ship mine. Payment, sleeper diagnostic. I'll worry about that in a bit. Probably would be good to take Junie. We'll probably need them to kind of get through a lot of different things. Those are all freaking dangerous to do. Sheesh. Well, we have enough with what we need right now, don't we? Everything we do over here will be dangerous, meaning that we could lose 2 supplies for doing it. Meaning none of this is exactly worth it, is it? No. It's risky to do when we already have enough fuel and supplies to kind of go over there. Let's just go now. Alright. Yeah. We got enough of what we need. Although, basically we're working on 4 out of 5 supplies because we have a fucking cat on board that we kind of want to continuously feed. Being able to increase our fuel supply is nice and all, but being able to increase how many supplies we can take would be kind of nice, even if it's just a small amount. 1 or 2 more, you know. They probably won't let us do that until way later on, though. Well, let's go. We gotta take them. They're great at that. We gotta take Bliss, so that we have some sort of Intuit still. Alright, great at interfacing. Bliss is great at Intuit and engineering, and I'm gonna be the engage / endure person. Good round of people. So we have everything we need for this. I think we're good. Sorry, Eugen. I'm not using as much because Bliss has the Intuit skill that I don't. Kinda need them on our trip here. Kinda need them. Alright. Well, I don't think there's anything else, right? So just hop on in. Travel to the contract. From the crew. I'm kind of scared because of the autosave for this game happens all the time. If I mess up on the crew select or something like that, I could really just mess myself up. We are too far sunward, Sleeper. Sleeper turns back in his chair to look at you. I don't like it. It's hard not to agree. The coordinates Junie found have drawn you out of Hellion Gate and almost out of the belt completely into the soft, rubble-strewn transition with the Hellion system to the edge of Conway-controlled space. That's why this ship is likely to be untouched. Junie surveys the wreck coldly. It's too far sunward for belt traffic to run into, and now with Conway drones patrolling the edge of the belt, it's even less attractive as a salvage site. Lucky us. Junie eyes you, trying to detect if you're being sarcastic or not. A little bit, but not rudely. I doubt anyone has been here in decades, so actually I would say we are lucky. Well then, we need to be quick. Agreed. Seraphine flicks a few switches. We should assume the wreck is being watched, or at least is on a patrol route. As you look out at the twisted wreck, you swear you see a red light blinking between the stars. You exchange a look with Seraphine. He has seen it too. We better get to it, Sleeper. Seraphine begins unclipping from his seat. Quickly and quietly. From what I understand, Conway drones run on automatic until they detect something of interest. So as long as we are quiet, we won't have to contend with an operator. Just automated search sweeps. So, if we're detected, we'll be killed by a machine, not a person. I don't find that to be very reassuring. They get up out of the corner seat and glide towards the back of the ship and get suited up. You drift out of your chair and head towards the airlock, unable to shake the feeling of being watched. Being here is a risk, you know that. But you need the ship mine, so no matter what happens, you won't be leaving here empty-handed. Isolated shipwreck right here. What can we do to get in here? Extracting the map data would be good. I think we push to get it done. It's dangerous. Gotta be on alert here. Yep. Gotta play aggressively here. Luckily, you are great at interfacing, Junie. You do that. Got the plus to this right here too. Oh, shit. Jesus Christ. If I mess up, then this is also really bad. Because then I'll get a lot of stress. Do I not even take the risk in this situation? Oh, God. Taking too fucking stress. It'd be really bad if I take it. Well, no, this is a positive neutral outcome no matter what. Was that the neutral outcome? What happened right there? That's scary as hell. Great. I take one stress. Fuck. Ugh. This is horrible. I think I'm gonna lose some shit. I can't use the rig workshop during this part, can I? No, I can't. In the cycle. Taking too much stress right now would be horrible. We are gonna be in such a... This is gonna be such a pain in the ass. Oh, good lord. Really, game? Well, I got good rolls at least. Yeah. I do hers, yeah. Nice. Good job. Junie leads you deep into the wreck, through crushed and twisted corridors, floating panels and wires appearing suddenly in your headlamps like strange sculptures. And just as you begin to tire of the endless dark and the haze of particles washing over your suit, Junie leads you into a chamber where the ceiling is torn open to reveal the stars. At its center lies a cylindrical object, half your height but raised on a complex pedestal, for which countless thick cables snake off into the dark like braided hair. One or two of them float freely, waving back and forth with glinting severed ends, but most of them disappear into the floor and walls, or twist and curve out of sight. Beautiful, isn't it? Junie stares at the prime ship mine, the stars reflected in her faceplate. Not bad. Junie glides over to the pedestal, pushing her way delicately through the wires. As she takes out her terminal and looks for an access port, she talks softly, her voice carried through the suit comms. These cables lead off to every one of the ship's systems: engines, life support, navigation, lighting, networking, you name it. The ship mine has hardwired access to them all. When an old ship like this was running well, the ship mine would distribute itself, some of its protocols running freely in different sections. It'd be less like a single governing mind and more like a load of systems clumped together to form a complex living machine. Basically, this is the brain, linked to everything: nervous system, muscles, things like that. Think of a plant rather than a being. A plant with incredibly rapid processing power and a much more accelerated response time than your average tree. You watch as she finds an access port and slips a cable inside, slotting a translucent screen over the top of her deck. Let's see here. Junie's screen fills with bright scrolling data. Incredible. There's so much here. She hits a few keys. I'll start copying this over. It's everything I need. You watch as Junie starts rapidly tapping at her keyboard, her attention sucked into the data she's extracting. Junie? The ship mind? She snaps out of her trance. Sorry, yes, let me check. Okay, as I thought. So, like I was saying, The protocols inside the ship mine are distributed, so when the ship mine is shut down unexpectedly, the protocols are rarely all contained in this unit. As is the case here, parts of it are trapped elsewhere in the ship's system nodes, which is a problem. Why does it matter, though? We rip this thing out now with parts of its protocols elsewhere. It's probably going to destroy itself the moment we turn it on. And it doesn't matter that we're going to wipe the whole thing anyway. It'll be too late. The mind inside the ship mind will be broken. But if we find the nodes housing the distributed parts, power them up, and then disconnect them, the protocols will be sent right back into the ship mind here, and we can take it out clean. Okay, well, how do we find the nodes then? While they ask the cradle very nicely, we spend the next few cycles following these cables to see where they lead. I've got an incoming signal. Seraphine's voice suddenly cuts through on comms and urgent and nervous. You're lighting up the systems and the networks down there. It's time to stop. You hear a click as Junie disconnects from the cradle, and the two of you exchange nervous looks, instinctively backing off from the ship mind. Suddenly, a faint red light glitters in the dark beyond the broken ceiling. You hold still. The moment stretches out, and hear Junie's breathing through the comms. The light flashes, pauses, and then fades. You take a breath. It's too close. It's a Conway drone, sniffing the network. Oh, that was Junie saying it. Shoot, it said Seraphine here. Conway drone, sniffing the network. We're clear. I've turned off almost all of the rig systems, but we need to be careful. Keep network activity to a minimum. Understood, but we'll need to access the networks to get this ship mine out quickly. Then, I hope you're feeling lucky. There's a click as Seraphine closes the line. You and Junie look at each other again, and then at the ship mine, encased in its cradle, wrapped in cables. This isn't going to be easy. Wrecked cradle over here. We can hack it using the intuition. And we also have, oh my god, enduring. Things that I am good at. Oh my god. Oh, this is bad. I'm gonna have to risk it, don't I? What the fuck? That's a neutral outcome? That? You gotta be kidding me. Ugh, shit. Bliss, can you help out in this situation? Oh, you are so donezo, sir. We got it halfway. This is gonna be like, Junie needs to come in clutch here, because I might lose so much stuff. I could lose everything. Fuck. Yeah, I know. You fucking told me about this before, game. That doesn't make me feel any better. Wait, this is such a bad fucking roll on my part, too. Holy shit. And I still need to push it, don't I? And then I need to gamble away on some of my friend's stuff. Oh my god, the positive gave me 3? That's great. That's really good. Because the rest of my rolls are shit. I need to get this done fast. Port node here, starboard node here. These are the only 2 nodes we need to do. Engineering, cutting the node. It's all dangerous stuff, man. What the fuck? I'm gonna lose so much stuff over this. Okay. Okay, on a bright note, I'll be good no matter what for 3 cycles. Doesn't matter if this rolls bad. Well, I have to do this in 2 cycles no matter what. Have to. Also, can't let my stress go above. If I get too much stress, I'll lose as well. Okay, I think we just rest. We can't take on the stress. We can't. These are just really bad rolls. I also need to feed my fucking cat. What a horrible fucking rolls, man. Get the node. Push it. Fuck. Fuck, dude. Luckily, I have a bunch of rare components, so I can fix almost all of my ones that I mess up here. This is gonna be such a long one, dude. Oh my god. I'm not ready to get a cat. I wasn't ready for this responsibility. It's ready, sleeper. Junie's voice comes quietly through the comms. You look over to her, floating beside the cradle, uplit by the pale screen of her deck. She gives you a reassuring nod. You turn to the prime ship mine now floating above its cradle, the final nodes disconnected and the locks released. You glide over and gently grab it, the worm metal casing gleaming in the dim light. As you do, you feel a strange sensation of something moving inside, like a creature in a box, the weight shifting this way and that under the pressure of your grip. It suddenly dawns on you that Jean-Mi plans to put you inside this strange device, to hold your mind there, while he investigates your body. The thought prompts a shiver. That drone is still sniffing around, sleeper. So if you have what you need, let's go. You feel Junie's hand fall on your shoulder. Come on, sleeper. Don't overthink it. There'll be plenty of time for that later. You look up and see a faint red light glittering in the dark beyond the broken ceiling. It's time to leave. Oh, thank God. Good Lord. Lord have mercy. Is that all? There was no Conway alerting that I did. Maybe I didn't fail so utterly hard on some of the ones that would actually do that to me. And maybe that kind of helped out. Oh, we don't have to worry about feeding the stray during this part of the mission. That's great. I'm glad that we don't have to worry about feeding the stray so we can keep all the supplies here. Beautiful, beautiful. Well, let's get the fuck out of here then. Yeah, we're fucking leaving. Oh. Arriving back at the Hellion Gate, as lonely and cold as it is, feels like relief. There was a tension in the rig as you came back out of the inner system, a watchfulness for errant signals and glinting red beacons that choked the conversation. But now, floating in the comforting shadow of this vast ruin, the sense of relief is palpable. That's one prime ship mine. Condition unknown. Retrieved. Zafin runs the engine shutdown protocols as he speaks. I'd mark that as a success. We cut it a little close. When do we not do that? Zafin reaches up and flicks a switch above him. Sleeper, can I speak to you? Junie asks from the back of the cockpit. What is it? She leans you out into the passage, tucking herself against the wall. You look small, even in this compact space. Thank you for putting your trust in me. I hope I proved that I'm trustworthy. Thank you for helping. That's what I promised. She looks at the floor. In my time here, in the belt, I haven't found it easy to make friends. She falters, tripping over her words slightly. But you, sleeper, well, I hope you'd consider me a friend. At least, I would. She can't help but smile. I'm glad. And then, I'd like to ask you something then. Would you consider taking me with you on the rig? And then before you can answer, I think it would be of help for your diagnostic. And in the meantime, I can take a look at the ship mind just to make sure it's ready and... Yes, Junie, you can. She stops, speechless. She looks down at her hands and back up at you. Okay, thank you, I'm gonna go find a bunk. She quickly glides off down the corridor, before you can say anything further. Another stray collected. Zafin puts a hand on your shoulder. Quite the refuge we're building here. He gives you a sly smile. You don't approve? Zafin shrugs. You know, I've actually started to warm up to this one. She's alright by me. He smiles and pushes off from your shoulder, gliding down towards the engine room. You look towards the bunks, but Junie's already out of sight, likely unpacking already. The ship is getting a little crowded, but you're starting to realize you like it like that. At the very least, you'll prove invaluable when you get to Flotsam, have to deal with Jean-Mir. Perhaps you'll even have a read on the old man. You pause for a second, appreciating the warmth, the hum of the rig and its inhabitants. The ship, you think? It's starting to feel like home. Oh God, we need to get some fuel. I want to go home. I don't want to be here anymore. Please, I need out. Oh, that's giving me 2 fuel. What the fuck? Hey, yo. I didn't know you'd give me that much, baby girl. Thank you so much. Oh, Solheim Data is a pain to get to, but I'd like to at least try. Oh my God! Damn! Damn! We're leaving. We're getting the fuck out of here. Give me a second. Pause. Rig bunks. Give me that safe possibility of a stress relief. Let's go! Rig shop. Okay. Minor glitches, if I use those. We need to keep our engine components. We need to use the rare components here. Nice repair. Give that back. Skadoosh. And we got a minor drive upgrade from that. Now we're almost done with that. We just gotta go back over and diagnose our frame. And that should give us enough for another little upgrade. Let's go. Store supplies. Feed my fucking cat. Still doesn't like to be around people while it eats. Feels like that's the thing with like cats and like dogs and that don't feel like they're in a safe place. They will not eat because eating puts you in a very defensive posture, or like very defenseless posture is what I mean to say. Okay, let's head out of the belt. We got the flotsam over here to go to. 8 just to go all the way there. God damn. It's a bit of a trek to get over there. Huh? Might as well. It's the best thing to do, and then we can head over down to the scrapyards after that. Whew. Let's finish up this mission, get some upgrade points. That's what drives me. It's you. A familiar voice echoes down the tunnel behind you. Femir! You turn to the passage to see Femi towering over you. He shakes his head. This just keeps getting better. Been a while, Femi. Yeah, I guess. He frowns and glances over his shoulder. Remember Nia? That sister of mine you thought you'd take on a contract? Well, she's taken some inspiration from your little trip. You can see anger burning in Femi's eyes, but there's a tiredness there too. He folds his arms across his broad chest. The symbol crash has been repaired since we got out of Hexport, caught up in that whole mess. So then, stuck here, she gets bored and decides to sign up with another crew. Take a job. I said no, and she went anyway. What happened at Hexport? No idea. There's some kind of alert. We were already on our way out. Didn't give much thought. Then the whole place went up. Been to the scatter yards ever since. Till we came here, that is. Symbol crash can't leave right now. I'm halfway through rewiring the damn thing. Something else Nia was supposed to do. I asked around, turns out Nia signed on with some idiots heading out to Cutter's Edge. Femi says a name with an emphasis you can't place. They're as green as you, meaning they have no idea what they're doing going out to a place like that. So you are going to take me out there to go and get her. I'll show you the way. She knows what she's doing. Even if she does, the crew she's with sure as hell doesn't.
We're not leaving it to chance. Look, I know how these things go. Got chits, and I can pay. Can't pay for the parts the Symbol Crash needs when no one sells them anyways. 250 cryo, no bargaining. In the meantime, I'm going to try to get the Symbol Crash ready to make the run herself. The shape she's in, it's not the best idea to head out there alone. You suddenly see the desperation in his eyes. He would risk everything for Nia. I'll be waiting. We need to head out soon. Don't test my patience. Femi kicks off and glides back along the passage towards his ship. And don't even think about skipping out on flotsam without me. Then we're really done. Well then, looks like we're gonna have a very pleasant individual here with us. Femi's patience gonna run out in 4 days. God damn. Calm down. So where's that gonna happen?